To Have and to Hold, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. The Saturday morning light had that particular quality Ebony loved best for sculpting, a warm, low-angled gold that came through the studio windows and made the clay look alive on the wheel. She'd been in here since 6, and the piece under her hands was finally cooperating. A grandmother figure, commissioned by a woman in Savannah who wanted to honor her late mother. Full cheeks, laugh lines, a church hat set at exactly the right angle of authority. Ebony smoothed the clay with her thumb and felt the shape settling into itself, becoming who it was supposed to be. Her phone buzzed on the work table. She ignored it. Then it buzzed again. She wiped her hands on her apron and checked the screen. 2 texts from Sandra, her neighbor across the street. Got your mail by accident again. Want me to bring it over? And then 30 seconds later, also, do you want some of this zucchini bread? I made 3 loaves and Carl won't eat that much. Ebony smiled and typed back with 1 clean knuckle. Leave it on the porch. I'll grab it when I come up for air. Thank you. She set the phone down and turned back to the grandmother. The hat still wasn't right. The brim needed to be a little wider, a little more confident. Grandmothers who wore hats like this didn't wear them apologetically. They wore them like crowns. Ebony adjusted the brim, tilted it a fraction, and stepped back to look. Better. She covered the piece with a damp cloth and stretched her arms above her head, feeling the pull in her shoulders and the pleasant ache in her forearms. She'd been hunched over the wheel for 4 hours. Her body told her about it every time she stood up. She crossed the yard between the studio and the house, stepping over the patch where the grass had worn thin from her daily path between the 2 buildings. The studio was a converted shed, properly insulated and wired now, with good light and a kiln she'd saved for 2 years to buy. It was the nicest space on the property. The house itself was another story. She picked up Sandra's mail and the foil-wrapped zucchini bread from the porch railing, which wobbled slightly under the weight of the bread. She'd been meaning to fix that. The way she'd been meaning to change the batteries in the smoke detectors and tighten the kitchen cabinet door that hung crooked and replace the back porch light that had burned out sometime in July. The house had a long list of things she'd been meaning to do, and the list kept growing because her hands were always busy with clay instead. Inside, the kitchen was functional in the way that a room nobody cares about is functional. Clean enough, stocked enough. The counters were clear because she didn't cook elaborate meals, and the table had a stack of packing supplies on one end where she wrapped figurines for shipping. The living room was warmer. She'd hung fabric on the walls, rich colors she'd picked up at estate sales, and the shelves held a few of her own pieces, the ones she'd kept for herself. A woman sitting on a bench, head tilted back, laughing with her whole body. A pair of old hands holding a coffee cup. A little boy with a fishing pole twice his height. Ebony unwrapped the zucchini bread and cut a thick slice. She ate it standing at the counter, looking out the kitchen window at the studio across the yard. This was when she ate best, alone, in her own kitchen, where nobody was watching and nobody had opinions. She had orders to fill, the Savannah grandmother. A wedding gift for a repeat customer in Nashville, a couple holding hands across a small table. And she needed to make new inventory for the consignment display at Opal's gift shop on Main Street. Her last batch had sold faster than she'd expected, which was the kind of problem she was grateful for. She cut another slice of bread and put a pot of soup on the stove. Leftover chicken stock from the week, some vegetables, nothing complicated. Just something warm to eat later when she came back inside after another session in the studio. She turned the burner to low and headed back out. The grandmother's hat was perfect. Ebony knew it the way she always knew, not because she decided it was done, but because the clay told her. She smoothed the last edge of the brim and sat back on her stool, rolling her neck. The Savannah client had sent photos of her mother from the 1970s, a round woman with kind eyes and a smile that took over her whole face. Standing on a church steps in a lavender suit with matching hat, one hand on her hip and the other resting on a little girl's shoulder. Ebony had studied that photo for a long time before she started working. The way the woman held herself, shoulders back, chin up, planted on those church steps, like she'd been put there on purpose. She carried her body like it was a gift she'd been given and intended to use fully. Ebony loved that. She sculpted that confidence into the clay, that ease, that refusal to apologize for taking up space. She was better at seeing it in other people than in herself. She knew that. It was a contradiction she'd stopped trying to resolve and just lived inside of, the way you live inside a house with a leaky faucet. You know it drips. You work around it. She cleaned her tools and covered the grandmother piece for the kiln. The light outside had shifted from gold to a deep amber, which meant the afternoon was further along than she'd realized. She checked her phone. Almost 5. She'd been in the studio for 6 hours with only the zucchini bread break. Her stomach growled, reminding her about the soup she'd put on the stove. The soup. Ebony was across the yard and through the back door in seconds, but the kitchen was already hazy. The pot had boiled dry, and what was left had scorched black against the bottom. Smoke curled from the stovetop in thin, acrid ribbons. She grabbed the pot off the burner with an oven mitt, dropped it in the sink, and turned on the faucet. Steam and smoke billowed up. She opened the kitchen window and the back door, fanning the air with a dish towel. The smoke wasn't terrible. She'd caught it in time. If the detectors had been working, they would have alerted her sooner. But the detectors hadn't made a sound in months because the batteries were dead, and she kept forgetting to replace them. She'd taken the one in the hallway down entirely last spring after it started chirping at 3 a.m. The kitchen was clearing. She had it under control. This was embarrassing, but not dangerous. A scorched pot and some smoke, the kind of thing that happened to people who got lost in their work and forgot about the stove. She'd toss the pot and open the windows wider, and it would be fine. Then she heard the siren. Ebony's stomach dropped. She went to the front window and saw Sandra on the sidewalk across the street, phone in hand, looking at Ebony's house with an expression of determined concern. "Sandra, no," Ebony said to the empty room. But Sandra very much yes. The Sweetgum Volunteer Fire Department truck rounded the corner 30 seconds later, lights flashing, and pulled up in front of Ebony's house like it was answering a 5-alarm call. A second vehicle, a pickup with a department light bar, pulled in behind it. Ebony looked down at herself. Pajama pants, the old ones with the stretched-out waistband that still clung to her wide hips. A faded t-shirt from a craft fair in 2019, the fabric worn thin enough to show every curve she usually kept hidden under aprons and cardigans and layers that did the work of making her body somebody else's non-issue. Her heavy chest, her round stomach, her thick arms bare to the shoulder. She wore this shirt for studio work because she didn't care if it got clay on it and because nobody was ever supposed to see her in it. Her hair was wrapped in a silk scarf. She had dried clay under her fingernails and probably on her face. She briefly considered not answering the door. She considered climbing out the back window and living in the studio permanently. She considered every possible alternative to standing on her porch in a too-thin t-shirt and ratty pajama pants, while 6 people in turnout gear walked through her yard, and then she heard the knock. "Ma'am, Sweetgum Fire. We got a call about smoke at this address." Ebony opened the door. A young man in full gear stood on her porch, helmet in hand, looking earnest and official. Behind him, 4 more crew members were unloading equipment from the truck. Sandra was still on the sidewalk, now joined by the Hendersons from 2 doors down and old Mr. Lyle from the corner, who had apparently materialized from thin air at the first sign of neighborhood excitement. "It's fine," Ebony said. "I burned some soup on the stove. It's already off. I opened the windows." "We appreciate that, ma'am, but we need to do a walkthrough to make sure there's no structural issue. Standard procedure." She stepped aside because there was no version of this where she said no thank you to the fire department, and they simply drove away. They filed in, boots heavy on her floors, and she pressed herself against the hallway wall to let them pass. The old habit of making herself smaller in doorways and tight spaces, pulling her arms in close, turning sideways as if she could fold herself down to a size that didn't draw attention. The house that had been just hers, with its neglected corners and its leaning cabinet door and its stack of packing materials on the kitchen table, was suddenly full of large people in heavy gear looking at everything. She stood in the living room doorway with her arms crossed over her chest and watched them check the kitchen, the stove, the walls behind it. One of them opened the oven to make sure nothing was smoldering. Another one checked the hallway and came back holding the smoke detector she'd taken down in the spring, dangling it by the wire like evidence. "This one's been disconnected," he said, not accusingly, just noting it. "I know," Ebony said. "And the one in the kitchen? Dead batteries." A pause. The young man at the door exchanged a look with someone behind him. "We've got extra batteries on the truck," a voice said from the kitchen, "and a replacement unit if you need one." Ebony looked toward the voice. A man came out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on his pants. No turnout coat, just the department t-shirt stretched across wide shoulders. He was tall, lean, athletic build, the kind that came from actual use rather than a gym. His face was calm, open, his eyes already cataloging the house the way someone does when they notice things professionally. The disconnected detector in his colleague's hand, the wobbling railing she'd been leaning on, the porch step that had a soft spot on the left side. She recognized him vaguely the way you recognize people in a small town. The football coach from the high school. She'd seen him on the sideline at games she'd passed on Friday nights, heard his name in the kind of background conversation that happened in line at the diner or at the consignment shop. Jabril something. "The stove's clear," he said. "No damage, just needs a good scrub." He was talking to the crew chief, but looking at her, and his expression wasn't the one she expected. She expected the look she'd been getting from everyone since the truck pulled up. Amused concern, the "isn't this a thing" face, the small-town story already forming. He wasn't giving her that. He was just looking at her steadily, like he was paying attention instead of judging. She resisted the urge to cross her arms tighter, to pull at the hem of the t-shirt, to do any of the 100 small adjustments she'd trained herself to make when someone's eyes were on her. She just stood there and let him look, because the alternative was fidgeting, and fidgeting would make it worse. "I appreciate y'all coming out," Ebony said, the words stiff in her mouth. "I'm sorry for the trouble. It was just a pot of soup." "Not trouble," Jabril said. "That's what we're here for." He turned to the young man holding the detector. "Devon, get the battery kit from the truck, and a new unit for the hallway." "Oh, that's not necessary," Ebony said quickly. "I can pick up batteries this week. We carry them on the truck for exactly this reason." He said it easily, not insisting, just presenting it as a fact. Like this was something they did every day, replacing dead detectors for people who forgot. Maybe they did. She didn't know. She'd never needed the fire department before, and she was committed to never needing them again. Devon came back with the batteries and a new detector still in its packaging. Jabril installed the kitchen unit himself. Standing on a chair she pulled out from the table, reaching up with arms that made the task look effortless. He tested it. The shriek of the alarm filled the kitchen, and Ebony flinched. "Working," he said, and silenced it. He moved to the hallway and mounted the new unit. Tested that one, too. Another shriek. "Both good." "Thank you," Ebony said, because she didn't know what else to say. The crew packed up. Devon and the others headed to the truck, waving to Sandra, who waved back with the satisfied look of a woman who'd done the right thing and knew it. The Hendersons drifted back toward their house. Mr. Lyle lingered, clearly hoping for more excitement, and was disappointed. Jabril was the last one on the porch. He paused at the top of the steps and turned back to her. "You should check those batteries every 6 months," he said. "Both units. Just press the test button." "I will." He looked at her for a second longer than the conversation required. Not staring, not evaluating, just a beat of attention that she didn't know what to do with. Then he glanced down at the porch railing, the one that wobbled, and she saw him clock it without comment. He looked at the soft step and clocked that too. "Have a good evening," he said. "You too." He went down the steps, and she watched him cross the yard to the pickup truck, moving with the easy, efficient stride of someone whose body was a tool he maintained and trusted. He tossed his gear in the truck bed and said something to Devon that made the younger man laugh. Ebony gripped the porch railing, and it swayed under her hand. She let go. Sandra was crossing the street, zucchini bread guilt apparently trumped by rescue heroism. Ebony, honey, I saw the smoke from my kitchen window and I just panicked. Are you okay? What happened? I burned soup, Ebony said flatly. Well, better safe than sorry. Those boys were here in no time. Aren't we lucky to have such a good fire crew? Sandra peered past her toward the kitchen. Do you need help cleaning up? I can bring more zucchini bread. I'm fine, Sandra. Really. Thank you for calling it in. Sandra squeezed her arm and headed back across the street, already pulling out her phone to relay the afternoon's events to whoever would listen first. By tomorrow morning, everyone in Sweetgum would know that Ebony Cole on Birch Street had burned a pot of soup and the fire department came out. It was the kind of story that would follow her to the diner, to Main Street, to Opal's shop. Did you hear about Ebony? She's fine, but can you imagine? Ebony went inside and closed the door. The kitchen smelled like burned stock and humiliation. She opened every window, threw the ruined pot in the trash, and scrubbed the stove until her arms ached. Then she stood in the hallway and looked up at the new smoke detector on the ceiling. Clean, white, blinking its little green light like a steady heartbeat. Jabril had installed it in 30 seconds. He'd stood on her chair, reached up with those long arms, and the thing that she'd put off for months was done, just like that. Easy as anything. She went to the front window and looked out. The truck was gone. Old Mr. Lyle was shuffling back toward his house at the corner. Across the street, Sandra's kitchen light was on, and Ebony could see her moving around behind the curtains, probably already on the phone, spreading the gospel of Ebony's soup disaster to the entire Sweetgum information network. That is never happening again, Ebony thought. She meant the soup. She meant the sirens and the boots in her hallway, and Sandra's concerned face, and the whole terrible visibility of it. She meant all of it. Across the street, Sandra's silhouette paused at her window, and Ebony could have sworn the woman was looking right at her, smiling like she knew something Ebony didn't.
Chapter 2. Monday mornings at Sweetgum High started the same way every week. Jabril unlocked the athletic office at 6:30, turned on the film projector, and spent an hour reviewing Friday's game footage before the hallways filled up. He liked the quiet of the school before students arrived. The building had a different personality when it was empty. Patient, waiting, ready to be useful. He understood that feeling. By 7:15, the first kids started drifting in. Jabril left his office door open because a closed door was a barrier, and barriers were the opposite of what coaching was for. Within 10 minutes, Devonte Harris appeared in the doorway, backpack hanging off one shoulder, half a breakfast sandwich in his hand. Coach, I watched the film from Friday. I was late on that crossing route in the third quarter. I know. You were, Jabril said, leaning back in his chair. What are you going to do about it? Run it 50 times at practice today until my feet remember where they're supposed to be. 40 will do it. Save 10 for the post route. You were sloppy on that too. Devonte groaned but grinned. You see everything. That's my job. Devonte wandered off toward his first class, and Jabril turned back to the projector. He'd already tagged the plays he wanted to review with the team. 12 corrections, 4 highlights. He always made sure the highlights outnumbered the criticisms by a ratio that kept the kids hungry without making them afraid. Coaching was math like that. How much pressure produces growth instead of collapse? Different number for every kid. Mrs. Calloway from the front office appeared with a stack of permission slips and a parent message. Mr. Watts, Terrell Gibson's father called. Wants to know if Terrell is getting enough reps at linebacker. Terrell's getting exactly the reps he's earned. I'll call his father after practice. I told him you'd say that. She set the slips on his desk. Also, the Booster Club wants to meet about the end-of-season banquet. They're talking about doing it at the B&B this year. Tell them I'm available Thursday evening. Already did. Mrs. Calloway smiled and headed back down the hall. She'd been running the front office since before Jabril was a student here, and she operated with the serene efficiency of someone who'd anticipated every question before it was asked. Practice was at 3:30, in the thick September heat that made the field shimmer like the air itself was sweating. Jabril ran drills with his shirt already dark between the shoulder blades, whistle around his neck, clipboard forgotten on the bench because he coached by watching, not by reading. He moved through the players like a current. A hand on a shoulder here, a correction called from across the field there. Knees up, Terrell. Watch your hips on the cut, Devontae. Isaiah, you're telegraphing that throw. Tighten your release. Isaiah Webb, his starting quarterback, jogged over during a water break. Junior, 6'2", with the kind of arm that college scouts would start noticing next year if he kept developing. Coach, can I ask you something? Go ahead. My mom wants me to quit football and focus on academics. She says the scholarship odds aren't worth the injury risk. Jabril took a long drink from his water bottle. This conversation happened every season with at least one family. The math was real. The percentage of high school players who went on to play college ball was small, and the percentage who went pro was microscopic. But the math wasn't the whole story. What do you want? Jabril asked. I want to play, but I don't want to fight with my mom about it. Then don't fight with her. Talk to her. Tell her what football gives you that she can't see from the bleachers. Jabril paused, choosing his words. And if it would help, I'll call her, not to convince her, just to listen to her concerns and share what I see in you as a student athlete. Both parts of that word. Isaiah nodded slowly. Yeah, that might help. Thanks, Coach. He jogged back to the line, and Jabril watched him go, noting the set of his shoulders, the way he carried the weight of his mother's worry alongside his own ambition. 17 years old and already negotiating between the people he loved and the person he wanted to become. Jabril understood that negotiation. He'd been having it with himself for years, just about different things. Tuesday evening was his volunteer shift at the firehouse. Sweetgum Station was a converted garage on the east side of town, big enough for one engine, one rescue truck, and a common room with a fridge, a coffee maker, and a television that only got 4 channels. The crew was 8 volunteers total, rotating in pairs for evening and weekend shifts. Most of them held day jobs, a plumber, a teacher's aide, a guy who worked at the county water authority. Jabril was the only coach. His shift partner was Andre Simmons, who installed heating and cooling systems for a living and had opinions about everything, delivered with the confidence of a man who'd never once wondered if he was talking too much. Quiet night, Andre said, feet up on the table, working through a bag of peanuts. You want to watch the Braves game, or are you going to stare at that clipboard all night? I'm reviewing the safety check log. Jabril flipped through the pages. Every call they responded to got a log entry. Date, address, nature of the call, outcome, follow-up needed. He wasn't looking for anything specific. He was just thorough. That's what he told himself. You know what call I keep thinking about? Andre cracked a peanut. Saturday, the ceramics lady on Birch Street. Jabril looked up from the log. What about it? Both detectors dead, one of them completely disconnected. That's a fire safety conversation somebody should be having with her. We installed new ones. Yeah, but did anybody follow up? Like actually check in? Make sure she didn't pull them back down. She's not going to pull them down, Andre. How do you know? Jabril didn't answer right away. He thought about the woman standing on her porch, arms crossed, clay under her fingernails, looking like she wanted to sink through the floorboards. She hadn't been careless. She'd been distracted, the way people get when they're focused on something that matters more to them than the house around it. He'd seen the studio across the yard when they pulled up. He'd seen the living room shelves lined with figurines. Whatever she'd been doing all day while the soup scorched, it was the thing that mattered to her, and the house was just the place she slept. She seemed like she'd handle it, Jabril said. Seemed like she wanted us gone as fast as possible. That too. Andre tossed a peanut shell at the trash can and missed. I'm just saying, a follow-up wouldn't hurt. Community safety and all that. Jabril turned back to the log. The entry was brief. Birch Street. Smoke from stove. No structural damage. 2 detectors non-functional, replaced on site. He'd written it himself. He closed the log and picked up the TV remote. Braves game. Andre grinned and reached for the peanuts. Wednesday after practice, Jabril drove to his parents' house for dinner. He went every Wednesday and every Sunday. His mother, Patricia, cooked enough food for a family of 8, even though it was just the 3 of them, and his father, Earl, always had the same complaint. Your mother thinks I'm still working construction. I haven't burned that many calories since 2006. You could burn some calories helping me clean up, Patricia said, setting down a platter of smothered chicken. I offered. You said I load the dishwasher wrong. Because you do. Jabril sat at the table he'd grown up eating at, in the chair that had always been his, and let the rhythm of his parents' bickering settle over him like a blanket. They'd been married for 37 years. They argued about the dishwasher and the thermostat and whether Earl needed a new fishing rod or just thought he did. And underneath every argument was the bedrock certainty that they would be having this same conversation in the same kitchen for the rest of their lives. He wanted that. He wouldn't have admitted it out loud, and he wouldn't have known how to explain the specific texture of the wanting. But it lived in him like a low hum, the table, the chair, the someone across from him who loaded the dishwasher wrong and stayed anyway. You're quiet tonight, his mother said, passing him the greens. Just tired, long week. It's Wednesday, long 3 days. She gave him the look that meant she was filing this conversation for later review. Patricia Watts did not forget things, and she did not let her son get away with vague answers indefinitely. But she had the patience to wait for the real answer to surface on its own. After dinner, his father walked him to his truck the way he always did, both of them standing in the driveway for 10 minutes talking about the football team, the weather, the fish that were or weren't biting on the lake. Season's looking good, Earl said. That Webb kid's got an arm. He does. His mother wants him to quit. She's scared. I know. Call her. Let her hear from you that her boy is safe. Earl leaned against the truck bed. Parents need to hear it from someone they trust. You can't tell a mother not to worry, but you can show her she's got someone in her corner. Jabril nodded. His father had a way of making complicated things simple. Not easy, just clear. Parenting advice, marriage advice, life advice, all delivered in the driveway with the same calm authority he used to tell you that the fish were running shallow this week. Night, Pop. Night, son. Tell your mother I said her chicken was perfect. She won't believe it if I say it either. No, but she'll be pleased you tried. Thursday morning, before first period, Jabril sat in his office reviewing Isaiah's stats for the season. The numbers were good. If the kid kept improving at this rate, he'd have a real shot at an all-region nod, which would put him on the radar for college scouts next year. Jabril pulled out his phone and found the contact for Isaiah's mother, Mrs. Webb. He'd call her after practice, when he could give the conversation the time it deserved. He'd listen first, address her concerns, then lay out what he saw in her son, both on the field and off. He'd been doing this for 10 years, making these calls, bridging the gap between a parent's fear and a kid's dream. He was good at it. He was good at showing up for other people, building the case, presenting the evidence, advocating with patience and clarity. He was less good at doing it for himself. That was a thought he didn't follow to its conclusion. He just noted it, the way you note a stiff muscle and stretch it and move on. His phone buzzed. A text from Andre. You ever follow up with the Birch Street lady? Jabril stared at the message. He typed back, not yet. Andre's reply came fast. Somebody should. Those detectors aren't going to test themselves. Jabril set the phone down and looked at the wall across from his desk. Framed team photos from every season he'd coached. 60, 70 kids in those frames, kids he'd taught and pushed and believed in, kids who came back years later to tell him he'd made a difference. He was proud of those photos. They were proof that showing up mattered, that steadiness was its own kind of heroism. He picked up the phone again and typed, I'll handle it. Friday after the game, a win, 24-17. Devontae caught 2 touchdowns, and Isaiah's mother was in the stands for the first time this season. Jabril drove to Miller's hardware store on Main Street. It was almost 9, but Mr. Peterson kept late hours on Fridays because half the town stopped in after the game to buy whatever they'd been meaning to buy all week. The store smelled like wood and paint thinner and the peppermints grievant. Mr. Peterson kept in a bowl by the register. Jabril found the smoke detector aisle and picked up a pack of batteries. Then he picked up an extra detector, the kind with a 10-year sealed battery so she wouldn't have to think about replacing it. Then he stood there holding both items and wondering what he was doing. Community safety, he thought. Any volunteer would do this. This is standard follow-up. He brought the items to the register. Mr. Peterson rang them up without commentary, which was unusual for a man who normally had an opinion about every purchase. Batteries and a detector, Mr. Peterson said. Somebody's house needs looking after. Follow-up from a call last weekend. The Birch Street call, I heard about that. Of course he had. Ebony Cole, right? She does those figurines. My wife bought one for our anniversary. Beautiful work. I wouldn't know, Jabril said, which was mostly true. He'd seen one figurine on a shelf for 5 seconds while walking through her living room. A woman with her head thrown back laughing, caught in the middle of a joy so complete it looked like it might spill off the shelf. He'd noticed it the way you notice a painting in a museum that stops you mid-step. You don't know anything about art, but you know that whatever you're looking at is true. Well, tell her Mr. Peterson says hello, and that my wife wants another one for Christmas. He handed over the bag. You need anything else? That's it, thanks. Jabril took the bag and walked to his truck. The parking lot was half full, Friday night in Sweetgum. He could hear music from somewhere down Main Street, probably the coffee shop's open mic night. A group of his players walked past on the sidewalk, Devontae and Isaiah and a few others still buzzing from the win. Coach, Devontae called, waving. Great game tonight. You did the work, I just watched. You're too humble, Coach, Isaiah said, grinning. Take the credit sometimes. They kept walking, laughing, elbowing each other, high on the kind of uncomplicated happiness that Jabril remembered from being their age and missed in the specific way you miss something you didn't appreciate when you had it. He sat in the truck and set the bag on the passenger seat. Batteries, a detector, a reason to knock on her door. He thought about the way she'd stood on that porch, arms crossed, chin up, mortified but not undone. She'd handled the whole situation with the kind of dignified composure that some people never found, even when they weren't standing in pajamas in front of a fire crew. She'd been gracious and firm and clear. Thank you, I'm fine, please go. She hadn't asked for anything. She hadn't apologized for the inconvenience, which he appreciated because there was no inconvenience. This was literally what the crew existed for. She had clay under her fingernails. He'd noticed that when she opened the door. He'd noticed her hands before he noticed her face, which was unusual for him, and he'd spent the rest of the call aware of those hands, the shape of them, the evidence of her work pressed into her skin. Community safety, he thought again. His phone buzzed. Game was solid tonight. Isaiah looked good. You coming to the cookout Sunday? Jabril typed back, wouldn't miss it. He started the truck. The batteries shifted on the seat beside him. Tomorrow was Saturday. He'd go in the morning, early enough that it felt like a professional follow-up and not a personal visit. He'd bring the batteries and the detector, install them if she'd let him, and leave. Simple. Quick. The kind of thing any responsible volunteer would do. Through the windshield, he could see Devontae and Isaiah still walking down Main Street, their laughter carrying in the night air, light and easy and sure of itself in the way that only 17-year-old laughter can be. Jabril put the truck in gear and pulled out of the lot. He drove past Birch Street on his way home. He didn't slow down. He didn't mean to look. But the studio behind her house had its light on, a warm yellow square glowing in the dark yard, and through the window he could just make out a figure bent over a work table, hands moving, working late on a Friday night while the rest of Sweetgum celebrated a football game she probably hadn't thought about twice. He kept driving. The batteries shifted on the seat beside him, and he knew, without quite admitting it to himself, that they were not really about community safety at all.
Chapter 3. Opal Redman ran the only gift shop on Main Street, a narrow storefront wedged between the flower shop and the post office. She'd been there for 12 years and stocked a mix of local crafts, scented candles, and the kind of decorative signs with inspirational sayings that sold reliably to tourists. Ebony's figurines occupied a shelf near the front window, which Opal called prime real estate, and which Ebony suspected was Opal's way of telling her the pieces were too good to hide in the back. "You're down to 3, Opal said Saturday morning, hands on her hips, surveying the near-empty shelf. The father braiding his daughter's hair went on Tuesday. The fishing boys went Thursday. I had a woman drive an hour from Macon to buy the grandmother in the garden chair." "An hour? She saw your work on Instagram. Said she cried when she saw it in person." Opal took the box Ebony had brought and started unpacking the new pieces with the careful hands of someone who understood fragile things. "You need to raise your prices." "They're priced fine. They're priced like you're apologizing for charging at all." Opal held up a figurine of a young woman sitting cross-legged on a blanket, reading a book, her locks falling forward over her face. "This is art, Ebony. Art that makes people cry from an hour away. You should be charging accordingly." "Can we just put them on the shelf?" Opal gave her a look, but started arranging the new pieces without further argument. They'd had this conversation before. They would have it again. Ebony knew Opal was right, the way she knew a lot of things were right, without being able to act on them. Charging more meant believing the work was worth more. And believing the work was worth more meant believing she was worth more. And that was a chain of logic she preferred not to follow all the way to the end. "Oh, I meant to tell you," Opal said, adjusting the reading girl figurine so the light from the window caught her face. "Mr. Peterson came in last night asking about you. Said his wife wants another piece for Christmas." "Mr. Peterson from the hardware store?" "That's the one. He mentioned you by name. Said he'd talked to somebody about your work recently, and it reminded him how much his wife loved the first one." Ebony made a non-committal sound and helped Opal arrange the rest of the display. She didn't ask who Mr. Peterson had been talking to. It didn't occur to her that it mattered. She was back in the studio by 10, working on the Savannah grandmother again. The kiln needed cleaning, and she had shipping labels to print, and the Nashville couple's commission was due in 2 weeks. But the grandmother kept calling her back. Something about the woman's posture wasn't settled yet. The way she held the child's shoulder. It needed to be protective without being possessive, firm without being heavy. The hand of a woman who'd raised children and grandchildren and knew that holding on too tight was just another way of letting go. Ebony was deep in the hand when she heard the knock. Not at the studio door. At the house, across the yard. She looked up, annoyed at the interruption, and wiped her hands on the cloth draped over her knee. Probably Sandra with more zucchini bread. Or a delivery she'd forgotten about. She crossed the yard and went through the back door, through the kitchen that still faintly smelled like scorched stock, no matter how many times she cleaned it, and opened the front door. Jabril stood on her porch. He was holding a bag from Miller's hardware store in one hand. He was not in turnout gear. He was wearing jeans, running shoes, and a Sweetgum High pullover that fit him the way clothes fit a person whose body was a tool they used and maintained. His shoulders were the width of her doorframe, and he was handsome. She'd known that somewhere in the background, during the fire call, the way you register a fact while your house is full of smoke and strangers, but she hadn't let herself look at it directly. Now, without the emergency to hide behind, it was just right there. Strong jaw, warm brown skin, dark eyes that gave his full attention like it cost him nothing. He looked completely different out of the emergency context, less official, more specific. Less a firefighter, and more this particular man on this particular porch at 10:30 on a Saturday morning. "Morning," he said. Ebony looked at the bag, then at him, then back at the bag. "Are my detectors broken already?" "No, these are upgrades." He reached into the bag and held up a box detector. 10-year sealed battery. You won't have to think about it once it's up. You installed new ones last week. Those were basic units from the truck. These are better. She looked at him. He looked back at her with an expression that was either completely sincere or completely rehearsed, and she couldn't tell which. He didn't seem like a man who rehearsed things. He seemed like a man who just showed up and dealt with whatever he found. "You drove to my house on a Saturday morning to upgrade my smoke detector," she said. "I was in the area." She lived on Birch Street. Nobody was in the area of Birch Street unless they meant to be. It was a dead end. But refusing would make it into something, and Ebony did not want it to be something, so she stepped back and held the door open. "Come in." He was efficient. She noticed that about him during the fire call, too. The way he moved through a task without wasted motion, each step leading to the next, like he'd thought 3 moves ahead. He had the old detector down and the new one mounted in under 5 minutes, standing on the same kitchen chair he'd used last week, reaching up with arms that made the ceiling look lower than it was. She stood in the hallway watching, arms folded, feeling the same supervised awkwardness from the fire call, but without the smoke and the sirens to justify it. At least today she was dressed. Studio clothes, clay on her apron, her hair pulled back in a wrap, but dressed. Not that it mattered what she looked like. Not that she'd thought about what she looked like before she opened the door. He moved to the hallway and swapped that unit too. Tested both. The alarms shrieked and fell silent. And the house felt somehow different with them up there, monitored, watched over, like someone had decided it was worth keeping safe. "All set," Jabril said, stepping down from the chair and tucking it back under the kitchen table. "You shouldn't have to touch these for a decade." "Thank you. You really didn't have to do that." "I know." A pause. The kind of pause that fills a kitchen the way smoke had filled it a week ago, except this was transparent and warm and didn't set off any alarms. "Would you like some coffee?" Ebony heard herself say. The words came out of the part of her brain that handled manners, the part that had been trained by her mother to offer hospitality to anyone who did you a kindness, regardless of whether you wanted them to stay. "I'd like that, if you don't mind." She minded. She also didn't mind at all, and the contradiction sat in her chest like something she'd have to look at later. She made coffee in the old drip pot on the counter. He sat at the kitchen table, in the chair closest to the window, and looked around the room with the observational patience of a man used to watching. Not judging, just taking inventory. She saw him clock the leaning cabinet door, the bare walls, the stack of shipping materials. She saw him not comment on any of it. She set his cup down and sat across from him. The table between them was small enough that their elbows could have touched if either of them had leaned forward. Neither of them did. "So you're the football coach," she said, because somebody had to say something and the silence was starting to develop texture. "Football and track. 10 years now. You like it?" "I love it." He said this without hesitation, without performing it, just a plain fact. "I get to spend my days convincing kids they're better than they think they are. There's no bad version of that." "That's a good way to put it." "What about you? You make the figurines?" She tensed, just slightly. Enough that she noticed it, but hopefully not enough that he did. Her work was the part of her life she was most protective of, and people's reactions to it varied in ways that could sting. Some people didn't take ceramics seriously. Some people looked at figurines and thought craft fair and moved on. Some people said that's nice in a tone that meant that's cute and didn't ask anything else. "I do," she said carefully. "Ceramics, figurines mostly. I saw one last week when we were here, on your shelf in the living room." He said it so casually that it took a second for Ebony to register what he meant. The laughing woman. The one she'd made 3 years ago, the first piece she'd been truly proud of. It sat on the shelf by the window and most people walked right past it. "The woman on the bench," he said. "The one laughing." "You noticed that?" "I noticed it." There was something in the way he said it. Not "I saw it," which was passive, accidental. "I noticed it." Active, deliberate. Like the figurine had reached out from the shelf and tapped him on the shoulder, and he'd stopped to pay attention. Ebony wrapped both hands around her coffee cup. "That was one of my first real pieces, the first one where I felt like I actually caught something true." "What did you catch?" Nobody had ever asked her that. People said it's beautiful, or how long did it take, or do you sell them? Nobody had ever asked what she caught. "Joy," she said, and the word came out quieter than she intended. "The kind that's so big it takes over your whole body, where you forget what you look like and just feel it." He nodded. Not the polite nod of someone waiting for their turn to talk. A real nod, slow and certain, like she'd confirmed something he already suspected. She looked like that, he said, like she'd forgotten anyone was watching. Ebony's throat tightened. She took a sip of coffee to cover it and changed the subject, asking about the football season, which was a safe topic that had nothing to do with joy or bodies or being watched. He followed her lead easily, talking about his team's prospects, a quarterback with potential, the politics of small-town football. He was a good talker when he had a subject, animated without being loud, the kind of person who made you feel like you were the only one in the room. She refilled their cups without being asked and didn't realize she'd done it until she was sitting back down. They talked for an hour. She didn't notice the time passing until the light shifted in the kitchen window and she saw the shadow of the studio falling across the yard. She'd meant to get back to work. She'd meant to give him his coffee and walk him to the door and reclaim her Saturday. "I should let you get back to it," Jabril said, standing. He'd noticed the light too, or maybe he'd noticed her noticing. "Thank you for the coffee. Thank you for the detectors, the upgraded ones." She paused, "and the original ones, and coming back. Anytime." He said it simply, the way he'd said he loved coaching. A plain fact. She walked him to the front door and they stood on the porch for a moment, the wobbling railing between them and the yard. The afternoon was warm, September still holding on to summer. "Have a good weekend." "He's you too." He went down the steps and crossed the yard to his truck. She stayed on the porch, one hand on the railing out of habit, and felt it sway under her palm. She let go. From inside, she watched him through the front window. He got in the truck, sat for a second, then started the engine. As he pulled away from the curb, he looked toward the house one more time. She stepped back from the curtain, even though the angle meant he probably couldn't see her. Probably. She went back to the kitchen. His coffee cup was still on the table, right where he'd left it. A ring of brown at the bottom. The chair he'd sat in was pushed back at the angle he'd left it. She picked up the cup and held it for a moment, then washed it and set it in the rack to dry. She stood at the sink and looked at the cup in the rack, clean and empty, next to her own. 2 cups, side by side. Don't, she thought. She dried her hands and went back to the studio, where the grandmother was waiting with her unfinished hand on the child's shoulder. Through the studio window, she could see the street. His truck was gone. Sandra was outside watering her garden, moving the hose in slow arcs, humming something Ebony could almost hear through the glass. Ebony sat down at her work table, picked up her tools, and tried very hard to think about Clay. Chapter 4. Rochelle's old-fashioned diner on a Tuesday afternoon had the particular hum of a place that had served its lunch rush and was catching its breath. 2 booths still occupied, a couple of regulars at the counter nursing sweet tea, and Malachi behind the register sorting receipts with the calm efficiency of a man who'd been running a dining room since before Ebony moved to town. Ebony. He looked up when she came in and reached for a bag already waiting on the counter. "Got your order right here. Turkey club, extra pickles, side of that potato salad you like." "You're a mind reader, Malachi." "Nah, just been paying attention." He slid the bag toward her. "Amy threw in an extra scoop of the potato salad. Said to tell you it's not optional. She knows I didn't ask for extra. She also knows you've been in that studio all week living on snack food. Her words, not mine." He held up both hands in the universal gesture of a man who knew better than to get between 2 women and an opinion about food. The kitchen window behind him framed Amy's face, her chef's cap slightly crooked, a towel over one shoulder. She leaned on the pass-through and pointed a spatula in Ebony's direction. "When's the last time you did something that wasn't Clay-related? You've been holed up in that studio all week. I haven't seen you on Main Street once." "I get out," Ebony said. "The mailbox doesn't count. I went to Opal's on Saturday and then straight back to the cave." Amy shook her head. "Listen, before you disappear back into your cave, Fall Craft Fair is coming up in about 6 weeks. Are you doing a booth this year? I'm thinking about it. Think harder. Last year you sold out by 2 o'clock and people were disappointed. You should bring double the inventory." "That's a lot of pieces, Amy." "Then you better get to work." She tapped the spatula on the window ledge. "And eat that potato salad. All of it. Ebony took her bag and waved goodbye to Malachi, who was already greeting the next customer. Outside, Main Street was doing its usual Tuesday thing. A few people on the sidewalks, Mr. Peterson sweeping the steps of the hardware store, the florist arranging a display of fall mums in galvanized buckets. Sweetgum in September was a postcard that didn't know it was a postcard, which was what made it one. She drove home with the windows down and the radio off, her mind already back in the studio before her body got there. The studio smelled the way it always smelled: damp clay, mineral dust, and the faint residual heat from the kiln. Ebony had converted the shed herself over the course of a year, insulating the walls, running proper wiring, installing the ventilation system that kept the air moving without drying out the clay too fast. Her father had helped with the electrical. He'd driven down from Macon, spent a weekend crawling through the walls with wire and conduit, and left saying he didn't understand what she was doing with her life, but the wiring was up to code. The space was small, but organized the way she needed it. Wheel by the window for the best light. Work table against the far wall where she did her hand building and detail work. Shelves lining both sides, stacked with pieces in various stages. Raw clay waiting to be shaped, bisque-fired pieces waiting for glaze, finished figurines waiting for customers, or the consignment shelf at Opal's shop. The shelves were her favorite part, not because of the organization, though she liked that too, but because of what lived on them. An old man on a park bench feeding pigeons, his hat pulled low, one leg crossed over the other. A teenage girl mid-cartwheel, braids flying, caught in a moment of pure, reckless freedom. A couple in a kitchen, his arms around her waist from behind, her head tilted back against his shoulder, both of them looking at something out of frame. A woman with a baby on her hip, the baby's fist wrapped around a strand of her mother's hair, both of them laughing at something only they knew about. Black life. Ordinary, specific, daily black life, rendered in clay with the kind of attention most people reserved for things they considered important. That was the whole point, had been the point since she'd first sat down at a wheel in a community art class in Macon and discovered that her hands could do something her mouth never could: say what she actually meant. She'd been working a bookkeeping job she didn't hate but didn't love, dating a man named Derek who was pleasant and present and never once looked at her like she'd knocked the wind out of him. It wasn't a bad relationship. That was the problem. It wasn't bad enough to leave and wasn't good enough to stay, and Ebony had spent the whole time in the in-between, wondering if this was just what love felt like when you were a woman who didn't turn heads. Derek was kind. He brought her flowers on her birthday. He told her she looked nice when she dressed up, but he said it the way you compliment a coworker's new haircut, with warmth that had nothing underneath it. She never caught him staring at her across a room. She never walked in and saw his face change, that involuntary shift that happens when someone you want appears. He looked at her the same way he looked at everyone, evenly, pleasantly, without hunger. She'd taken the ceramics class on a whim, signed up at the community center because the Tuesday night slot fit her schedule and the description said no experience necessary. The instructor was a woman named Claudette, with long gray locks and paint under every fingernail, who looked at Ebony's first clumsy attempt at a bowl and said, "You have good hands, strong, patient. Those are the two things you can't teach." Ebony went back the next week, and the next, and the one after that. Within a month, she'd stopped making bowls and started making people. Small figures, rough at first, barely more than shapes with faces. But something about them was alive. Claudette noticed before Ebony did. "You see bodies," Claudette told her, holding up a figure Ebony had made of a woman sitting on a stoop with her knees drawn up. "Most beginners sculpt ideas. You sculpt actual people." It was the first time anyone had ever told Ebony she saw something other people didn't. Within a year, the ceramics had taken over. She quit the bookkeeping job. She and Derek ended, not with a fight, but with a conversation so calm it felt like closing out a bank account. He said he wanted her to be happy. She said she wanted that too. Neither of them cried. She moved out of their shared apartment and into a smaller place where she could set up a work table and she spent months making figurines and selling them at weekend markets and eating rice and beans and wondering if she'd made the worst decision of her life or the best one. Both, it turned out. The way most real decisions work. She'd found Sweetgum by accident. A friend mentioned a small town in Georgia where the cost of living was low and the community was tight, and there was a shop on Main Street that sold local art. Ebony had driven down on a Saturday, walked Main Street end to end, eaten lunch at the diner, and felt something settle in her chest like a key turning in a lock. By the end of the month, she'd signed a lease on the little house on Birch Street. By the end of the year, she'd converted the shed and installed the kiln. Years later, she was still here, still making her people. Still eating lunch at the counter while Amy fussed over whether she was taking care of herself, and still driving home with her mind already in the clay. The Savannah grandmother was finished. Ebony had shipped her out that morning, wrapped in tissue paper and bubble wrap, and cradled in a box like the precious cargo she was. The client had already emailed twice asking for tracking information. Ebony smiled every time she thought about that woman opening the box and seeing her mother's face looking back at her, church hat and all. The Nashville couple was coming along. She had their hands right, the way they reached for each other across the table, fingers almost touching, the space between them charged with all the things they hadn't said yet. She'd finish them by the end of the week. But today, she was working on something new. She sat at the work table with a block of clay and no commission, no customer, no deadline. Just an image in her head that had been forming for days. The way her best pieces always started, not as a plan, but as a feeling that slowly took on a shape. A woman on a porch, standing, not sitting, arms crossed over her chest, looking outward, past the edge of the porch, past the yard, towards something the viewer couldn't see. She was solid and still and self-contained, her weight settled into her hips, her chin level, her expression neither happy nor unhappy, guarded, watchful, waiting for nothing, because she'd stopped expecting anything to arrive. Ebony built the body first. She always started with the body. Wide hips, thick arms, the kind of build that clothes were not designed for and that she rendered without apology. The woman's feet were planted, her shoulders were square. She stood on that porch like she owned it, even if the porch was falling apart around her. The arms took the longest. Crossed arms could read so many ways: defensive, angry, cold, closed off. But the version Ebony was after was different. These arms were crossed the way you cross them when you're holding yourself together. When the hug you need isn't coming from anyone else, so you provide it yourself. Self-sufficient, sure, but also lonely. The kind of lonely that's so familiar it starts to feel like a personality trait instead of a wound. She worked for 2 hours without stopping, bending close to the clay, smoothing with her thumb, scraping with a fine wire tool, stepping back to look, leaning in again. The woman's body took shape under her hands, broad and grounded and real. Ebony gave her a skirt that fell just below the knee and a blouse with the sleeves pushed up, the kind of outfit a woman puts on when she's not dressing for anyone but still wants to feel like herself. She didn't connect the figurine to herself. She didn't think about standing on her own porch with her arms crossed, watching a fire truck pull away. She didn't think about Saturday morning, standing in the hallway while a man she barely knew installed smoke detectors on her ceiling with arms that made the task look effortless. She didn't think about how handsome he was, how she'd opened the door and there he'd been, out of context, specific, with a jaw that could have been sculpted and eyes that gave their full attention like it cost him nothing. She didn't think about the way he'd sat at her kitchen table and talked about coaching like it was a love letter to every kid he'd ever believed in. And she didn't think about the way he'd said, "I noticed it," about the laughing woman on her shelf, with a weight in the word that turned "noticed" into something closer to "couldn't look away." She didn't think about any of that, because thinking about it would mean something, and she had learned a long time ago not to let it mean something. Men who looked like Jabril Watts, fit and steady and handsome in that easy, unconstructed way that made you believe it was just how he woke up, did not think about women who looked like Ebony Cole. That wasn't bitterness. It was arithmetic. She'd done the math her whole life, and the answer had always come back the same. He was a nice man who helped people. That was his whole thing. He coached kids and volunteered at the fire station and showed up at strangers' houses with batteries and good intentions. She was a person he'd helped. That was the entire story, and she was not going to turn it into something else just because she was lonely and his hands were gentle and he'd looked at her figurine like it mattered. Stop it, she told herself. She pressed her thumb into the clay woman's shoulder and smoothed it down. The figure was taking shape. The crossed arms were right now. Protective, not hostile. Holding together, not shutting out. The face was still rough, just the suggestion of features, but the body was done. Solid and beautiful and alone. Ebony covered the piece with a damp cloth and sat back on her stool. The studio was quiet. Through the window, she could see the house across the yard, the porch with the railing he'd fixed, except he hadn't fixed it yet because that was next Saturday's excuse. The new smoke detectors blinking their green lights inside. She picked up her tools and started cleaning them one by one. The methodical ritual that closed every work session. Scraping the dried clay from the wire tools, wiping down the work table, wringing out the cloths and hanging them to dry. The light shifted in the window. Late afternoon sliding toward evening. She should eat something. She should go inside and make real food, not crackers, and sit at the kitchen table where 2 coffee cups had been drying side by side in the rack until she'd put one away this morning. She'd left his cup in the rack for 3 days before she put it back in the cabinet. She didn't examine why. Mrs. Jenkins came by on Thursday. She arrived the way she always arrived, without announcement, walking up the gravel path to the studio door with her cane in one hand and a tin of shortbread cookies in the other. She was small and sharp, with silver hair she wore in a crown of braids, and a wardrobe that consisted entirely of bright colors and strong opinions. She'd been a quilter most of her life, shown her work in galleries, and retired to Sweetgum because she said the light was good and nobody bothered her about deadlines anymore. She'd found Ebony's work at Opal's shop not long after Ebony moved to town and had walked straight to the studio to introduce herself. "You have a real eye," she'd said, standing in the doorway, examining the shelves with the intensity of someone who took craft seriously. "Most people who sculpt figures are making dolls. You're making portraits." They'd been friends ever since, the kind of friendship that didn't require constant maintenance, just the occasional visit, a tin of cookies, and the understanding that they were both women who'd built their lives around making things with their hands. "I brought shortbread," Mrs. Jenkins said, setting the tin on the work table. "And don't tell me you're too busy. Amy said you've barely been out of this studio all week." "Amy talks too much. Amy pays attention. There's a difference." Mrs. Jenkins settled herself on the spare stool, the one Ebony kept in the corner for exactly this purpose, and looked around the studio. "What are you working on?" "A few things. The Nashville Commission, some new inventory for Opal." Ebony pulled the cloth off the porch woman. "And this." Mrs. Jenkins leaned forward, both hands on the top of her cane. She looked at the figurine for a long time without speaking. Her eyes moved from the planted feet to the crossed arms to the unfinished face, reading the piece the way she read everything, with patience and precision and the refusal to say something before she decided what she actually thought. "Who is she?" Mrs. Jenkins asked. "Nobody specific, just a woman on a porch." Mrs. Jenkins tilted her head. "She looks like she's waiting for someone." "She's not waiting for anyone." "I didn't say she knew she was waiting." Mrs. Jenkins straightened up and reached for the shortbread tin, prying off the lid with practiced hands. "That's a lovely piece, Ebony. You've got the weight just right. She feels real." She held out the tin. "Cookie?" Ebony took a cookie and sat down across from her. They ate shortbread and talked about the craft fair, about the quilt Mrs. Jenkins was finishing for her granddaughter, about whether Opal was going to expand the local artists section in the shop or keep it the same size. Easy talk. The kind of conversation that flows between 2 women who like each other and don't need to prove it. When Mrs. Jenkins left, she paused in the doorway and looked back at the figurine one more time. "You know what I notice about your work?" she said. "Your women are always the bravest thing in the room. even the ones who don't know it yet. She tapped her cane on the threshold. Especially those. She walked down the gravel path toward the street, her bright yellow cardigan catching the last of the afternoon light. Ebony watched her go, then turned back to the porch woman on the work table. The crossed arms, the planted feet, the unfinished face that didn't know yet what expression it would wear. She's not waiting for anyone, Ebony told herself again. Through the studio window, Mrs. Jenkins was halfway down the block, cane swinging, moving at the pace of a woman who had nowhere to be and all the time in the world to get there.
Chapter 5. Miller's hardware store on a Saturday morning was its own kind of church. The regulars filed in with their coffee and their project lists, greeted Mr. Peterson at the register, and wandered the aisles with the unhurried reverence of men who believed a well-organized hardware store was proof that God existed and cared about socket sizes. Jabril had been coming here since he was a kid, trailing his father down the paint aisle, learning the difference between Flathead and Phillips before he could tie his shoes. Mr. Peterson had run the place back then too, thinner and darker-haired, but with the same way of watching customers over his reading glasses like he was waiting for them to confess something. "Morning, Coach." Mr. Peterson leaned on the counter. "What's the project today?" "Porch railing," Jabril said. He set his items on the counter: wood filler, medium grit sandpaper, a bag of galvanized screws, a tube of wood glue. Loose posts, some rot at the base, shouldn't take long. "Your place?" "No." Mr. Peterson waited. When Jabril didn't elaborate, the old man rang up the items one by one, slowly, leaving room for the explanation that wasn't coming. "Wood filler, sandpaper, screws, and glue," he said, bagging them. "Either you're fixing a railing or you're building the world's most responsible art project." He pushed the bag across the counter. "Whoever's railing it is, tell them Mr. Peterson says hello. I'll pass that along. And tell them the peppermints are fresh this week, in case they stop by." Jabril took the bag and walked out before Mr. Peterson could ask anything else. Behind him, he heard the old man greet the next customer with the same pleasant interrogation he applied to everyone. "Morning. What are we working on today?" In the truck, Jabril set the bag on the passenger seat next to the toolbox he'd already loaded from the garage. He had a level, a drill, a pry bar, and a handsaw. More than he'd need, probably. But he liked being prepared. Being prepared meant he wouldn't have to leave and come back. Being prepared meant he could stay as long as the work required. He started the engine and pulled onto Main Street. The morning was warm, early September, still pretending to be August, and the town was waking up around him. The coffee shop had its doors propped open. A couple of his players were at the bench outside the post office, heads bent over a phone, laughing at something. One of them looked up, saw his truck, and waved. Jabril waved back. He turned onto Birch Street, and the noise of Maine fell away. Quieter here. Older trees, smaller houses, the road narrowing to a dead end at a fence line backed by woods. Her house was the third from the end, the little white one with the studio in the yard. He pulled up to the curb and sat for a moment, hands on the wheel. "You're fixing a railing," he told himself. "That's all this is." He got out and started unloading. She opened the door before he knocked. She must have heard the truck, or maybe she'd been watching from the window, though she didn't seem like the kind of woman who watched from windows. She was in her studio clothes again, an oversized button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, the fabric catching at her hips where the oversized part gave up and followed the curve of her body instead. Paint or clay or something had dried along the hem. Her hair was wrapped in a blue scarf. She stood in the doorway with her arms crossed and looked at him, then at the toolbox, then at the bag from the hardware store, then back at him. "What are you doing?" she said. "Your railing's loose." "I know it's loose. I brought supplies to fix it." He set the toolbox down on the porch. "The posts are soft at the base, probably moisture damage. I can reinforce them, fill the rot, tighten the whole thing up." "I didn't ask you to do that." "I know." She looked at him with an expression he was learning to read, though he wasn't sure he was reading it right. Not annoyed exactly, not pleased either. Something in between, like she was trying to figure out whether to be irritated or grateful and hadn't committed to either one. You just show up at people's houses and fix things, she said. It wasn't a question. Not people's houses. Your house. The words came out before he thought about them, and he heard what they sounded like half a second too late. He covered it by reaching for the pry bar. The railing wobbles every time you lean on it. One good storm and it's coming off entirely. She stood in the doorway for another long moment. Then she stepped back, not inviting him in this time, but not closing the door either. She walked to the porch steps and sat down on the top one, tucking her knees to the side, settling in like a woman who intended to supervise. The afternoon light caught the brown of her skin where the shirt opened at her collar, warm and smooth, and he looked away before she noticed him looking. "Go ahead then," she said. He went to work. The railing was worse than he'd thought. The bottom of the left post had gone spongy from ground contact, and two of the balusters were cracked where the wood had dried and split. He pried the worst pieces loose, filled the solid sections with wood filler, and sanded down the rough spots. The drill whined as he sank new screws into the joints. He worked the way he always worked, steady and focused, his hands sure of what they were doing, even when the rest of him wasn't. She watched for a while without talking. He felt her attention the way you feel sunlight on the back of your neck, not burning, just present. Then she started asking questions. "Where'd you learn to do this?" "My father, he worked construction before he retired, taught me and my brother the basics when we were kids." He countered a screw and tightened it. "I'm not a carpenter, but I can fix most things that don't require permits." "You have a brother?" "Older? He's outside Atlanta." "Are you close?" "Close enough. We talk every couple of weeks. He comes down for Thanksgiving." He moved to the second post and tested it with his hand. Solid. "What about you? You have family?" "My parents are in Macon, a sister in Charlotte." She paused. "We're close in the way that people are close when they love each other and don't understand each other at all." He laughed, a short sound that surprised him. "That's family. That's family," she agreed. The conversation found its rhythm after that. She asked him how he'd ended up coaching, and he told her about playing in high school, going to college on an academic scholarship, coming back because the position opened up and because Sweetgum was home in a way he'd never been able to explain to anyone who didn't already feel it. She asked about his players, and he talked about Devontae and Isaiah and the quiet satisfaction of watching a kid run a route he'd been struggling with for weeks and finally get it right. She asked what he did in the off-season, and he told her about track, about the honesty of a sport that was just you and the clock. No teammates to blame, no strategy to hide behind. She listened the way she did everything, with her whole self. She didn't fidget, she didn't check her phone, she didn't steer the conversation toward herself or wait for gaps to fill with her own stories. She just listened, leaned forward slightly on the porch step, her chin resting on her hand, those clay-stained fingers curled against her cheek, and gave him the kind of attention that made him feel like what he was saying actually mattered. He couldn't remember the last time someone had listened to him like that. His players listened because he was their coach. His parents listened because they loved him. Andre listened between peanuts and opinions. But this was different. She was listening because she wanted to, and the wanting made everything he said feel more important than it was. He finished the railing and tested it, leaning his full weight on each section. Solid. No wobble, no give, no sway. He ran his hand along the top rail and felt the smooth grain under his palm, sturdy and clean. "Done," he said. She stood up from the step and walked over. She put both hands on the railing and pushed. It didn't move. She pushed harder. Nothing. "That's the first time I've leaned on this railing without worrying it would dump me in the bushes," she said, and there was something in her voice that he couldn't name, a softness she probably didn't mean to let through. "It'll hold," he said. "I used galvanized screws. They won't rust." She was standing close to him, close enough that he could see the dried clay in the creases of her knuckles, the faint line of a scar along her left thumb, the way her hand looked resting on the railing he'd just fixed. Her hands were where his attention had started, but it hadn't stayed there. He saw all of her now, the full curve of her hips in those loose studio pants. The softness of her arms below the rolled-up sleeves, the way the open collar of her shirt framed her throat and the warm brown skin below it. She was beautiful in a way that she clearly didn't know about, and that was the part he couldn't get past. She carried herself like she was trying to take up less room, and he wanted to tell her to take up more. She sculpted women with bodies like hers and made them look like they owned the world. He wished she'd give herself the same grace. He wanted to watch those hands work. He wanted to sit in her studio and watch her make something from start to finish, just to see what happened in her face when the clay became a person. That's not why you're here, he reminded himself. But the reminder was getting thinner every Saturday. She brought coffee out to the porch without being asked. 2 mugs, one of them the same one he'd used last time, set on the railing that could hold them now. She sat on the top step again, and he sat 1 step down, his back against the post he'd just reinforced, close enough that his shoulder was near her knee. The afternoon opened up around them the way Sweetgum afternoons did, slow and warm, the light going gold through the trees. They talked about the town, about the craft fair coming up, about whether Mr. Peterson would ever retire, or whether he'd just keep running the hardware store until the building gave out around him. She was funny. He'd noticed that the first time, the dry, sideways observations that came out of nowhere and landed perfectly, but it kept catching him off guard. She said things with such a straight face that the humor arrived a half second after the words, like a delayed punchline. You know he's going to interrogate you about whose railing you fixed. She said, he already tried. I didn't give him anything. In this town, that's practically a confession. She sipped her coffee. By Monday, Sandra will have a theory. By Wednesday, the whole street will know you've been here twice. 3 times, he said. The fire call, the detectors, and now. 3 times. She looked at her coffee cup. People are going to talk. People already talk. That's what Sweetgum does. Sweetgum talks about things that are interesting. A football coach fixing a stranger's porch railing is interesting. He turned his head and looked up at her. She was looking straight ahead, out at the street, her profile caught in the late afternoon light. Her jaw was set in that guarded way she had, the way that said she was already bracing for whatever came next. He wanted to tell her she didn't need to brace. He wanted to say that the talking didn't bother him, that he didn't care what Sandra or Mr. Peterson or anyone on Birch Street thought about his truck parked outside her house. What he said was, "You're not a stranger." She glanced down at him. A quick look, not long enough for him to read, and then back to the street. We've had coffee twice. 3 times, if you count the fire. I wasn't serving coffee during the fire. I was trying not to die of embarrassment. You hid it well. I didn't hide it at all. The corner of her mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but the ghost of one. I was mortified, and everyone knew it. You were poised, he said. You thanked the crew and handled the whole thing with more composure than most people manage when they're fully dressed and expecting company. She went quiet. He could feel her processing that, turning it over, deciding what to do with it. He'd learned that about her, too. The way she held compliments at arm's length and examined them from every angle before deciding whether to let them in. Most people accepted compliments or deflected them. She interrogated them. They sat like that for a while, not talking, the coffee cooling in their mugs, the shadows stretching across the yard. Through the studio window across the way, he could see the shelves lined with her figurines. Too far away to make out the details, but close enough to see the shapes. All those people she'd made. All those lives she'd noticed and rendered in clay. He thought about the laughing woman on her living room shelf, the one who'd forgotten anyone was watching. He thought about the way Ebony had described what she'd caught in that piece. Joy, the kind that takes over your whole body. He wondered if she'd ever felt that herself, that specific kind of joy, the kind where you forget what you look like and just feel it. He suspected she hadn't. He suspected she was always aware of being watched, always conscious of the space she took up, and that the laughing woman was something she could give to clay, but not to herself. He wanted to be the reason she forgot. The thought arrived so clearly that it startled him, and he took a long drink of coffee to give himself something to do with his mouth that wasn't saying it. "You're fixing a railing," he told himself again. "You're being a good neighbor. That's what this is." But he'd said it himself 10 minutes ago, without thinking, not people's houses, your house. And the truth of that was sitting right next to him on the porch step, holding her coffee cup in those capable, clay-dusted hands, and he didn't know what to do about it except keep showing up. He looked at his phone. Almost 4. They'd been on the porch for nearly 2 hours, and it felt like 20 minutes. "I should let you get back to your studio," he said. He didn't want to. He stood up anyway. "Thank you for the railing." She stood too, her hand going to the rail automatically, and this time it held. She looked down at her hand on the solid wood like she was surprised by the steadiness of it. "Really, thank you. Any time." He gathered his tools, loaded the truck, and backed out of his parking spot. She was still on the porch, one hand on the railing, her coffee cup in the other, watching him the way she'd watched the fire truck pull away that first Saturday. Except this time, she wasn't gripping anything. She was just standing there, her weight settled into her hips, her posture open in a way it hadn't been before. He lifted 2 fingers off the steering wheel in the Sweetgum wave, and she raised her mug in return. At the end of Birch Street, he turned onto the main road and glanced in the rearview mirror. She was still on the porch. Small in the distance, the blue scarf bright against the white house, but he could make out her hand resting on the railing. His phone buzzed on the passenger seat. He checked it at the next stop sign. "Game plan for Tuesday's shift? Also, my cousin wants to know if you're single. She saw you at the game." Jabril typed back. "Focus on the game plan. Tell your cousin I'm busy." "Busy with what?" "It's Saturday afternoon." He didn't answer. He set the phone down and drove home with the windows open, the warm September air filling the cab, the smell of sawdust and wood filler still on his hands.
Chapter 6. Friday night in Sweetgum smelled like popcorn and cut grass and the particular electricity of a small town that had exactly one thing to do on a fall evening. The stadium wasn't really a stadium. It was a set of aluminum bleachers on either side of a football field that the booster club mowed and lined with paint every Thursday afternoon. But on Friday nights, with the lights on and the crowd filling in and the marching band warming up behind the end zone, it felt like the center of the world. Ebony hadn't planned to come. She'd been in the studio until 6, finishing the Nashville couple's hands, and she'd meant to keep working through the evening. But Mrs. Jenkins had called at 5:30 with the particular tone she used when she wasn't asking. "I'll be at your house at 6:15. Wear comfortable shoes. I'm working tonight." "You're working every night. Tonight you're sitting in the fresh air and watching some football." "I don't know anything about football." "Neither do I. I go for the band and the gossip. 6:15. She'd hung up before Ebony could argue, which was how most conversations with Mrs. Jenkins ended, with Mrs. Jenkins getting exactly what she wanted and Ebony wondering how it had happened. So here she was, tucked into the bleachers on the home side between Mrs. Jenkins and a woman named Dorothy, who taught Sunday school at First Baptist and had opinions about everything from the referee's eyesight to the quarterback's throwing motion. The bleachers were packed, the kind of seating designed by someone who had never sat in it, narrow aluminum planks with no backs and barely enough room between rows for a person to breathe. Ebony sat with her knees angled sideways, her arms close to her body, doing the familiar math of fitting herself into a space that hadn't accounted for her. She'd been doing that math her whole life. At some point, it had become automatic, the way breathing was automatic, something you didn't notice until someone pointed it out. "You need more room, baby. Just say so," Dorothy said, shifting over without waiting for an answer. These bleachers were built by men with no hips and no sense. "I'm fine," Ebony said. "You're polite is what you are. Scoot." Ebony scooted. Mrs. Jenkins, on her other side, said nothing but pressed her knee gently against Ebony's in solidarity. The 3 of them settled in, a row of women with nowhere to be except right here, watching a game 2 of them didn't understand, while a third one narrated every play like a seasoned sportscaster. "That's the Webb boy at quarterback," Dorothy said, pointing. "Isaiah." Good arm, but he holds the ball too long. His mama's up there in the third row. She's a wreck every game, bless her heart. Why does she come if it worries her? Ebony asked. Because she loves that boy more than she's afraid for him. That's what mothers do. The band played the fight song. The crowd stood. Ebony stood with them, surrounded by the noise and the light and the communal heartbeat of a town that loved its team the way it loved everything, fully and loudly and without reservation. She looked toward the sideline and found Jabril without trying. He was pacing the edge of the field, headset on, clipboard in one hand, his body angled toward the play, even when his head was turned to talk to an assistant coach. He was wearing a Sweetgum High polo, dark pants, sneakers that had seen a lot of turf. He looked nothing like the man who'd sat on her porch, step drinking coffee and talking about track. That man had been warm and easy and patient. This man was coiled, intense. His whole body hummed with a focus that she recognized because she felt the same thing when she was deep in a piece. That state where the world narrows to the work in front of you and everything else goes quiet. He was in his element, and it was something to see. The game started, and Ebony tried to follow it. She really did. Dorothy was a dedicated commentator, explaining downs and formations and why the referee was wrong about that holding call. But the mechanics of football kept sliding off Ebony's brain like water off clay. She understood the basic shape of it. Move the ball, cross the line, score points. But the details blurred and her attention kept drifting to the sideline. She watched Jabril crouch down next to a player who'd just dropped a pass. The kid's head was hanging, his shoulders caved in, his body a monument to failure. Jabril got low, put a hand on the kid's shoulder pad, and said something close to his ear. Ebony couldn't hear the words from the bleachers, but she could see the effect. The kid's head came up. His shoulders squared. He nodded once, hard, and jogged back onto the field like he'd been recharged. She watched Jabril high-five the entire bench after a touchdown, moving down the line of players with his hand outstretched, every slap deliberate, every kid seen. She watched him argue a call with enough heat to draw a yellow flag, throwing his hands up and stepping onto the field, and then accept the penalty with a grin and a shrug that made the crowd laugh and the referee shake his head. She watched him stand at the edge of the field with his arms crossed, that same stance she knew from her own body, and read the game in front of him like it was a language only he was fluent in. The way his weight shifted before a play, leaning slightly forward, his whole frame tensed with anticipation. The way his hands moved when he called something to a player, precise and urgent and alive. She wasn't watching the game. She was watching him. She knew this. She knew what she was doing, sitting in these bleachers with her eyes tracking one man instead of the ball, and she filed it carefully in the drawer marked Curiosity and closed the drawer and told herself it didn't mean anything. You came because Mrs. Jenkins asked you to, she thought. You're watching him because he's the only person on that field you know. That's all. Next to her, Mrs. Jenkins sat with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes on the field, saying absolutely nothing in the loudest way possible. The game went on. Sweetgum scored again, and the bleachers erupted. Dorothy grabbed Ebony's arm and shook it. Did you see that? That Webb boy threw it 40 yards. Ebony had not seen it. She'd been watching the coach. Halftime came and went. The band played. The cheerleaders did a routine that involved a pyramid and a near disaster that resolved itself at the last second. Dorothy went to get coffee and came back with 3 cups, handing one to Mrs. Jenkins and one to Ebony without asking. Ebony wrapped her hands around the styrofoam and drank, grateful for something to do with her hands that wasn't clasping them in her lap. The second half was tighter. The other team scored twice, and the crowd went quiet in the particular way a small-town crowd goes quiet when the outcome they assumed was certain starts to slip. Jabril called a timeout, gathered his players in a tight circle on the sideline, and spoke to them with a calm intensity that Ebony could feel from 50 yards away. When the players broke the huddle, they came back onto the field looking different, sharper, more certain. They scored on the next drive, and the bleachers shook. Sweetgum won. The final score flashed on the old scoreboard, and the crowd poured down from the bleachers and onto the field in a wave that Ebony got caught in before she could decide whether she wanted to be caught. Bodies moving around her, kids running, parents calling names, the band launching into the fight song again. She was carried toward the sideline by the current of the crowd, Mrs. Jenkins's hand on her elbow, Dorothy already gone to find someone she knew. And then Jabril saw her. He was standing near the bench, accepting a handshake from an assistant coach, his face still lit with the high of the win. His eyes swept the crowd the way they swept the field, reading, cataloging, taking inventory, and they landed on her. His face did something she didn't know how to read. A quick, unguarded brightening, like a light somebody had turned on before the switch could be covered. He smoothed it almost immediately, but she'd seen it, and it sat in her chest like a coal she didn't know what to do with. He walked over. He was still sweating, the polo dark at the collar and between his shoulders. His energy different from the porch version of him. Bigger, more electric, his body still running on the frequency of the game. He was handsome in his Saturday clothes, but he was something else entirely like this, radiating purpose and joy. And Ebony felt a pull in her stomach that she refused to name. "Didn't know you were a football fan," he said. He was slightly out of breath. His eyes were bright. "I'm not," she said. "Mrs. Jenkins kidnapped me." He laughed, a real one, quick and warm, the kind of laugh that came from genuine surprise. "Did you understand any of it?" "Dorothy explained every play. I retained none of it." "But you stayed for the whole game." "The band was good." He grinned. Around them, the post-game chaos swirled, players whooping, parents hugging, the PA system crackling with static. None of it touched the small, still space between them. "Your quarterback is special," she said. "I don't know anything about football, but I know what it looks like when someone's in their gift. He has that." Something shifted in his face. The coach's pride, quiet and deep, the kind that had nothing to do with the scoreboard. "Yeah," he said. "He does. And the kid who dropped the pass in the first half. Whatever you said to him worked. He came back different." Jabril looked at her with an expression she'd seen once before, across her kitchen table, when she'd told him what she'd caught in the laughing woman figurine. Like she'd said something that mattered, and he needed a second to absorb it. "You noticed that," he said. "I noticed." The word landed between them the same way it had landed in her kitchen, heavy with its own echo. "I noticed it." That's what he'd said about her figurine. She heard the callback and felt her face warm. "I'm glad you came," he said. It was simple and unhurried, like he wanted her to hear it clearly before the crowd swallowed him back up. Before she could figure out what to do with that, a man in a Booster Club polo appeared at Jabril's shoulder. "Coach Watts, my wife wants to shake your hand. She's been saying all season that the program's never looked this good." "I'll catch you later," Jabril said to Ebony, like it was a fact and not a question. Then he turned to the parent, switching into his public mode, the gracious coach who thanked every parent and meant it. But as he stepped away, he looked back over his shoulder at Ebony. Just a glance, quick and direct, his eyes finding hers across the growing distance between them. She was already turning to go. Mrs. Jenkins had materialized beside her, cane in hand, bright scarf wrapped against the evening chill. She took Ebony's arm and steered her toward the parking lot with the calm authority of a woman who had seen everything she needed to see. They walked in silence across the grass, the stadium lights fading behind them, the noise of the crowd thinning to a hum. Ebony waited for Mrs. Jenkins to say something, a comment, an observation, a carefully aimed question. Mrs. Jenkins said nothing. She just walked, her cane tapping the pavement, her hand steady on Ebony's arm, her silence so full of knowing that it practically had a heartbeat. They reached Ebony's car. Mrs. Jenkins let go of her arm and looked up at her in the parking lot light. "Good game," she said simply. "I thought you didn't know anything about football." "I don't." Mrs. Jenkins smiled, small and certain, the kind of smile that saw right through you and wasn't sorry about it. "I was talking about something else entirely." She patted Ebony's arm and walked to her own car, her yellow scarf catching the light, her cane swinging. At her car door, she turned back and gave Ebony one last look, warm and knowing and completely unapologetic, before she got in and pulled away.
Chapter 7. Rochelle's diner at 9 on a Saturday morning was half full and all gossip. Jabril stood at the counter waiting for his order while Malachi made change for the customer ahead of him, and two women in the nearest booth discussed somebody's cousin's wedding in voices they thought were quiet and absolutely were not. He hadn't planned to stop here. He'd been heading straight to Birch Street, the same way he'd headed there the last 2 Saturdays, when he'd passed the diner and pulled over without thinking about it. She always made the coffee. It occurred to him somewhere between the parking spot and the counter that he could bring it this time. Malachi set 2 to-go cups on the counter. 2 coffees. He looked at Jabril. Hot date? Just coffee. 2 coffees. 1 for me, 1 for a friend. Malachi took his cash and made change. From the kitchen, Amy's face appeared in the pass-through window. She didn't say anything. She just looked at Jabril, looked at the bag with 2 coffees, and raised one eyebrow 1/4 of an inch. Then she disappeared back into the kitchen. Jabril took the cups and left before anyone else could do arithmetic with his order. He drove to Birch Street with the coffees wedged in the cup holders and a ladder strapped to the truck bed. Today's reason was gutters. September meant leaves, and leaves meant clogged gutters, and clogged gutters meant water damage. It was a legitimate concern. Any responsible homeowner would want their gutters checked before fall set in. It wasn't his house. He wasn't responsible for her gutters. He was aware of these facts and chose not to engage with them. She opened the door in her studio clothes, a paint-flecked t-shirt tucked into loose pants, her hair in a scarf, her hands already showing clay from whatever she'd been working on before he knocked. She looked at the ladder in his truck bed and then at him. Gutters, he said. Gutters, she repeated. Leaves are going to be a problem in another few weeks. Better to clean them out now than deal with water backing up under the eaves. She looked at him for a beat longer than necessary, her expression hovering in that space between amusement and resignation that he was beginning to recognize as her version of letting him in. I need to get back to work, she said. You know where everything is. She went inside, and he heard the back door open and close as she crossed to the studio. He stood on the porch for a moment, holding nothing, needing nothing, his excuse already propped against the truck bed, and his real reason walking across the yard with clay on her hands. The gutters took 40 minutes. They were as bad as he'd expected, packed with decomposing leaves and the beginnings of a bird's nest near the downspout. He cleared them by hand, wearing work gloves, scooping the wet debris into a bucket and flushing the channels with the garden hose he found coiled against the side of the house. It was satisfying work, the kind that had a clear beginning and end, and he did it thoroughly because thoroughness was the only speed he had. When he finished, he climbed down and put the ladder away. He rinsed his hands under the spigot, dried them on his jeans, and grabbed the coffees from the truck. Then he walked across the yard to the studio. The door was open. He stopped in the doorway, one hand on the frame, a coffee in the other, and forgot why he was there. She was bent over the work table, her back to him, smoothing a figurine with her thumb. Her whole body was curved into the work, her shoulders rounded, her head tilted, her hands moving with the slow, deliberate certainty of someone who was listening to the clay as much as shaping it. She hadn't heard him. She was somewhere else entirely, somewhere between her hands and the piece in front of her, and the concentration on her face was so complete that he felt like he'd walked into a room he hadn't been invited to. Then he looked past her, to the shelves. He'd seen the living room shelf, with its handful of figurines, the laughing woman, the old hands, the boy with the fishing pole. He'd thought that was her work. A few beautiful pieces displayed modestly, the output of a talented hobby. This was something else. The shelves lined both walls from floor to ceiling, and every surface held figures. Dozens of them. A grandmother in a rocking chair with a baby sleeping in the crook of her arm, both of them so still that the stillness itself felt tender. A teenage boy, mid-jump shot, his body suspended at the peak, every muscle in his calves and forearms carved with a precision that made Jabril's breath catch. 2 old men on a park bench playing chess, one leaning forward to move a piece, the other leaning back with his arms crossed, and the entire history of their friendship visible in the space between their bodies. A woman at a kitchen sink, looking out a window, one hand in the water and the other resting on the counter, caught in a private moment of thought that felt almost wrong to witness. And a woman in a sundress, standing with one hand on her hat in the wind, her head thrown back, her smile wider than her face could hold. She had wide hips and thick arms, and a body that curved and swelled without apology, and she was the most joyful thing Jabril had ever seen. She looked like freedom. She looked like someone who had never once in her life wished she was smaller. She looked like Ebony. If Ebony ever let herself stand like that, he must have made a sound, or maybe his shadow shifted in the doorway because Ebony turned. She saw him standing there, saw where his eyes were, and her whole body changed. She straightened. Her hands went still. Something came down behind her face like a curtain, a vulnerability so sharp that it looked like pain, and for a second he thought she was going to ask him to leave. "Sorry," he said. "The door was open. I brought coffee." She didn't answer right away. She was looking at him the way she'd looked at the railing the first time he'd shown up, like she was trying to figure out whether to be irritated or exposed, and exposure was winning. "I don't let people in here," she said quietly. "I can wait outside." "No," she said it quickly enough that it surprised both of them. She wiped her hands on the cloth draped over her knee and stood up. "No, it's fine. Come in." He stepped into the studio. It was smaller than it looked from outside, the shelves making the walls feel close, the kiln in the corner giving off a low residual heat. The room smelled like wet earth and mineral dust and something warm underneath that he couldn't name. Her space, her air, he was breathing it. He set the coffees on the work table and looked at the shelves again. He couldn't stop looking. Every piece was a person he recognized. Not by name, not by face, but by the truth of them. The grandmother who held the baby like she'd held 100 babies before this one and would hold 100 more. The boy whose body knew the arc of the shot before his mind did. The woman at the window who was thinking about something she'd never say out loud. He knew these people. Everyone knew these people. Ebony had just seen them more clearly than anyone else and put them into clay so the rest of the world could see them too. "These are real," he said. He didn't plan the words. They just came, the same way a play call came when his body saw the opening before his mind did. Ebony stood by the work table with her arms at her sides, not crossed for once, and watched him look. She was exposed in this room in a way she hadn't been anywhere else. Not on the porch, not in her kitchen, not at the football game. This was the inside of her. These shelves were her mind, her heart, her way of seeing, arranged in clay and fired permanent. "The jump shot," he said, moving to that shelf. "How did you get the balance right? He looks like he's actually in the air." She blinked, and he could almost see her deciding to follow him into the technical, safer ground. "The weight has to be in the base. If the center of gravity is too high, the whole piece tips. So you have to make the feet heavy enough to anchor him without making them look heavy." She stepped closer and pointed to the figure's sneakers. "See how the soles are slightly thicker than they'd be in real life? That's the trick. The viewer doesn't notice it, but the physics does." "And the grandmother? How do you get the baby to look like it's sleeping and not just lying there?" She looked at him. He could feel her recalibrating, adjusting to the fact that he was asking questions that were real questions, not polite filler. She crossed to the shelf and picked up the grandmother piece carefully, cradling it in both hands the way the grandmother in the figurine cradled the baby. "Breath," she said. "A sleeping body has a specific kind of weight. Everything sinks. The arms, the head, the belly. When a baby is awake, there's tension in the limbs, this alertness. When it's sleeping, it gives itself completely to whoever is holding it. Total surrender." She turned the piece so he could see the baby's face. "You have to sculpt the absence of effort. That's the hardest thing to get right, making something look like it's not trying." He looked at the baby's face, the tiny parted lips, the curve of the closed eyes, the small fist resting against the grandmother's chest. He looked at Ebony's hands holding the figurine, steady and sure, her fingers curled around the grandmother's back with the same protectiveness the grandmother showed the child. "You see people," he said. The way they actually are when nobody's performing. Her throat moved. She set the grandmother back on the shelf, carefully, precisely, the way you handle something you've made that you can never make again, exactly the same way. That's the part I'm interested in, she said, the version of people that only comes out when they think no one's watching. That's the version worth seeing. She looked at him, and for a moment the curtain behind her face lifted. He saw something underneath it that he didn't have a name for, something open and afraid and wanting, and then she turned to the work table and picked up her coffee. "These are getting cold," she said. They drank their coffee in the studio, sitting on stools pulled up to the work table, the figurines watching from the shelves like a silent audience. She showed him a few more pieces, explaining her process with the careful precision of a woman retreating into expertise because the emotional channel was too much. He followed her lead. He asked about glazing and firing temperatures and how long it took a piece to go from raw clay to finished figurine, and she answered in detail, and underneath the details they both knew that the conversation had nothing to do with glazing. When the coffee was gone, he stood. "I should let you get back to it." She walked him out of the studio and across the yard. They stood in the space between the studio and the house, the late morning light coming through the trees, the yard quiet. "Same time next week," he said. It was the first time either of them had said it out loud. Not, "I'll come check the downspout or the back steps might need looking at," just "same time, next week, no excuse, no project, just the pattern itself, named for what it was." She looked at him. He watched her turn it over the way she turned over compliments, examining it from every angle, deciding whether to let it in. "Same time," she said. He nodded. He crossed the yard to his truck, loaded the ladder, and pulled away from the curb. In the side mirror, she was standing in the yard, halfway between the house and the studio, the sun catching the blue of her scarf. She raised one hand, not quite a wave, more like an acknowledgement. Then she turned and walked back to the studio, and through the open door, he could see her pick up the grandmother figurine from the shelf and hold it for a moment before setting it back down. He drove to the end of Birch Street and turned onto the main road, the smell of her studio still on his clothes. Wet earth and mineral dust and something warm, and he thought about the woman in the sundress with her hand on her hat. The one with the wide hips and the smile that could swallow the sun. The one who looked like Ebony, if Ebony ever let herself stand like that. He wanted to be the reason she did. The thought didn't startle him this time. It just sat in his chest, steady and sure, like a screw sunk into solid wood. Chapter 8. The locker room before a game had its own weather, humidity and nervous energy and the sharp chemical smell of athletic tape and menthol rub. Jabril stood in front of his team with his arms crossed, scanning the room the way he always did, reading body language before he said a word. Devante was bouncing on his toes. Too much adrenaline, needed to be calmed. Isaiah sat on the bench with his helmet between his knees, still and focused, already in game mode. The linemen were clustered by the whiteboard, bumping shoulders, building themselves up through contact. "Eyes on me," Jabril said. The room settled. "We're 2-0. That's nice. I don't care about it. Wins you already have can't do anything for you tonight. What matters is the next 3 hours and what you do with them." He pointed to the whiteboard behind him, where the defensive schemes were diagrammed in blue and red marker. "They're going to blitz on early downs. That means hot routes, quick decisions, and protecting Isaiah's blind side like your job depends on it, because it does." He paused and looked around the room. These were his kids, not biologically, but in every way that mattered. He'd watched most of them grow from awkward freshmen who couldn't run a clean route into young men who trusted themselves and each other. That was the job. Not winning, though winning was fine. The job was the transformation. "Play your game," he said. "Trust your preparation, and have some fun out there. That's what this is supposed to be." Helmets tapped, the energy shifted from nervous to ready. The team filed toward the tunnel, cleats clicking on the concrete floor, and Jabril hung back to grab his clipboard. "Yo, coach." Devante lingered by the door, grinning in that way that meant trouble was coming. "Can I ask you something?" If it's about the game plan, yes. It's not about the game plan. Devonte's grin widened. You've been in a real good mood lately, like, noticeably. Even Coach Davis said something. I'm always in a good mood. Nah, this is different. This is like... Devonte looked at Isaiah, who had stopped in the doorway to listen. What's the word? Cheerful, Isaiah said flatly. Cheerful, Devonte pointed at Jabril. That's it, you're cheerful. Coach Watts is never cheerful. Get on the field, Devont. Must be a girl, Isaiah said, so quietly it was almost under his breath, and then he walked through the tunnel without looking back. Jabril's face did something he couldn't control. He felt it happen, the involuntary pull at the corner of his mouth, and he turned to the whiteboard to erase it before anyone else saw. Devonte saw. Oh, it is a girl. Coach, who is she? Do we know her? Field, now, go. Devonte went, laughing, his cleats echoing down the tunnel. Jabril stood alone in the locker room and pressed the heel of his hand against his forehead. It's not a girl, he told himself, which was a lie so transparent that even the whiteboard seemed to judge him for it. He was falling for Ebony Cole. He could dress it up in home repairs and community safety all he wanted. He could show up every Saturday with a new project and a legitimate reason and coffee from the diner. And none of it changed the fact that when he stood in her studio and looked at those shelves, he'd felt something rearrange in his chest that wasn't going back. These are real, he'd said, and he'd meant, you're real. The realest thing I've seen in years. He thought about her hands in the clay, the way she held the grandmother figurine like it was a living child. The way she explained balance and weight and breath with the quiet authority of a woman who understood the physics of tenderness. He thought about the sundress woman on her shelf, wide hips, thrown back head, joy without apology, and how she looked like Ebony if Ebony ever let herself take up all the space she deserved. He thought about saying that to her. Actually, opening his mouth and telling her she was beautiful and her work was extraordinary, and he hadn't stopped thinking about her studio since he'd stood in the doorway. Then he edited it down, made it smaller, safer. He'd learned to do that. Not from coaching, not from his parents, not from anything he was proud of. He'd learned it from Renee, from the last real relationship he'd had, the one that ended not because they stopped caring, but because she told him, standing in the kitchen of the apartment they'd shared, that his honesty was exhausting. You feel everything so loudly, she'd said, and her voice was tired in a way that meant she'd been tired for a long time and had only now decided to say so. It's too much. I can't be responsible for all of that. He'd stood in that kitchen and felt something close inside him, like a door he hadn't known he could shut. After Renee, he led with competence, with usefulness, with the version of himself that fixed things and showed up prepared and didn't burden anyone with the full weight of what he felt. It was safer. It was also lonelier, but he'd made his peace with that, until he'd stood in a studio surrounded by clay people and felt the door rattle on its hinges, the things he wanted to say to Ebony, the way he composed them in his head during practice, during film sessions, while lying in bed staring at the ceiling. Your hands are the most purposeful thing I've ever watched. That figurine of the woman in the sundress is who you are, and you don't even see it. I think about you every morning before I'm fully awake. He never said any of it. He showed up with gutters and coffee and the careful, edited version of himself, and he told himself that was enough. The tunnel echoed with crowd noise. He picked up his clipboard and walked toward the field. He saw her in the third row. She was sitting with Mrs. Jenkins again and another woman he recognized from around town. She was wearing a dark jacket, her hands wrapped around a cup, her head tilted toward Mrs. Jenkins like she was listening to something. The stadium lights caught her face, and he felt his attention split in a way that was dangerous for a coach on a sideline. She'd come back. She said she wasn't a football fan. She'd come back anyway. His assistant coach, Davis, appeared at his shoulder with the play sheet. You good? I'm good. You're looking at the stands. I was checking the crowd. Attendance matters for boosters. Davis looked at him with the weary patience of a man who had coached alongside him long enough to know when he was lying. He said nothing. He handed over the play sheet and walked back to the bench. Jabril focused on the game. He mostly succeeded. The first half was clean, Sweetgum up by 10, Isaiah throwing sharp, the defense holding. He called plays and adjustments and read the opposing offense with the part of his brain that worked on autopilot, the part that didn't care about anything except the field in front of him. The other part kept drifting. He caught himself looking toward the third row between plays. She was leaning forward now, elbows on her knees, watching the field. Not scanning, watching, following the ball, tracking the plays, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was learning the game, he realized, not because she cared about football, but because she paid attention to things. That's what she did. She looked at the world closely enough to see what other people missed, and then she rendered it in clay. Halftime came. He gave his adjustments in the locker room, and then stood at the tunnel entrance for a moment, looking out at the field, the band finishing their show, the crowd milling. He didn't look for her. He didn't need to. He already knew exactly where she was. The second half was harder. The other team adjusted, closed the gap, and the game tightened to the kind of close contest that made crowds go quiet. Jabril forgot about the third row for 20 minutes. That was the gift of coaching. The game could swallow everything else when the game demanded it. He called a timeout with 4 minutes left, drew up a play on his clipboard, and sent Isaiah back out with instructions that were calm and specific. Isaiah executed. Sweetgum scored. The bleachers shook. They won by a touchdown. The post-game rush hit the field, and Jabril moved through it on autopilot, shaking hands, accepting congratulations, finding his players for the individual words that mattered more than the group speech. He grabbed Devontae by the face mask, pulled him close, and said, "That block in the fourth quarter, that's who you are. Remember it." He found Isaiah and just nodded. Isaiah nodded back. That was enough between them. Then he went to find Ebony. She was near the concession stand, away from the main crowd, holding a cup of hot chocolate in both hands. Her jacket was zipped to the chin against the night air, her scarf pulled low. She stood the way she always stood in public, slightly apart, slightly contained, like she was trying to occupy the exact amount of space the world expected of her and not an inch more. He wanted to walk over there and stand as close to her as she'd let him. He walked over. 2 for 2, she said. "At this rate, I'm going to have to learn what a first down is." "You came back. Mrs. Jenkins is very persuasive. Mrs. Jenkins is over there." He nodded toward the bleachers, where Mrs. Jenkins was deep in conversation with a man in a Booster Club jacket. "You're over here." She looked at her hot chocolate. "The concession stand is over here." He let it go. He was learning when to push and when to let her come to the edge on her own. She was standing near the concession stand, in the dark, alone, where the crowd couldn't reach her. He could read that. He could work with that. "Your defense in the second half was better than the first," she said. "Whatever you changed at halftime, the line was getting to their quarterback faster. He was rushing his throws." He stared at her. "What?" she said. "You just analyzed a defensive adjustment. Dorothy's been coaching me. Don't let it go to your head." "Ebony, you just described a pass rush. That's not something you pick up from sitting next to someone for 2 games. "I pick up everything." She said it flatly, like it wasn't a revelation, and then took a sip of her hot chocolate. "I told you, I notice things. I notice things." There it was again, that word they kept handing back and forth between them like a key they'd both found, but neither of them had tried in the lock yet. "Walk you to your car?" he said. She hesitated. He watched the hesitation play out across her face, the quick calculation of what it meant to be seen walking through a parking lot with the football coach after a game. This was public. This was visible. This was Sweetgum on a Friday night, and Sweetgum saw everything. "Okay," she said. They walked through the parking lot together. Slowly, because neither of them was in a hurry, and slowly because the parking lot was full of people, and Jabril knew every single one of them, and any one of them could be watching, and he didn't care. He matched his pace to hers. He stayed close enough that their arms nearly touched, but didn't. Close enough that he could smell the cocoa and the faint clay and mineral scent that never quite left her. "The kid who dropped the pass last game," she said. "He caught 2 tonight." "He did. You believed in him." "That's the job." "No, it isn't." She shook her head. "The job is teaching plays and managing a roster." Believing in someone is extra. That's something you choose to do. He looked at her. She was watching the pavement, navigating the uneven asphalt, her hot chocolate held carefully in both hands. The parking lot lights fell across her face, the curve of her cheek, the line of her jaw, the full softness of her lower lip, and he felt the door inside him rattle again. Tell her, just say it. Say you think about her. Say she's beautiful. Say you haven't felt like this in years and it scares you and you don't want to stop. That's a good observation, he said instead. They reached her car. She unlocked it and opened the door but didn't get in. She stood in the gap between the door and the car, her hot chocolate in one hand, looking up at him with an expression that he was learning to read, guarded on the surface, curious underneath. And beneath the curiosity, something warmer that she probably didn't know was visible. Thank you for walking me, she said. Anytime. You say that a lot. I mean it every time. A car pulled past them in the lane, moving slowly toward the exit. The driver, a man Jabril recognized from the Booster Club, gave a short wave through his open window. Jabril lifted a hand and waved back without taking his eyes off Ebony. She noticed. He saw her notice, and he saw her choose not to comment on it. Good night, Jabril, she said. She got into the car and pulled the door closed. Through the open window, she looked at him one more time, and the parking lot light caught something in her expression that she probably would have hidden if she'd known it was there. Good night, Ebony. She pulled out of the space and drove toward the exit. He stood in the parking lot with his hands in his pockets and watched her car make the turn onto the main road, the red glow of her taillights tracing the curve, and he could just make out the shape of her head and the edge of her scarf through the rear window. Then the car rounded the bend and was gone, and the parking lot was emptying around him, and Davis was calling his name from somewhere near the locker room, asking if he was coming. He wasn't. Not yet. He stood there a few more seconds, in the spot where she'd been, and let himself feel the full weight of what he was holding, without editing it down.
Chapter 9. The woman held the figurine of the boy with the fishing pole like she was afraid she'd break it, both hands cradling the base, her head tilted to one side. This is beautiful, she said. Look at his face. He's concentrating so hard. That's my favorite part, Opal said from behind the counter, the tongue sticking out just a little. Whoever made these really loves people. The woman looked up, scanning the shop. Is the artist local? Opal pointed. You can tell her yourself. She's right there. Ebony had been crouched behind the display shelf, arranging new pieces on the lower tier, trying to make 8 figurines look like a full inventory instead of a restocking scramble. She stood up and found herself face to face with a woman who looked like she might cry over a clay boy with a fishing pole. These are yours? The woman's voice had the particular warmth of someone who was about to say something kind that Ebony would have to find a way to accept. You really love people, don't you? Ebony didn't know how to answer that. She loved watching people. She loved the truth of how they held their bodies when they thought no one was looking. Whether that was the same as loving people, she'd never been sure. Thank you, she said, which was the thing you said when you didn't have a better answer. The woman bought the fishing boy and the old man feeding pigeons. Opal wrapped them with the care of a woman who understood that breakable things had value precisely because they could break. After the customer left, Opal turned to Ebony with her hands on her hips. You need to raise your prices. Opal? She would have paid double. I saw her face. We're not doing this again. We're always doing this again. Opal straightened the remaining figurines on the shelf. You also need more inventory. The craft fair is coming, and I want a full display. Whatever you've been doing in that studio of yours, do more of it. Ebony promised she would and drove home with the windows down and the feeling of a stranger's compliment still sitting in her chest like a stone she couldn't quite swallow. You really love people, don't you? She turned onto Birch Street and parked in her driveway. The porch looked different now. The railing was solid, the steps evened out where Jabril had shimmed the low side, the front light replaced. He'd done the weather stripping on the windows 2 Saturdays ago. And before that, the downspout that had been draining onto the foundation instead of away from it. Her house was slowly, incrementally becoming the house it was supposed to be. And the person responsible for that transformation showed up every Saturday morning with coffee and a reason that had stopped pretending to be a reason. The Saturdays had become a rhythm. He arrived around 10. She heard his truck on Birch Street before she saw it, that particular diesel rumble that her body had started responding to before her mind could intervene. He knocked once, she opened the door, and for the first few minutes, they did the dance of the project. Here's what needs fixing. Here are the tools. She'd hover for a while, ask a question or two about what he was doing, and then drift back to the studio to work while he worked. The projects were getting smaller. The railing had been a real job. The gutters, legitimate. But the weather stripping and the kitchen cabinet door and the loose towel bar in the bathroom were the kind of repairs a person could do in 20 minutes with a screwdriver, and they both knew it. The projects were an excuse to arrive, and the coffee afterward was the point. And neither of them had acknowledged this out loud, except for that one Saturday when he'd said, "Same time next week," and she'd said same time, and the whole pretense had cracked down the middle without breaking. The coffee had grown into something else. An hour, then 2, on the porch if the weather was warm, at the kitchen table if it wasn't. She'd told him about Macon, about growing up with parents who loved her fiercely and understood her not at all. About her sister in Charlotte, who was a lawyer and owned a condo and had never quite forgiven Ebony for choosing Clay over a career with a retirement plan. He'd told her about coaching, about the kids who came in as freshmen with their shoulders hunched and left as seniors who looked people in the eye. About his brother outside Atlanta, the steady one, the one who followed the plan their parents laid out while Jabril veered sideways into a life that made sense only to him. They'd found the middle layer, the real thoughts, the private observations, the jokes that were actually confessions disguised as humor. She knew how he took his coffee. He knew she couldn't stand the sound of styrofoam. She knew about the player who'd cried in his office after a bad game and how Jabril had sat with him for an hour without saying a word. He knew about the commission that had gone wrong, the client who wanted her grandmother to look thinner in the figurine, and how Ebony had refunded the money and kept the peace because some things she wouldn't make smaller, not even for pay. But the deep stuff was still untouched. She hadn't told him about Derek. He hadn't told her about whoever had come before, the person whose absence she could feel in the careful way he measured his words, the slight hesitation before he said anything that might land too close to the bone. They'd both drawn the same line, independently, without discussing it, and they both respected it. There were rooms in each other's houses they hadn't entered yet. She didn't mind. The middle layer was more than she'd had with anyone in years, and the Saturdays gave her something she hadn't realized she was missing until it appeared, a person who showed up, regularly, reliably, without being asked and without forgetting. That was the part that terrified her. Because looking forward to someone meant depending on them to show up, and depending on someone to show up meant trusting that they would. And Ebony had built her entire life, her studio, her solitude, her small routines, around the principle that the only person she could trust to show up was herself. It wasn't bitterness, it was architecture. She designed a life that didn't require anyone else's presence to hold its shape. And now here was this man, with his Saturday coffee and his quiet attention, settling into her structure like a load-bearing wall she hadn't planned for. If she let herself need the Saturdays and the Saturdays stopped, the whole thing would come down. So she did what she always did. She rounded down. He was a nice man, a helpful man, the kind of man who coached other people's children and fixed other people's porches because being useful was how he moved through the world. She was a person he was being useful to. She was a project. A woman with a neglected house and dead smoke detectors who clearly needed someone to tighten her towel bars and clean her gutters. That's what she was to him. That was the math. Never mind that he stayed for 2 hours after the work was done. Never mind the way he listened to her talk about Clay like she was describing something sacred. Never mind the way he'd looked at the sundress figurine in her studio, the one with the wide hips and the thrown-back head, and gone quiet in a way that felt like he was seeing something he recognized. He was fit and steady and visible, the football coach. The man half the town waved at on Main Street. He could be with anyone. She was a plus-size ceramics artist who had once set off a fire alarm with soup. The math did not add up. She had done this kind of math before, and the answer was always the same. So she rounded down and called it realism and tried very hard not to think about the way he said her name, the way he leaned against the porch post with his ankles crossed and his coffee balanced on the railing and looked at her like she was the only thing in the yard worth seeing. She tried hard. She mostly failed. In the studio, her work was shifting. She noticed it the way she noticed most things about herself, belatedly and with some alarm. The solitary figures that had always been her signature, the woman on the bench, the man feeding pigeons, the girl mid-cartwheel, were giving way to something else. Pairs, groups, people in proximity. Two women on a park bench sharing a bag of peanuts. A father teaching his son to tie a necktie, their heads bent close. An old couple walking, her hand through the crook of his arm, their pace matched perfectly. And the piece on her work table, the one she'd started without a commission or a plan. Just the image arriving the way her best work always arrived. Two people sitting on porch steps. Side by side, not touching. The gap between their bodies was deliberate, a few inches of air that held more weight than the clay on either side of it. His shoulder angled slightly toward her, her hand resting on the step between them, palm down, open, close enough that the air itself felt charged. She told herself it was a concept for the craft fair, a study in proximity, an exercise in negative space. It had nothing to do with a particular porch, a particular Saturday, a particular man whose shoulder came almost to her knee when he sat on the step below her. She was a terrible liar, even to herself. The porch woman was still on the shelf, the one with the crossed arms and the planted feet and the face, its intilnashured. Ebony still hadn't finished. She'd been stuck on that face for weeks. She couldn't decide if the woman's expression was peaceful or resigned, and she was beginning to understand that she couldn't decide because the answer depended on something that hadn't happened yet. The woman was either at peace with being alone or still waiting to find out if she had to be. And Ebony didn't know the ending to that story. She covered the porch steps piece with a damp cloth and cleaned her tools. She was arranging the finished inventory for the craft fair display, wrapping each piece in tissue paper, when she heard the knock. Mrs. Jenkins. Yellow cardigan, cane, tin of cookies. She settled onto the spare stool and looked around the studio with the practiced eye of a woman who missed nothing and hurried toward nothing. "The craft fair inventory looks good," Mrs. Jenkins said, surveying the wrapped pieces. "You'll sell out again." "Opal wants me to raise my prices." "Opal's right. You always take her side." "I take the correct side. It saves time." Mrs. Jenkins set the cookie tin on the work table. Then her gaze moved to the damp cloth draped over the piece on the work table. "What's under the cloth?" Ebony hesitated for a beat too long. Mrs. Jenkins raised an eyebrow. Ebony pulled the cloth off. Mrs. Jenkins leaned forward on her cane and studied the porch steps piece for a long time. Two people, side by side, not touching. The gap between them charged with everything they hadn't said yet. The man's shoulder angled toward the woman's hand open on the step between them. "That looks like your porch," Mrs. Jenkins said. "It's not specific. The steps are the same height. The railing is the same style. Those are your porch steps, Ebony. It's a composite. I use familiar settings for reference." Mrs. Jenkins looked at her the way she looked at a seam that wasn't straight, with the gentle patience of a woman who had been doing this long enough to know the difference between a mistake and a choice. Then she stood, walked to the shelf where the porch woman stood, and picked her up carefully. She carried her back to the work table and set her down next to the porch steps couple. The three figures stood side by side. The woman alone, arms crossed, face unfinished, holding herself together, and the two people on the steps, not touching, the space between them the most alive thing in the room. "Interesting progression," Mrs. Jenkins said. Ebony looked at the three figures and felt something shift in her chest, like a key turning in a lock she hadn't known was there. "It's just work," she said. Mrs. Jenkins picked up the cookie tin and opened it, offering it to Ebony. "Of course it is," she said, in the voice of a woman who loved you enough to let you lie to yourself until you were ready to stop. "Have a cookie." She stayed for an hour. They talked about the craft fair and the quilt she was working on and whether Opal would ever let anyone else arrange the window display. When she left, she paused in the studio doorway and looked back at the 3 figurines on the work table. "Your women are getting braver," she said. "Even the one who doesn't know it yet." She tapped her cane on the threshold and walked down the gravel path, her yellow cardigan bright against the fading afternoon, leaving Ebony alone with the clay and the truth it kept telling her, whether she wanted to hear it or not. Chapter 10. Main Street, the morning of the craft fair, looked like a craft store had exploded in the best possible way. Vendors were setting up tables and canopies from one end to the other, stringing lights between the lampposts, unloading boxes of inventory from trucks double parked along the curb. The coffee shop had set up an outdoor station. Opal had extended her shop display onto the sidewalk. The diner had a tent near the square where Malachi was arranging folding chairs and Amy was hauling warming trays from the kitchen. Ebony had arrived at 7 to claim her booth spot, the same one she always claimed, on the east side of the street where the morning light hit the display table at the right angle. She laid a cream-colored cloth over the table and began unwrapping her figurines one by one, setting each piece in its place with the deliberate care of a woman arranging introductions. The boy mid-jump shot went on the left, every muscle in his calves carved with the precision that always took the longest. A woman hanging laundry on a clothesline in the center, one hand reaching up, the other holding a wooden pin between her lips. The 2 old men playing chess near the back, their bent heads visible over the other pieces. A couple slow dancing in a kitchen, her head against his chest, his hand low on her back. A new piece she'd finished last week. A woman in a garden, kneeling in the dirt, one glove off, pressing a seedling into the earth with her bare hand. She had 12 pieces in total. She'd wanted 20, but each one took what it took, and rushing clay was a good way to ruin it. Opal had told her to raise the prices. She'd raised them $5 across the board and spent the morning wondering if she'd gone too far. By 9, the street was filling. Families with strollers, couples holding coffee, teenagers moving in loose clusters. The fair was the kind of event that Sweetgum did without trying too hard. The kind that worked because the people showing up were the same people who showed up for everything. Football games and church suppers and town council meetings and every other occasion that gave the community a reason to stand in the same place at the same time and be reminded that they belonged to each other. Ebony stood behind her table and watched people browse. This was the part she never got used to, the exposure of it. Her figurines in Opal's shop were seen by strangers at a distance, behind glass, mediated by the shop and the price tag and the transaction. Here, people picked them up. They turned them over in their hands. They held her work 6 inches from their faces and studied the details, and every reaction, every flicker of interest or indifference, landed directly on Ebony's skin. A woman picked up one of the pieces from the middle of the table, a grandmother sitting on a front porch with a coffee cup in her hands, her head tilted back, eyes half closed, the kind of stillness that only comes from decades of mornings spent in the same chair. Her eyes filled. She set it down carefully, dug through her purse for her wallet, and paid without bargaining. She said, "My mother," and nothing else. And Ebony wrapped the piece in tissue paper and understood completely. A man bought the couple slow dancing in their kitchen for his wife. "That's us," he said. "Saturday mornings when the kids are still asleep." Ebony said she was glad it found the right home. By noon, she'd sold 8 pieces. She was down to 4 on the table, and the empty spaces felt like missing teeth. She was rearranging the remaining figurines to fill the gaps when she looked up and saw Jabril crossing the street toward her. He was in his coaching polo and jeans, a cluster of players trailing behind him like a noisy, oversized family. They were volunteering at various booths. She could see a couple of them heading toward the diner tent, another pair angling toward the dunking booth. Jabril sent them off with instructions she couldn't hear and then kept walking toward her table. He looked good. She let herself think that without correcting it. He looked good, and the sun was behind him, and he was smiling in that easy, specific way he had, the way that made her feel like the smile had been waiting for her and not for the general public. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He looked at the table. His eyes moved over the pieces slowly, with the same attention he'd given the shelves in her studio, except now the attention was public. Other people could see him looking. Other people could see the way his face changed as he took in each figurine, that quiet seriousness that settled over him whenever he encountered her work. She didn't know what to do with his face when it looked like that. It made her feel seen in a way that was too close to being naked. He picked up a piece from the back of the table, a man sitting on a bench, elbows on his knees, leaning forward, looking out at something the viewer couldn't see. His body was caught between stillness and motion, like he was about to stand up or had just sat down, and his face held a concentration so private that looking at it felt almost intrusive. "How much for this one?" he said. She told him. He pulled out his wallet and paid without hesitation, without the negotiation or the hemming that some customers did. He handed her the bills, and their fingers touched. Not brushed. Touched. His fingertips against hers, warm and dry, for the 2 seconds it took to transfer money from one hand to another. A normal transaction. The kind of contact that happened 100 times a day between strangers at vendor booths all over the country, except that her breath caught, and his hand paused, and the 2 seconds stretched into 3 and then 4, and then she pulled her hand back and reached for the tissue paper. She wrapped the figurine carefully. She always wrapped carefully, but this time she was wrapping carefully because her hands needed something to do that wasn't trembling. She folded the tissue around the base, tucked the edges, and handed it to him. "Thank you," he said. "You didn't have to buy one. I wanted to." He held the wrapped figurine in both hands, the way the crying woman had held the grandmother piece that morning, with the particular tenderness of a person holding something that meant more than its price. She watched him hold it and felt something crack in the wall she kept between herself and the possibility that any of this meant what she was afraid it meant. He didn't leave. She expected him to. He'd bought his piece. The transaction was complete. He had players to supervise. But he stayed at the edge of her booth while she helped other customers, and she felt his presence the way she felt sunlight, constant and warm and impossible to ignore. She sold the chess players to a woman who said they looked exactly like her uncles at Thanksgiving. She sold the jump shot boy to a woman who coached a girls' basketball team and said the form was perfect. Each time, she was aware of Jabril watching. Not watching her, exactly. Watching other people react to her work. Watching their faces change when they picked up a figurine and recognized something true in it. She couldn't read his expression from the corner of her eye, but she could feel it, a steady attention that made her stand a little straighter behind her table. She sold out by 3 o'clock. The last piece, The Woman in the Garden, went to a man who said he'd seen her work online and driven from 2 counties over. Ebony thanked him and watched him walk off with the figurine cradled in his arms, and then looked down at her empty table. The cream-colored cloth, the scattered tissue paper, the cash box with more money in it than she'd expected. 12 figurines, all gone, all in somebody's hands, somebody's homes, sitting on somebody's shelves where they would be looked at and loved by people she'd never meet. She didn't know what to feel about that. She'd made these people out of clay, given them bodies and faces and postures that told the truth about what it meant to be alive, and strangers had looked at them and cried and laughed and pulled out their wallets because something in the clay had reached them. That should have felt like validation. It felt like standing on a stage in her underwear. "Walk with me," Jabril said. She looked at the empty table. She looked at the street, where the craft fair was still going, the crowd thickening as the afternoon tipped toward evening. She should pack up. She should fold the table and load the cloth and drive home and sit in her studio and process what had just happened in private, the way she processed everything, alone and at her own speed. "Okay," she said. She tucked the cash box into her bag and draped the cloth over the bare table. They walked, not toward anything, just into the flow of the fair, two people falling into step the way they fell into conversation without deciding to. The street was loud and bright. Kids running between booths, vendors calling out, the band setting up on the small stage near the square. He matched his pace to hers, stayed close enough that their arms nearly touched, and didn't steer. She walked where she wanted to walk, and he went with her, and she tried not to think about what that felt like. A man who followed instead of led, who let her set the direction and just showed up beside her. They passed the diner tent. Amy was at the serving station, handing plates across the counter. She looked up, saw them walking together, and her hand paused mid-reach. Ebony saw it. The pause, the quick read, the decision not to say anything. Amy turned back to the next customer, but her face had done the thing faces do in small towns when they witness something they've been waiting to witness. Near the square, Mrs. Zhang was sitting on a bench with her granddaughter. She saw them pass, and her eyebrows rose. She leaned toward the girl and said something that made her giggle. Ebony felt the heat climb her neck. Rochelle was at the edge of the crowd. She saw them too. She didn't say a word. She just watched with a small, knowing smile, the kind of smile that saw a story forming and was content to let it tell itself. Ebony was aware of all of it. Every glance, every raised eyebrow, every smile that wasn't meant for her to see, but that she saw anyway, because she always saw. She was walking through the craft fair with the football coach, and Sweetgum was watching. And the watching made her want to fold her arms and pull inward and become the version of herself that took up less space. She didn't. She kept walking. She didn't know why, except that Jabril was beside her and his pace matched hers, and the evening air smelled like cider and wood smoke. And for once, the watching didn't feel like judgment. It felt like something else. Acknowledgement, maybe, or permission. They walked to the end of Main Street, where the booths thinned and the string lights began, looped between lampposts in long, drooping arcs that swayed in the evening breeze. The light was changing, October gold going amber, and the fair behind them was sliding from afternoon energy into the slower, softer register of evening. "You sold out," he said. "I sold out." She said it like she was testing the words, like they might not hold weight. The woman who bought the chess players said they looked like her uncles. She was holding them like they were family. People do that with my work sometimes. They see someone they know. I never quite know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything with it. You just have to let it mean what it means. She was quiet for a few steps. They'd reached the end of the lights, the edge of the fair, the place where Main Street turned back into just a road. She stopped walking and turned to face him. "Why did you buy that one?" she asked. The man on the bench. He was quiet for a moment, the way he got quiet when he was deciding between the safe answer and the real one. She'd learned that pause. She knew what it looked like when he was editing himself down. "He looked like he was thinking hard about something," Jabril said. I related. She held his eyes. The follow-up was right there. Obvious, dangerous. Thinking hard about what? She felt it form in her mouth and swallowed it. She wasn't ready for the answer. She might never be ready for the answer. She turned and started walking back toward the fair, and he fell into step beside her. They reached her booth. Most of the vendors were packing up around them, folding tables, loading boxes, calling out goodbyes across the darkening street. The string lights were fully on now, the only real illumination besides the glow from the diner tent and the street lamps. Her booth was just a bare table with the cloth draped over it. "I should break this down," she said. "I can help. It's just a table and a cloth. I think I can manage." But neither of them moved. They stood on either side of the table in the near dark, the fair winding down around them, the string lights swaying overhead. The air was cool. She crossed her arms, but there was no tension in it, just somewhere to put them. His hands were in his pockets. The wrapped figurine was tucked under his arm. "Good night, Jabril," she said. "Good night, Ebony." Neither of them moved. The space between them, the width of the folding table, felt like the gap in her porch steps figurine, charged with everything they hadn't said. "Ebony, you need help breaking down?" a vendor 2 booths over, was already heading toward her with the helpful momentum of a man who assumed the answer was yes. She turned to the vendor and smiled. "I'm fine, thank you. Just finishing up." "Same time Saturday?" Jabril said. "Same time." He nodded and walked up the street toward his truck, the wrapped figurine held against his chest. She watched him go. His shoulders caught the string light. His stride was easy and unhurried, the walk of a man who had somewhere to be and all the time in the world to get there. And she stood in the space where he'd been, feeling the ghost of his fingertips against hers, and the weight of a question she'd chosen not to ask. Thinking hard about what? She knew. She wasn't ready to know it yet. But the vendor was beside her now, folding the table legs, talking about the turnout, and Ebony let herself be pulled back into the business of packing up, her hands busy, her mind somewhere else entirely, while Main Street dimmed around her and the string lights swayed in the dark. Chapter 11. The book club met at the diner on Monday evenings. Ebony wasn't a member. She'd been invited once, by Mrs. Williams from the library, but Ebony had declined because she didn't like discussing books in groups. She liked reading alone, at her own pace, and forming her own opinions without having to defend them over bagels and hot cocoa. But the book club met at the diner, and the diner was where Ebony picked up her food, and the timing didn't always cooperate. She stood at the counter, waiting for Malachi to bag her order, while behind her, in the big corner booth, the book club was in full swing. They were reading a romance this month, something with a blue cover and a title Ebony couldn't see from the counter. The conversation was loud and overlapping, the way conversations get when everyone has an opinion and a glass of wine. "She's so frustrating," a woman said. "He's right there." He's literally standing in front of her, telling her with his whole body that he's in love with her, and she can't see it. "That's the point, though," another voice said. "She's the last one to know. That's the whole point." But it's obvious. Everyone around her can see it. Her friends can see it. The reader can see it. She's the only one who can't. Because she doesn't believe she's the kind of woman someone falls for. That's her whole thing. She's decided what the story is before it starts, and she can't see anything that doesn't fit. Malachi set the bag on the counter. "Turkey Club. Extra pickles." "Thank you." Ebony took the bag and left, the book club's conversation trailing her out the door like smoke she couldn't quite outrun. She's the last one to know. She drove home with the windows up and the radio off and her hands tight on the wheel. It started small. On Tuesday, she drove past the high school on her way to the post office. She didn't need to go past the high school. The post office was on Main Street, 2 blocks from Birch, and the high school was on the other side of town, near the athletic fields. She took the long way because the long way had better light, she told herself, and the leaves were turning and the drive was pretty. She did not slow down when she passed the parking lot. She did not look for his truck. The fact that she noticed it wasn't there was incidental. The Sweetgum Weekly ran a game recap on the front page of the sports section. She didn't read the sports section. She read the sports section. Sweetgum High stays undefeated under Coach Watts. There was a photo of him on the sideline, headset on, arms crossed, his face caught mid-instruction. She read the article once, put the paper down, and picked it up and read it again. She was in the studio working on a new piece. A man, standing, hands in his pockets, head slightly bowed, the posture of someone deep in thought. She built the shoulders first, broad and angled forward. She shaped the jaw. She was refining the line of it, that clean edge from ear to chin, when she stopped and sat back and looked at what her hands had made. His jawline. She'd sculpted his jawline. She stared at the piece for a long time. Then she covered it with a cloth and walked out of the studio and across the yard and into the house and stood at the kitchen sink running water over her hands, scrubbing the clay from her fingers like evidence. She thought about calling Mrs. Jenkins. She didn't know what she'd say. "I think I might have feelings for a man who fixes my gutters, and I need you to talk me out of it." She didn't call. She sat at the kitchen table and stared at the studio through the window. The covered figure waiting inside like a question she didn't want to answer. On Friday, the team had a home game. She didn't go. She had work to do. She had new pieces to start for Opal's display and inventory to plan for the holiday season, and a commission inquiry from a woman in Atlanta who wanted a family portrait in clay. She had plenty of reasons to stay home on a Friday night that had nothing to do with avoiding a stadium where she might see a man she was not thinking about. She stayed in the studio until 9, staring at a lump of clay on the wheel that refused to become anything. She centered it. It wobbled. She pulled it up. It collapsed. She started over, pressing the clay down, forcing it flat, building it up again, and it fought her every time. Her hands, which had always known what the clay wanted to be, couldn't find the shape. There was nothing there. No image arriving, no feeling taking form, no person emerging from the raw material the way her best work always emerged, like they'd been waiting inside the clay for her to find them. She was blocked. For the first time in months, the clay had nothing to say to her, and she knew exactly why and refused to admit it. She cleaned up at 10, scraped the failed attempts off the wheel, wiped down the work table, wrung out the cloths. The routine of closing up, the one that usually soothed her, felt empty. Through the studio window, she could see the house, dark and quiet. Through the front window of the house, if she walked over there and looked, she could see the street and, at the end of the street, the distant glow of the stadium lights. She didn't walk over there. She turned off the studio lights and went to bed. She lay in the dark and gave herself the speech. He's a nice man. He's a community man. He coaches children and fixes porches and shows up with coffee because that's who he is, not because of who you are. This is what people like him do. They help. They show up. It doesn't mean what you want it to mean. You are lonely. Lonely people turn kindness into love stories because loneliness makes everything look like an invitation. You've done this before. You know how it ends. The math doesn't change just because you want it to. He's fit and handsome and the kind of man who lights up every room he walks into. You are a woman who sculpts in a shed. You know the math. You've always known the math. Stop. She rolled over and pressed her face into the pillow and told herself she was fine. She was fine. She had her work and her studio and her house with its new smoke detectors and its solid railing and its weather-stripped windows, and she didn't need Saturdays to mean anything more than a nice man being helpful. She almost believed it. Saturday morning came the way Saturday mornings had been coming for weeks now, charged with an expectation she refused to name. She was in the studio by 8, trying the wheel again, hands wet, clay spinning, and the same nothing as last night. She threw a bowl. She threw another bowl. She never made bowls. Bowls were what she'd made in her first ceramics class, before Claudette had told her she had good hands. Bowls were what you made when you didn't know what you wanted to make. She was making bowls because she was hiding from the thing she actually wanted to shape, and the thing she wanted to shape had his jawline and his shoulders, and she was not going to think about that. She heard the truck. That diesel rumble on Birch Street, the one her body recognized before her mind could intervene. She heard it slow, heard it stop, heard the engine cut. A truck door opened and closed. Footsteps on the pavement, then on the grass, then on the porch steps that didn't creak anymore because he'd fixed them. She sat at the wheel with her hands in wet clay and did not move. 1 minute. She gave herself 1 full minute of sitting there, breathing, feeling the clay cool between her fingers, letting the fact of his arrival settle over her like weather. He was here. He'd come back. It was Saturday, and he was on her porch, and she could stay in the studio and pretend she hadn't heard, or she could go to the door. She wiped her hands on the cloth. She walked across the yard. She opened the door, and he was at the truck, pulling something from the bed, a box from the hardware store, and what looked like a new light fixture. He looked up when the door opened, and he smiled at her, and her chest did something warm and involuntary that she pretended didn't happen. "Morning," he said. "Morning. Your back porch light has been out since I started coming here. I brought a replacement." She looked at him, the hardware store box, the light fixture, the smile that was just for her, the one she kept telling herself was for everyone, but that she only ever saw when he was looking at her. "Come in," she said. Down the street, Mrs. Jenkins was making her way along the sidewalk, cane in one hand, a canvas bag from the farmer's market in the other. She raised a hand in greeting as she passed, a wave for both of them, casual and unhurried, her eyes missing nothing. She didn't stop. She didn't comment. She just walked on, her bright scarf catching the morning light, leaving them to whatever this was becoming.
Chapter 12. The firehouse smelled like coffee and rubber and the particular brand of floor cleaner that Jabril associated with every public building in Sweetgum. Training was Tuesday evenings, an hour of drills and equipment checks after the volunteers finished their day jobs. Andre was restocking the medical kit when he said it, casual as breathing. "Still doing charity work on Birch Street?" Jabril didn't look up from the hose coupling he was inspecting. "It's not charity work." "Okay, it's not." I said okay. Andre sealed the kit and set it back in its mount. He had the face of a man who was not going to push the subject, and also the face of a man who didn't need to. "You've been over there every Saturday for how long now?" "I don't keep count. You keep count of everything. You've got a spreadsheet for your practice drills." "That's different." "How?" Jabril looked at him. Andre looked back, eyebrows raised, mouth set in the particular half-smile he wore when he already knew the answer to his own question. "Drop it," Jabril said. Dropped. Andre picked up a roll of gauze and started repacking. "For what it's worth, I think it's nice, whatever it is. It's not whatever you think it is. I don't think it's anything. You just told me it's not charity work, and it's not whatever I think it is, so I'm running out of categories." Jabril went back to the hose coupling and said nothing. Behind him, he could hear Andre humming, which was what Andre did when he was right about something and had decided to be gracious about it. He was in love with Ebony Cole. He didn't decide it. He didn't arrive at it through logic or deliberation or the kind of careful analysis he applied to game film. He knew it the way he knew a good play from a bad one, not because someone explained it, but because his body told him. His body had been telling him for weeks, in the way his hands steadied when he was near her, the way his breathing changed when she laughed, the way every Saturday morning felt like Christmas morning had felt when he was 8 years old, lit up with something he couldn't contain. He thought about what drew him, tried to put it into the categories that made sense to a man who organized his life in columns. Her work, yes, her talent, absolutely. But those were the easy answers, the ones that sounded right at a dinner party, and Jabril was tired of the easy answers. What drew him was her, the whole of her. The way she stood behind her craft fair booth with her chin level and her shoulders square, holding herself like a woman who expected to be overlooked and had made peace with it but had not surrendered to it. The full curve of her body in those studio clothes she thought were hiding her, the way her hips moved when she walked across the yard, the warmth of her skin in the porch light. She was beautiful, and she had no idea, and the distance between what she was and what she believed herself to be was the saddest thing he'd ever encountered. She sculpted women with bodies like hers and made them look like gods. Wide hips, thick arms, soft bellies, all of it rendered with such tenderness and attention that you couldn't look at her figurines and see anything less than magnificent. She saw beauty in every body except the one she lived in, and Jabril wanted to take her by the shoulders and walk her to a mirror and say, Look at what the rest of us see when we look at you." But he didn't say any of it. He showed up, he fixed things, he brought 2 coffees from the diner and left a tin of loose-leaf jasmine tea on the porch railing, the kind Mrs. Zhang stocked at the restaurant, because Ebony had mentioned once that she liked jasmine tea when she was working, and he'd remembered because he remembered everything she said. He was performing love in the only language he trusted anymore. Acts of service, presence, showing up. The language that didn't require him to say the words out loud and risk hearing someone tell him it was too much. He knew it wasn't enough. He knew that fixing railings and cleaning gutters and leaving tea on porches was a man's way of saying "I love you" without actually saying it, and that the gap between the action and the words was the same gap he'd been living in since Renee. He knew that at some point, showing up with tools would stop being enough, and he'd have to show up with the truth, and the truth was bigger than anything he'd ever carried. But not yet. Not today. After practice on Thursday, a kid named Neil lingered by the equipment shed. Jabril was rolling up the blocking pads, stacking them against the wall, when he noticed the kid hovering. Neil was a sophomore, a slot receiver with quick feet and quiet confidence who rarely spoke outside of huddles. He was standing with his helmet in his hands, turning it slowly, the universal posture of a teenager who wanted to say something but hadn't figured out how. "What's on your mind?" Jabril said. Neil looked at the ground, then at the field, then at the ground again. "It's not about football." "That's fine. There's this girl." He said it the way all teenage boys said it, like the admission cost him something. "And I don't know what to do." Jabril set down the pad he was holding and gave the kid his full attention. "What do you mean you don't know what to do?" "I like her. Like, a lot. But I don't know if she likes me back, and I don't want to say something and make it weird and then she doesn't want to talk to me anymore." "What makes you think she doesn't like you?" Neil turned the helmet again. "She's smart, really smart. She's in honors everything, and I'm just—" He gestured at himself, at the football gear, at the field. "This." Jabril looked at the kid standing in front of him and felt something tighten in his chest. A sophomore boy who thought he wasn't enough because the girl he liked was brilliant and he was just an athlete. The math of inadequacy, the same math Jabril had watched Ebony do 100 times, the same math he'd done himself in the years since Renee. "I'm too much. She's too good. The numbers don't work." "Listen to me," Jabril said. "You are not just this. You're a smart kid who works hard and shows up every day and makes the people around him better. That's not nothing. That's everything. But what if I tell her and she doesn't feel the same way? Then you'll survive it, and you'll know. Knowing is always better than wondering." "You really think I should just tell her?" "I think the worst thing you can do is keep it to yourself and decide for both of you. She deserves the chance to make her own choice." Neil nodded. He stood a little taller. He said, "Thanks, coach," and jogged toward the locker room. And Jabril stood alone on the practice field with the blocking pads and the empty bleachers and the sound of his own advice ringing in his ears like a verdict. Just tell her. He'd just told a 16-year-old to do the thing he was too afraid to do himself. Saturday. Her studio. Late morning. She'd let him in without the old hesitation. That had shifted in the last few weeks, the door opening faster, her body less guarded, the space between "come in" and actual welcome shrinking to almost nothing. He'd tightened a loose cabinet knob in the kitchen, which took 2 minutes and a screwdriver and was transparently unnecessary since the knob turned just fine. She'd watched him do it with her arms crossed, the loose version, and then said, "I want to show you something." She led him across the yard to the studio. The door was open. Inside, the shelves were the same landscape of clay people he'd seen before. But the work table held something new, a figurine, mid-progress, still damp under a partially pulled-back cloth. She uncovered it fully and stepped aside so he could see. A woman sitting in a chair, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees, her chin resting on her clasped hands. She was looking at something in front of her with an expressional faith. Ebony hadn't fully defined yet. The face was rough, features suggested but not committed. But the body was finished. The lean of her, the weight tipped forward, the energy of attention. She looked like a woman listening so hard that her whole body had become an ear. "What do you think?" Ebony said. The question landed in the room like something breakable. She was standing beside the work table with her hands at her sides, her chin level, her eyes on him. Not on the piece. On him. Waiting. The vulnerability of it, the asking, was so quiet and so enormous that he felt the floor shift under his feet. Nobody asked Jabril what he thought about art. People asked him what he thought about zone coverage and offensive line rotations, and whether Isaiah should audible at the line. They asked him things he was qualified to answer, things that had right answers and wrong answers, and a playbook to check against. This wasn't that. This was Ebony Cole, the most talented person he'd ever met, standing in her studio asking him what he thought about a piece of clay she'd shaped with her bare hands. She was asking him to see what she'd made and tell her the truth about it, and the trust in that act, the weight of it, nearly dropped him. He looked at the figurine, the leaning woman, the body that was all attention, all forward motion, all listening, She's waiting for something important, he said. Not waiting passively, waiting actively, like she knows what's coming matters and she wants to be ready when it arrives. Ebony didn't move. She didn't speak. She stood there and listened to him describe what she'd made with the same full-body attention the figurine was giving to whatever was in front of her. And Jabril realized that the figurine was her. Not literally, not a self-portrait, but the posture, the lean, the way the clasped hands held everything together. That was Ebony, listening, waiting, ready for something she wouldn't name. You got the hands right, he said. The clasp, it's not tight, it's not tense. It's the kind of holding where you're keeping yourself steady. That's exactly what I was going for, she said, and her voice was lower than usual, and she was looking at him the way the figurine was looking at whatever was in front of her, and the room was very small and very warm, and he needed to leave before he said something that broke the careful architecture they'd both been building. I should head out, he said. Something moved behind her eyes. A flicker. He didn't stay long enough to read it. Thank you for the honest answer, she said. Always. He walked across the yard and loaded his tools and pulled away from the curb. He didn't look in the rearview mirror this time. He didn't need to. He could feel her watching from the studio doorway, her body framed by the shelves and the clay and the warm mineral air, and the thing he hadn't said sat in his chest like a stone he would have to put down eventually or carry forever. At the end of Birch Street, he turned onto the main road. The jasmine tea he'd left on the porch railing last week was gone. She'd taken it inside. She hadn't mentioned it, and he hadn't asked. And the silence around the tea was its own kind of conversation, the kind two people have when they're both saying something without speaking and hoping the other one hears. Chapter 13. The float was a flatbed trailer draped in orange and black streamers, with a hand-painted banner that read, Sweetgum High Football, Undefeated and Unstoppable, in letters that leaned slightly to the right because Devante had insisted on doing the lettering himself. The bed was crowded with players in their jerseys, throwing candy at the crowd, waving like conquering heroes, which given their undefeated record they more or less were. Jabril stood in the middle of it wearing a cape. The cape was purple and gold, the school colors made from what appeared to be a bedsheet and a curtain rod, hemmed with duct tape. Isaiah had presented it to him in the locker room with the solemnity of a knighting ceremony. You have to wear it, coach. Team voted. The team voted on this? Unanimous. I wasn't consulted. You're the coach. You don't get a vote on spirit matters. There was also face paint, 2 stripes under each eye, applied by Devante with the focus of a neurosurgeon, in colors that didn't match because the gold paint ran out and he'd substituted yellow. So here he was, cape, face paint, standing on a flatbed trailer rolling down Main Street at walking speed while the Sweetgum High marching band played behind them and half the town lined the sidewalks. Pumpkin Fest was the last big event before Thanksgiving, and the town went all in. Carved pumpkins on every porch, hay bales stacked at intersections, the street lamps wrapped in orange lights, a corn maze set up in the field behind the community center. The parade was the centerpiece, a procession of floats and vehicles and walking groups that wound down Main Street, looped the square, and ended at the festival grounds. Jabril scanned the crowd the way he always did, reading faces, registering who was there. Sandra and her husband near the post office. Mr. Peterson on the hardware store steps, arms crossed, nodding in approval. Mrs. Zhang outside the restaurant with her staff, clapping along with the band. Amy and Malachi in front of the diner, Amy filming on her phone. Then the float turned the corner toward the square, and he saw Ebony. She was standing near her booth, which was set up in the same spot as the craft fair, the east side of the street with the good light. She wasn't behind the table yet. She was on the sidewalk, a cup of something hot in her hands, watching the parade with the half-amused expression of a person who found small-town festivities charming and slightly ridiculous, and couldn't imagine living anywhere else. The float rolled closer. She saw it. She saw the banner, the players, the candy arcing through the air, and then she saw him. Her eyes found the cape first, then the face paint, then his face above it all. The face of a man who was standing on a moving flatbed in a bedsheet cape with mismatched stripes under his eyes, surrounded by teenage boys in front of the entire town. She laughed. Not the polite laugh. Not the dry, controlled sound she made when something was mildly funny. The laugh that stayed behind her teeth and never fully landed. This was different. This was a laugh that started in her belly and broke open across her whole face, her head tilting back, her mouth wide, her eyes squeezing shut, her shoulders shaking. She laughed with her entire body, one hand pressed to her chest, the other still holding the cup, and for 3 seconds she forgot anyone was watching. She forgot the crowd and the sidewalk and the booth and the version of herself she usually presented to the world. She just laughed, open and helpless, and she looked exactly like the figurine on her living room shelf. The laughing woman. The one who'd forgotten anyone was watching. Jabril stood on the float in his ridiculous cape and felt something crack open in his chest so wide he didn't know if it would ever close. This was what he'd wanted. Not just to see her laugh, but to see her let go. To see the woman her figurines knew she was. The one with the thrown-back head and the joy that took over everything. She was there. She was real. She was standing on a sidewalk in Sweetgum laughing at him, and he would have worn 100 capes for the rest of his life to see her do it again. The float rolled past. He kept his eyes on her for as long as he could, turning his head as the trailer moved, watching her laughter settle into a grin that stayed on her face like it had decided to move in. She caught him looking. She didn't look away. She raised her cup in a small salute, still grinning, and he raised a hand from inside his cape and felt like the most ridiculous and luckiest man in the state of Georgia. Devante appeared at his elbow. "Coach, was that the clay lady? Throw your candy, Devante. She was laughing at you pretty hard. That's either really good or really bad." Candy, crowd, now. The float continued down Main Street toward the square. Jabril didn't stop smiling for 3 blocks. After the parade, he changed out of the cape in the locker room, washed the paint off his face with paper towels and hand soap, and walked back to Main Street. The festival was in full swing now, the parade crowd dispersing into the booths and games and food stations. He moved through it with purpose, nodding at parents, waving at players, not stopping until he reached the east side of the street. She was behind her booth, arranging figurines. She looked up when he approached, and the grin from the parade was still there, tucked into the corners of her mouth, waiting. "Nice cape," she said. "The team voted." "Unanimously?" "So I'm told." The face paint was a nice touch. That was Devante. He takes spirit very seriously. I could tell. She was still grinning. He could see her trying to stop and failing, the laughter from the parade living in her face like a guest who'd refused to leave. He loved it. He wanted it to stay forever. "You look like you're having fun," he said. "I am having fun." She said it like it surprised her. Like fun was something that happened to other people and she'd accidentally gotten some on her. He bought a cup of cider from the booth next to hers and leaned against the table, angled toward her, watching the crowd. She sold 2 figurines while he stood there, handling the transactions with the same quiet precision she brought to everything, wrapping each piece in tissue paper, thanking each customer. Between sales, they talked the way they'd learned to talk, easily, about nothing and everything, the conversation filling the gaps, the way water fills a channel. When the booth traffic slowed, he said, "Come carve pumpkins." "I'm working. You've got 3 pieces left and 4 hours of festival. Come carve a pumpkin." She looked at her table, then at the community carving station set up near the square, where families and couples and clusters of teenagers were hunched over pumpkins with cheap carving kits. She looked back at him. "I'm terrible at pumpkin carving," she said. "Good. So am I." They sat on a bench at the carving station with a pumpkin between them and 2 carving kits laid out on the newspaper-covered table. The bench was narrow, the kind built for children or for adults who didn't mind proximity. Their knees touched when they sat down. She didn't move away. He noticed. A point of contact, his knee against hers, through denim and fabric, unremarkable to anyone walking by and seismic to him. He didn't move either. He let the contact hold, let it settle, and picked up his carving tool like the top of his knee wasn't the center of the known universe. "What are you going for?" she asked, scooping seeds out of her pumpkin with a focus that suggested she was also aware of the knee situation and had decided to handle it by concentrating very hard on gourd innards. "I'm going for something scary." "That shouldn't be hard. You could just carve the cape." He laughed. She smiled at the sound of it, that quick, private smile that was different from the laughing woman version, smaller but just as real. They carved. Her pumpkin turned out significantly better than his. She had the hands for it, the same steady, precise fingers that shaped clay into living faces, and her pumpkin emerged with a detailed expression that was somehow both spooky and dignified. His looked like it had been in an accident. "That's abstract," she said, examining his work. "It's terrifying. It's something." They set their pumpkins side by side on the table, hers elegant, his chaotic, and the contrast made them both laugh. The afternoon light was fading. The string lights came on along the street. The festival shifted into its evening gear, the crowd thinning and reforming, families heading home, while couples and groups of friends settled in for the later hours. They walked away from the carving station and found themselves at the edge of the crowd, near the corner where Main Street curved toward the residential blocks. It was quieter here. The music from the stage was distant. The nearest street lamp was behind them, casting their shadows long across the pavement. "Ebony," he said. She looked at him. The grin from the parade was gone now, replaced by something more open and more careful, the expression of a woman who could feel what was coming and wasn't sure she was ready for it. "I want you to know," he started, and the words were right there, the real ones, the ones he'd been editing and revising and swallowing for weeks. He could feel them stacking up behind his teeth. "I think about you every morning. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I'm in love with you, and I can't say it because the last time I said it, someone told me I was too much." "The parade was really fun this year," Ebony said. She said it brightly, deliberately, the way you change the channel when a scene gets too intense. She was looking at the street, not at him, and her voice had the particular steadiness of a person redirecting with all their strength. He let her. He could have pushed. He could have said the words anyway, finished the sentence she'd interrupted, made her hear what he'd been trying to say. But pushing was the thing. Pushing was what Renee had told him was too much. Pushing was what cost him the last person he'd loved. And the thought of pushing Ebony and watching her close the door she'd just started opening was a risk he couldn't take. "Yeah," he said. "It was." They stood there for a moment, the almost words dissolving in the evening air. Then they walked back toward the crowd, side by side, close enough that their arms almost touched, and watched the tail end of the parade loop back down Main Street. Floats and decorated cars and the marching band one more time, playing the fight song, the brass catching the streetlight. A kid from the team, one of the younger ones, sprinted past them on the sidewalk, heading toward the float. He skidded to a stop, looked at Jabril, looked at Ebony, looked back at Jabril. "Hey, coach," he said, grinning wide. "Is that your girlfriend? Go find your parents," Jabril said. The kid laughed and ran off. Jabril didn't look at Ebony. He felt her go still beside him, a particular kind of stillness, not frozen but held, like a breath caught between in and out. He kept his eyes on the parade and let the question sit between them, unanswered, which was its own kind of answer. The band passed, the floats rolled on, the streetlights hummed above them. She was standing close enough that he could feel the warmth of her shoulder near his, and the space between them was charged with everything and touching nothing. And the parade moved on down Main Street, taking the noise with it, leaving them in the quiet.
Chapter 14. The diner at 7 in the morning was a different place than the diner at noon. Quiet, nearly empty. The breakfast regulars were sparse and solitary, people who wanted their coffee and their eggs and not to be bothered by conversation. Ebony liked it best at this hour. The counter was mostly hers. The noise was low, and the only person who spoke to her was Malachi. And Malachi spoke in the language of people who understood that sometimes presence was enough. He set a plate in front of her without asking. Eggs over easy, wheat toast, turkey sausage. A cup of coffee, black, the way she liked it. He'd never asked what she wanted for breakfast. He'd figured it out on his own, the same way he'd figured out her lunch order, through the quiet accumulation of paying attention. "Thank you," she said. He nodded and moved down the counter to refill old Mr. Lyle's coffee. The diner hummed its early morning hum. Ebony ate slowly, the way she only ate when the room was empty enough to feel private. No one watching, no one counting bites, just her and the food and the warm haze of a kitchen that had been cooking since before dawn. A small moment of being known. She didn't take those for granted. The kid's voice had been following her for days. "Hey, coach, is that your girlfriend?" She'd replayed it in the shower, at the wheel, lying in bed, standing in the studio with clay cooling on her hands. The words themselves were nothing. A kid being a kid, saying the obvious thing that kids say because they haven't learned the art of not saying it yet. It wasn't the question that rattled her. It was the answer she wanted to give. Yes, she'd wanted to say. Standing on that sidewalk with the parade lights on her face and Jabril's shoulder warm beside her, she'd wanted to say yes, and the wanting had hit her so hard that she'd gone still. Not because she was surprised, but because she wasn't. She'd been wanting it for weeks. Maybe longer. She'd been wanting it since the first Saturday he'd shown up with batteries, since the coffee in her kitchen, since the studio doorway, when he'd looked at her shelves and said, "These are real," and the ground had shifted under her feet. She wanted Jabril Watts to be her person. She wanted Saturdays to mean what they meant, and not what she kept telling herself they meant. She wanted to stop rounding down and let the math be what it was. And the wanting terrified her because it meant she was already in too deep to pretend she wasn't, and pretending was the only thing that had been keeping her safe. She went home after breakfast and stood in front of the bathroom mirror. She didn't do this often. The mirror in her bathroom was small and old, slightly warped at the edges, and she'd positioned it at face height so she could see what she needed to see for daily maintenance without seeing the rest. She'd done that on purpose years ago, and she'd never adjusted it. But this morning she stepped back and looked. All of her. The t-shirt she slept in hung off one shoulder and draped over the rest of her. She pulled it tight against her body so the fabric showed what it usually hid. Thick arms, soft and round at the shoulder, solid at the forearm. Her belly, the wide curve of it, the way it sat below her waist and took up space without apology, even when she wished it wouldn't. Her hips, broad and heavy, the reason she bought pants 2 sizes up and still felt the seams strain when she sat. Her thighs, pressing together at the top, the place where fabric wore thin first. She looked at herself the way she looked at a new piece of clay. Not with judgment, exactly. Not with love. With the tired, practiced eye of someone who had been looking at this body for her whole life and had arrived at a truce she could live with. She didn't hate it. She'd stopped hating it at some point, the way you stop fighting a weather pattern you can't change. You don't love the rain. You just buy an umbrella and get on with it. But the truce had a cost. The cost was that she'd stopped believing this body could be wanted. Not useful, not functional, not good enough. Wanted. Desired. Looked at by someone and found beautiful, not in the abstract way that magazines sometimes allowed, the token acknowledgement that all bodies have value, but in the specific, urgent, I can't stop looking at you way that she'd never experienced and had long ago decided she never would. She made women with this body. She sculpted them with wide hips and thick arms and full bellies, and she made them look like they owned the world. She gave them thrown-back heads and open mouths and postures that said, I am here and I am not moving, and if you can't see me, that's your problem. She could give that to clay. She couldn't give it to herself. And now there was a man who looked at her the way she wished she could look at her own reflection. A man whose eyes tracked the curve of her body without flinching, without the polite avoidance she'd learned to expect, without the careful above-the-shoulders gaze that told her someone was being kind by not seeing the rest of her. Jabril looked at the rest of her. She'd caught him doing it. At the craft fair, at the pumpkin carving bench, in the studio when he thought she wasn't paying attention. He looked at her body the way she looked at the bodies she sculpted, with attention and intention, and something that was too close to admiration for her to accept. She let go of the t-shirt. The fabric fell loose again, hiding what it hid. Stop, she told herself. You know better. She turned away from the mirror and went to get dressed. In the studio, the porch steps piece was where she'd left it, under the damp cloth on the work table. She'd been avoiding it. She'd been avoiding it the way she avoided the mirror, by not looking directly at it, by filling her time with commissions and inventory and anything else that kept her hands busy without requiring her to confront what she'd made. She pulled the cloth off. The two figures sat side by side on the steps. The man's shoulder angled toward the woman. The woman's hand rested on the step between them, palm open. The gap between their bodies was still there, that charged space that Mrs. Jenkins had called interesting and that Ebony called unfinished. And that was actually just the distance between wanting something and believing you could have it. She'd been working on the woman's body for weeks. It was done now. Full and solid and grounded, a woman built like Ebony herself, thick in the arms and wide in the hips, sitting on the steps with the easy weight of someone who belonged there. The man leaned toward her slightly, his whole body tilted in her direction, drawn to her the way a compass needle finds north. Not reaching for her, just oriented, like she was the direction everything pointed. The face was the problem. She'd tried gratitude. It looked like apology. She'd tried surprise, the expression of a woman who couldn't believe someone had chosen her. It looked like doubt wearing a mask. She'd tried happiness, a simple smile, and it looked shallow, painted on, the kind of expression you give a camera instead of a person. What she wanted was settled. She wanted the woman's face to say, "This is mine," not because I earned it or proved I was worthy of it. Not because he chose me, and I should be grateful. It's mine because love is not a reward for being the right kind of woman. It's mine because I decided to let it in. She couldn't sculpt that expression because she'd never worn it. She worked on the face for an hour, trying variations, smoothing and reshaping, and every attempt came out wrong. The tools felt clumsy in her hands. The clay resisted her, or she resisted the clay. And the difference didn't matter because the result was the same, a blank space where the truth was supposed to go. She covered the piece and sat back on her stool. Her phone buzzed on the work table, an email notification. She picked it up and read it, and her stomach did something cold and complicated. The Atlanta Gallery had written again, the same one that had reached out after the craft fair, after someone posted photos of her booth online. They wanted to discuss a solo show. They'd seen her work, they were impressed, they thought her figurines would be a strong fit for their space. Could she call to discuss dates and logistics? She put the phone down. A solo show. In Atlanta. Her figurines in a real gallery, not a gift shop, not a craft fair booth, not a consignment shelf between scented candles and decorative signs. A room with white walls and good lighting and her name on a placard, and people walking in off the street to see what she'd made. She should have been excited. She should have been calling Opal, calling Mrs. Jenkins, calling her parents. She should have been making a list of which pieces to submit and how many new ones she'd need. She sat on her stool and stared at the email and felt nothing but the familiar weight of the question she could never answer. Who do you think you are? She didn't reply. She set the phone face down on the work table and picked up her tools and started cleaning them. The closing ritual. The methodical scraping and wiping that gave her hands something to do when her mind was somewhere she didn't want to follow. Mrs. Jenkins came by at 4. She arrived the way she always arrived, without announcement, cane and cookies, and the particular energy of a woman who had earned the right to show up unannounced. She settled onto the spare stool and looked around the studio the way she always did, reading the room the way Ebony read faces, with patience and precision. "You look tired," Mrs. Jenkins said. "I'm fine." "That's not what I asked." She opened the cookie tin and set it on the work table between them. "What's on your mind?" Ebony didn't answer right away. She wiped down a tool that was already clean. She folded a cloth that was already folded. She did the things she did when she was stalling, and Mrs. Jenkins let her stall, because Mrs. Jenkins had the patience of a woman who quilted for a living and understood that some patterns take time. "I got an email," Ebony said finally, "from a gallery in Atlanta. They want to do a solo show." Mrs. Jenkins's eyebrows rose. Not in surprise, Ebony realized, in confirmation, like she'd been waiting for this and was pleased it had finally arrived. And, Mrs. Jenkins said, and I haven't replied. How long ago did they write? Ebony was quiet. That long, Mrs. Jenkins said. Why haven't you replied? I'm not ready. Mrs. Jenkins looked at her. The look was warm and direct and unsparing. The look of a woman who had spent decades making beautiful things with her hands and understood exactly what it cost to put them in front of strangers. Ready for the gallery, she said, or ready to believe you deserve it? The question sat in the studio like a third person, taking up space, breathing its own air. Ebony looked at the covered figurine on the work table, the woman whose face she couldn't finish, and she felt the two questions collapse into one. The gallery. The figurine, Jabril. All of it the same question, the same locked door, the same key she carried everywhere and refused to use. She didn't answer. Mrs. Jenkins reached across the work table and squeezed her hand. One squeeze, firm and certain, the kind of touch that said, I see you and I'm not going anywhere and you'll figure this out when you're ready. Then she let go. The cookies are brown butter shortbread, Mrs. Jenkins said, standing. New recipe. Tell me what you think. She tapped her cane on the threshold and walked down the gravel path, her yellow cardigan catching the late afternoon light, leaving Ebony alone with the cookies and the email, and the faceless woman on the work table who was waiting, like everything else in Ebony's life, for her to decide what she was allowed to have.
Chapter 15. His mother had a gift for asking questions that weren't questions. She'd perfected it over decades of raising two boys and being married to a man who communicated primarily through nods and the occasional grunt, and she wielded it with the calm precision of a woman who knew that the best way to get information was to leave a silence shaped exactly like the truth and wait for someone to fill it. Coffee before you go, she said, leaning against the kitchen counter. I can't stay long. I've got somewhere to be. On a Saturday morning. She said it like a weather report, neutral, observational. Yes, you've been somewhere to be a lot of Saturday mornings lately. His father was at the kitchen table, reading the paper, not looking up. This was his father's preferred mode of participation, present, silent, strategically deaf. I'm helping a friend with some house repairs, Jabril said. That's nice. His mother poured herself a cup of coffee and took a slow sip. Must be a lot of repairs. It's an older house. She set her cup down. What's her name? I didn't say it was a her. You didn't have to. She smiled, the smile of a woman who had raised this boy and knew his face the way she knew her own handwriting. Bring her for Sunday dinner sometime. His father turned a page of the newspaper. Without looking up, he said, Your mother makes a good roast. Jabril kissed his mother on the cheek and left before the interrogation could deepen. He drove to Birch Street with a box of pastries from the coffee shop on the passenger seat and nothing else. No toolbox, no hardware store bag, no ladder, no drill, no screws. The house didn't need him anymore. The railing was solid, the gutters clean, the porch steps level, the windows weather-stripped, the smoke detectors upgraded, the cabinet knobs tight, the downspout redirected, every light replaced. He'd worked through every repair he could find and a few he'd invented, and the house stood there on Birch Street, looking better than it had in years, a monument to his inability to say what he actually meant. He had no excuse today. He had pastries and himself, and the pastries were the excuse, and the excuse was transparent, and he was tired of pretending it wasn't. She opened the door before he knocked. She was in a soft pullover and jeans, her hair in a scarf, her hands clean for once, no clay. She looked at him. She looked at the pastry box. She looked behind him at the truck, at the empty bed where the tools usually lived. No project today, she said. No project. She held the door open. Come in. He set the pastries on the kitchen table, and she put the coffee on without being asked, moving around the kitchen with the easy rhythm of a woman in her own space. He watched her reach for the mugs, the two mugs, his and hers, side by side in the cabinet where she kept them now. She'd stopped putting his away after each visit. They just lived there, next to each other, like they belonged. She set his coffee down and opened the pastry box. She looked inside, considered, and picked one. She ate it standing at the counter with her back half turned, the way she always handled food when he was present, oriented away, private, the act of eating folded into the larger act of being in the kitchen. He'd noticed this. He'd noticed it early, and he'd never commented on it because some things a person did weren't an invitation for observation. He just made sure the pastries were there and let her come to them on her own terms. "I have a shipment going out today," she said. "3 commissions. If you're here with nothing to fix, you can help me pack. Put me to work." They sat at the kitchen table with tissue paper and bubble wrap and 3 figurines laid out between them. She showed him how to wrap. Tissue first, smoothed flat, folded over the base and up around the body, then bubble wrap, then the box, with crumpled newspaper in the gaps so nothing shifted during shipping. "Gentle," she said, watching him wrap the first one. A woman with a watering can tipped over a garden bed. "Like you're holding something that trusts you not to break it." He adjusted his grip. She nodded. They worked side by side, their hands moving in a rhythm that synced without either of them planning it. She wrapped, he boxed, she taped, he labeled. The kitchen was warm with coffee and the quiet industry of 2 people doing a simple task together, and the domesticity of it sat in Jabril's chest like a house he wanted to live in. She was close enough that he could smell the jasmine. Not the tea, he realized. Her. The tea scent had gotten into her skin or her soap or whatever she used, and now jasmine was just what Ebony smelled like. And he was going to associate that scent with this kitchen table and these mornings for the rest of his life, whether she let him in or not. They finished the packing. 3 boxes, sealed and labeled, stacked by the front door for pickup. She refilled their coffee. He sat at the table and watched her move through the kitchen, comfortable and unhurried, and he thought about all the Saturdays that had led to this one. The progression from smoke detectors to this quiet morning of tissue paper and trust. "I got an email," she said. She was standing at the counter with her coffee, looking at the window, not at him. "From a gallery in Atlanta. They want to do a solo show. That's incredible. I haven't replied yet." He let that sit for a moment. "How long ago did they write?" She didn't answer, which was an answer. "Why are you hesitating?" he asked. She turned her coffee cup in her hands. "It's a big step. A gallery is different from a craft fair booth. People come with expectations. Critics come. It's not just someone picking up a figurine because it looks like their grandmother. It's people evaluating the work as art, and that's..." She trailed off. "That's what? That's a different kind of being seen." He understood that. He understood it the way he understood a player who had the talent to go to the next level and was terrified of what the next level would ask of them. The fear wasn't about failure. It was about visibility, about being seen clearly, without the safety of a small stage. "Your work deserves to be seen by more people," he said. She went still. She was looking at her coffee cup, both hands wrapped around it, and the stillness was the kind he'd learned to recognize, the kind that meant something had landed and she was deciding what to do with it. He hadn't said you deserve more than you let yourself have. He'd said it about the work. But they both heard the other sentence underneath it. The way they'd both heard "I noticed" and "same time next week," and every other phrase they'd loaded with more weight than the words could technically hold. "I'll think about it," she said. "Good." They didn't talk about it again. They drank their coffee and cleaned up the packing supplies, and the afternoon opened up around them the way it always did, slow and golden. She didn't go to the studio. He didn't leave. They migrated to the porch without discussing it, drawn outside by the light. The last warm Saturdays before November turned the air. She sat on the top step. He sat one step down, his back against the post he'd reinforced months ago, his shoulder near her knee. The position they'd fallen into, their position, the geometry of these 2 people on this porch. The light was the kind that made everything look the way it actually was, warm and specific and unhurried. He could hear birds and the distant sound of someone's lawnmower and nothing else. The street was empty. Sandra's house was quiet across the way. The whole world had contracted to the porch and the 2 of them and the golden air between them. He turned to say something, a comment about the light or the birds or anything at all, and she was looking at him. Not the guarded look, not the assessing look, the one that measured his words and decided whether to let them in. This was something else, open, undefended. The expression she wore when she forgot to protect herself, the one he'd only seen once before, in the studio when he'd described the leaning woman, and she'd listened with her whole body. She was looking at him the way the figurine on her shelf looked at whatever was in front of her, with full attention and no armor, and a wanting so clear it almost had a sound. He reached up and touched her hand. Her hand was resting on her knee, palm down, and he put his hand over it, not grabbing, not pulling, just placing his hand on top of hers, his fingers settling between her knuckles, his palm warm against her skin. A deliberate, unhurried touch that said everything he'd been editing out of his sentences for months. She didn't pull away. Her fingers moved under his, a small shift, not pulling free but adjusting, making room, letting his hand settle more fully over hers. Her breath changed. He could hear it, the slight catch, the careful exhale, the way her whole body recalibrated around this single point of contact. Their hands stayed together, his over hers, on her knee, in the golden light, and the moment stretched and held, and he could feel both of their heartbeats in his fingertips. A car horn honked on the street. Short, sharp, somebody passing, probably a neighbor waving to Sandra or signaling a turn. An ordinary sound. But Ebony startled like a gunshot had gone off, and her hand pulled free, and the armor went back up so fast that he could almost hear it locking into place. She stood. I should get back to the studio. Her voice was steady, controlled, the voice of a woman who had just spent 30 seconds without her walls and was now rebuilding them at emergency speed. Thank you for the pastries, and for helping with the packing. Anytime. Good night, Jabril. Good night, Ebony. She went inside. The screen door closed behind her. He sat on the porch step for a minute, his hand still warm where it had touched hers, the ghost of her pulse still in his fingertips. Then he stood, crossed the yard, and drove home. His living room was quiet. The figurine he'd bought at the craft fair sat on the shelf by the window, the man on the bench with his elbows on his knees, looking at something out of frame. Jabril sat on the couch and looked at the man looking at whatever he was looking at, and he thought about 30 seconds on a porch step when the world had been small and golden and her fingers had shifted to make room for his. I can't keep doing this halfway. The thought was clear and heavy and true. He couldn't keep showing up with pastries and coffee and the carefully edited version of himself and hope that proximity would do the work of honesty. He couldn't keep touching her hand and pulling back, starting sentences and stopping, loving her from one step below and hoping she'd figure it out on her own. She deserved the chance to make her own choice. He'd told Neil that. He'd meant it. He just hadn't been brave enough to apply it to himself. His phone buzzed on the coffee table. A text from Andre. So when are you going to tell her? He picked up the phone and looked at the message for a long time. Outside his window, the evening was settling over Sweetgum, the streetlights coming on, the neighbors' houses going warm with lamplight. Somewhere across town, on Birch Street, Ebony was in her studio or her kitchen, or standing at the sink looking at 2 coffee cups in the rack, and he was here, holding a phone and a question and the full weight of something he couldn't carry halfway anymore. He didn't reply to Andre. He set the phone down and looked at the man on the bench, and the man on the bench looked back at him with the steady concentration of someone who had already made his decision and was just waiting for Jabril to catch up.
Chapter 16. Opal was rearranging the window display when Ebony came in with the new inventory. She was moving a set of hand-thrown mugs to the back shelf to make room for Ebony's figurines, humming something Ebony didn't recognize, her reading glasses pushed up on her head. "Before I forget," Opal said, taking the box from Ebony's hands and setting it on the counter. "Coach Watts came by the other day, the football coach." Ebony's hands went still. He didn't want to commission anything. Didn't ask any questions, really. He just stood at the shelf and looked. Opal held up a figurine of 2 women on a park bench, examining it in the window light. Spent a good 10 minutes with every piece. Picked them up, turned them over, put them back. I've been in retail a long time, and I know the difference between someone browsing and someone studying. He was studying. Opal set the figurine down and glanced at Ebony over the rims of her glasses. Friend of yours? He's helped me with some repairs at the house, Ebony said, and busied herself with unpacking the rest of the box, and her fingers were careful and steady and completely betrayed by the heat climbing her neck. He'd come to Opal's shop. He'd stood in the space where her figurines lived and looked at them the way he looked at the shelves in her studio, with that quiet, full attention he gave everything that mattered to him. Not on Birch Street, not on a Saturday morning, not in the protected pocket of their routine. He'd gone looking for her work in the world, and the fact that he wanted to be near it, even when she wasn't there, was the thing she couldn't breathe around. She drove home and sat in her car in the driveway for a long time, the hand on the porch, his fingers settling between her knuckles, the warmth of his palm, and the 30 seconds when she'd let herself have it, when her fingers had shifted to make room for his, and her whole body had leaned towards something it had been refusing to believe was real. She'd felt his pulse in his fingertips, or her pulse in his, or both of their pulses becoming the same pulse. And for 30 seconds, the math hadn't mattered. For 30 seconds, she'd been the woman in the sundress figurine, the one with the thrown-back head and no apology, the one who'd never wished she was smaller. And then the car horn, and reality, and the familiar rush of panic that came from letting someone get too close to something they could break. She went inside and locked the door and stood in the kitchen and told herself the things she always told herself. He's being kind. He's being friendly. You are reading into this because you are lonely, and lonely people build castles out of coffee cups and hand touches and the way a man looks at your work. You have been wrong about this before. You will be wrong again. Pull back now while the fall is still short enough to survive. Saturday came. The truck came. The knock came. She opened the door. He was standing on the porch with 2 coffees, no tools, the same setup as last week. And his face did the thing it always did when he saw her, that quick private brightness that he probably didn't know was visible. "Morning," he said. "Morning." She took the coffee. "Thank you." She didn't hold the door open the way she usually did, the way that meant come in and stay. She held it open the way you hold a door for someone who's delivering something, wide enough to be polite, not wide enough to be an invitation. He noticed. She saw him notice. His eyes moved over her face the way they moved over a field before a play, reading, assessing, trying to understand what had changed between last Saturday and this one. "I've got work to do in the studio," she said. "You're welcome to look around, see if anything needs attention." He looked at her for a beat. "Sure," he said. His voice was even, careful, the voice of a man who was choosing not to ask the question his face was asking. She went to the studio. She closed the door. She sat at the wheel and centered a block of clay and started working. And she worked with a focus that was entirely performance. Her hands moving through motions that produced nothing of value because her mind was across the yard on the porch with a man she was hurting on purpose because hurting him was safer than letting him in. He found things to do. She could hear him on the porch, moving around, checking the railing, testing the steps, looking for something to fix. There was nothing to fix. He'd fixed everything. But he looked anyway because that's what he did when he didn't know what else to do, the way she made bowls when she was hiding from the truth. He came to the studio doorway after an hour. She felt him there before she saw him, the way she always felt him, that shift in the air, the particular quality of attention that only Jabril brought into a room. "Railing's still solid," he said. "Good. Gutters are clear. Thank you." A pause. She didn't look up from the wheel. She kept her hands in the clay, kept her eyes on the shape that wasn't becoming anything, kept the wall between them built and maintained and high enough that he couldn't see over it. "Ebony. Did I do something wrong?" The question sat in the studio like a held breath. She looked up. He was standing in the doorway, one hand on the frame, his body angled toward her the way it was always angled toward her. And his face was open and confused, and she could see the hurt underneath the confusion, the careful hurt of a man who was used to being told he was too much and was already bracing for it. "No," she said. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just busy today. He looked at her. She looked at him. The lie hung in the air between them, visible to both of them, and neither of them reached for it. Okay, he said. I'll let you work. He left earlier than usual. She heard the truck start, heard the engine idle for a moment, heard it pull away. She didn't go to the window. She sat at the wheel with her hands in dead clay and listened to the sound of him leaving, and every second of the engine fading felt like a thread being pulled from something she'd been weaving without knowing it. When the street was quiet, she went to the window. The curtain was thin enough to see through without pulling it aside. His truck was gone. Birch Street was empty. Sandra was in her yard across the way, watering the last of her fall garden, moving the hose in slow arcs. Normal. Everything normal. Nothing broken. She turned back to the studio. The porch steps piece was on the work table under its cloth. She pulled the cloth off and looked at it. The man leaning toward the woman's hand open on the step between them. The gap, the unfinished face. She picked up a fine tool and tried the face again. Tried to give the woman the expression she'd been chasing for weeks. Settled, at peace, loved without condition or apology. The tool moved over the clay, and the expression that emerged was something else. Not peaceful, not grateful. Afraid. The woman looked afraid. Afraid of the man leaning toward her, afraid of the open hand between them, afraid of the gap closing. Ebony set the tool down, she covered the piece, she wiped her hands. She stood in the studio and looked at the shelves of clay people who were braver than she was. All those women with their thrown-back heads and their planted feet and their unapologetic bodies, and she felt the distance between who she made and who she was like a crack running down the center of her chest. This is the right call, she told herself. He was getting too close. You were getting too comfortable. Better to reset now than to let yourself believe something that will only hurt worse when it turns out you were wrong. She turned off the studio lights. She crossed the yard to the house. She made dinner and ate it alone at the kitchen table in the chair that was hers, across from the chair that had become his. And she didn't look at his chair, and she didn't think about the way he leaned back in it, with his coffee and his ankles crossed and his attention fully on her, like she was the only thing in the room worth seeing. She cleaned up, she brushed her teeth, she got into bed and stared at the ceiling and didn't sleep. At 11, she got up and went back to the studio. She sat at the work table in the dark, the moon coming through the window, the figurines on the shelves casting shadows that made them look like they were watching her. Her phone was on the work table. She picked it up and opened her contacts and scrolled to his name. Jabril Watts. The number he'd given her the day of the fire, when he'd written it on the back of a department card and left it on her kitchen counter. In case you need anything, he'd said. She'd saved it that night and never used it. She'd never called, never texted, never reached out first. He was always the one who came. She stared at his name on the screen. Her thumb hovered over the call button. One press, and his phone would ring and he'd answer, because he was the kind of man who answered, and she'd hear his voice and she could say, "What? I'm sorry I was cold today. I'm sorry I closed the door. I'm sorry I'm so afraid of wanting you that I'd rather lose you than find out I was right to be afraid." She put the phone down. Through the studio window, the house was dark against the sky. The porch railing, solid, the steps, level, the backlight glowing steady. Everything he'd fixed, everything he'd given her without being asked, without expecting anything in return, every Saturday for weeks, showing up with tools and coffee and the quiet, steady presence of a man who didn't know how to say "I love you," so he said it with a hammer and a box of screws, and a hand placed gently over hers in the late afternoon light. Across the street, Sandra's porch light was on, a warm yellow square in the dark. A shape moved behind the curtains. Sandra up late, living her ordinary life in her ordinary house. Ebony watched the light and the shape and held the phone she wouldn't use. And across the street, Sandra paused at her window and stood there for a moment, looking out at the dark, the way people do when they can't sleep either, before she moved away and left the light on.
Chapter 17. The athletic director wanted to talk about spring scheduling, track season, facility allocation, bus requests for away meets. Jabril sat in the office across from Mr. Calhoun's cluttered desk and went through the calendar, marking dates, confirming conflicts, handling the kind of administrative work that kept a program running and that nobody thanked you for. It was routine. He was grateful for routine right now. "You okay, Coach?" Calhoun said, looking at him over the stack of forms between them. "You seem distracted." "Long week. Football's going well. Football's fine." Calhoun studied him for a moment, then went back to the calendar. He was a practical man who didn't push when a colleague said they were fine, and Jabril appreciated that more than he could express. He finished the meeting and drove home and sat in his truck in the driveway and didn't go inside. 2 Saturdays. 2 Saturdays of knocking on her door and feeling the warmth that used to meet him replaced by something polite and distant and careful. 2 Saturdays of her staying in the studio while he invented tasks on a house that didn't need him anymore, of 1 cup of coffee instead of 2, of questions answered but never asked. 2 Saturdays of Ebony being pleasant and present and completely, deliberately unreachable. She'd pulled back. He didn't know why. He'd replayed the last real Saturday in his mind 100 times. The packing, the porch, the hand, and he couldn't find the moment where he'd gone wrong. Maybe the hand was wrong. Maybe touching her had crossed a line she'd drawn that he couldn't see. Maybe she'd been tolerating his presence out of politeness this whole time, and he'd finally done the thing that made the politeness impossible. He considered stopping. He sat in his truck and seriously considered it, the way a person considers a surgery they know they need but don't want. Just stop going to Birch Street. Stop buying coffee for 2. Stop showing up with reasons that both of them knew weren't reasons. Let her have her Saturdays back, her studio, her solitude. Respect the distance she'd created and walk away. He could do that. He was good at walking away. He'd walked away from Renee, from the version of himself that felt everything loudly, from every instinct that told him to say the whole truth instead of the safe part. He could walk away from Ebony Cole and her clay people and her kitchen table and the way her fingers had shifted to make room for his on the porch step. He could do that, and it would be the respectful thing, and he would spend the rest of his life wondering what would have happened if he hadn't. Sunday dinner, his parents' kitchen. His mother made roast. His father sat at the head of the table and ate with the focused efficiency of a man who communicated his approval of the food by consuming it. Jabril moved his fork around his plate and contributed to the conversation in the minimum amount required to avoid detection. His mother detected him anyway. "How's your friend?" she said, casual, buttering a roll. "I don't think she wants me around anymore." His mother set down the butter knife. His father continued eating, but his chewing slowed, which was his version of leaning in. "Did she say that?" his mother asked. "She didn't have to. That's not what I asked." She looked at him with the directness he'd inherited from her, the same directness Renee had called too much. "Did she tell you she doesn't want you around? Those words? From her mouth?" "No." "Then you decided it for her." The sentence landed in the kitchen like a stone dropped in still water. His father reached for the potatoes without comment, which was his version of agreement. "You've been going to see this woman every Saturday for how long?" his mother said. "And now because things got hard, you're going to decide what she wants without asking her? That's not respectful, Jabril. That's just scared." He looked at his plate. The roast was getting cold. His mother was right, the way she was always right, in the way that felt less like advice and more like being shown a mirror you'd been avoiding. Did she say that, or did you decide it for her? He'd told Neil, "The worst thing you can do is decide for both of you." He'd told Ebony, "Your work deserves to be seen by more people." He'd spent months giving everyone around him the truth he couldn't give himself. "Your mother makes a good point," his father said, which was the most he'd spoken all dinner. Saturday morning. No tools, no pastries, no coffee from the diner. Just himself, standing on her porch in a jacket and walking shoes, his hands empty, his chest full of the thing he'd been carrying for months. She opened the door. She was in her studio clothes, her hair in a scarf, clay on her forearms. Her face had the careful, managed quality it had worn the last 2 Saturdays, the one that said you're welcome here without meaning it. Morning, she said. Morning. He took a breath. I don't have anything to fix today. You haven't had anything to fix in a while. No. He looked at her. She looked back at him, and he could see the armor, all of it, every layer she'd rebuilt in the last 2 weeks, and he could see the effort it was costing her to keep it up. Will you take a walk with me? She blinked. Whatever she'd been expecting, it wasn't that. Not tools, not coffee, not a project. A walk. Just him asking her to go somewhere with him, with nothing in his hands and no excuse to hide behind. Where? She said. The lake trail. She looked at him for a long moment. He watched her weigh it, the same way she weighed compliments and hand touches and every other thing he'd offered that she didn't know whether to let in. Then something shifted behind her eyes, a small surrender, the armor cracking not because it broke but because she chose to set it down. Let me wash my hands, she said. They drove to the trailhead in his truck, side by side, the windows up against the November chill. The trees along the road were bare, their branches sharp against the gray sky. Fall had burned through Sweetgum and left the bones behind, everything stripped down to its essential shape, no color left to hide behind. The trail was empty. A weekday kind of quiet on a Saturday morning, the lake flat and steel-colored through the trees, the path soft with decomposing leaves. They walked without talking at first, their footsteps the only sound, and the silence between them was different from the cold silence of the last 2 Saturdays. This was the silence of 2 people walking toward something, not away from it. He let it hold for as long as he could, a quarter mile maybe. The trail curved along the lake's edge, and through the bare trees the water was visible, gray and still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. I need to tell you something, he said. She didn't stop walking. She didn't stiffen. She just kept her pace, her eyes on the trail, and said, okay. I didn't come back to fix your railing. He kept walking too. It was easier to say it side by side than face to face, easier to let the words fall between their footsteps than to stand still and deliver them like a verdict. I came back because something about you pulled at me and I couldn't leave it alone. I tried. I told myself it was community service. I told myself I was just being helpful. But that was a lie, and I'm tired of lying about it. The trail crunched under their feet. A leaf detached from a branch above them and spiraled down between their shoulders. I see you, Ebony, the real you, not the version you show the world, the one who stands behind the booth and deflects compliments and hides in the studio and rounds herself down until she fits inside a space that's too small for her. I see the woman who makes those figurines, the one who looks at people and sees the truth of them and puts it into clay so the rest of us can see it too. I see her, and she's extraordinary, and she doesn't believe it, and that's the thing I can't walk away from. He paused. The trail opened up to a small clearing by the water's edge, a bench and a view, the kind of spot that existed in every small town near a lake. He didn't sit down. He stopped walking and turned to face her. I'm not asking for anything, he said. I just couldn't keep showing up under false pretenses. You deserve the truth, even if the truth is more than you want from me. She had stopped walking when he stopped. She was standing 3 feet away, her arms at her sides, not crossed, her face open in a way he'd only seen once before, on the porch the afternoon he'd touched her hand. The armor was gone, not cracked, not partially lowered, gone. And underneath it was everything she'd been hiding, the wanting and the fear and the confusion and something raw and unfinished, like the face on a figurine she hadn't decided how to complete. Why, she said, one word, quiet, not angry, not challenging, not deflecting, just the question underneath every other question she'd ever asked herself about her own worth. Why me? Why would you choose me? What do you see when you look at me that I can't see when I look at myself? He looked at her, standing on a leaf-covered trail in November, her studio clothes under a jacket, her scarf slightly crooked, her hands bare and clay-stained and hanging at her sides, her body full and solid in the gray light, taking up exactly the space she took up, no more, no less. And he thought about the sundress figurine and the laughing woman and every piece of clay she'd ever shaped into something beautiful and true, and he said the thing he'd been carrying since the first Saturday he'd stood in her doorway. Because you're the most beautiful thing in a town full of beautiful things, and you don't even know it. The words fell into the air between them and stayed there, held up by nothing, supported by everything. The lake was still behind them. The trees were bare. A bird called somewhere above them, a single, clear note that rang through the empty branches and faded. Ebony didn't speak. She didn't cry. She didn't look away. She looked at him the way a person looks at something they've been told doesn't exist and then finds standing right in front of them, real and solid and saying their name. She reached for his hand. Not the way he'd reached for hers on the porch, the careful, deliberate placing of one hand over another. She reached for him the way you reach for something you need, her fingers finding his, her hand closing around his palm, holding on. Her grip was firm and warm and slightly shaking, and he closed his hand around hers and held it, and they stood like that in the clearing by the lake. Two people holding on to each other in the stripped-down November light, the trail empty, the water still, a bird calling from somewhere in the bare branches above them. Neither of them moved. Neither of them needed to.
Chapter 18. They walked back to the truck holding hands. Neither of them spoke. The trail crunched under their feet, and the lake glinted through the bare trees, and her hand was in his, her fingers laced between his knuckles, and the silence was not the kind that needed filling. It was the kind that had already been filled by the words he'd said and the question she'd asked, and the answer that was still settling into the space between them like something warm poured into a cold cup. At the truck, he opened her door. She got in. He walked around to the driver's side and started the engine, and they sat in the cab for a moment, the heater coming on, the windows fogging at the edges. "Jabril," she said. He looked at her. "I don't know how to do this." She said it plainly, the way she said things when she was being honest instead of careful. "I don't know how to be the woman you described on that trail. I want to be. I just don't know if I know how." "You don't have to know how," he said. "You just have to let me show up. You've been showing up. Then let me keep showing up. That's all." She looked at the fogged windshield, at the blurred shapes of trees and sky beyond it. Then she reached across the console and put her hand on his, the way she'd reached for him on the trail, deliberate, choosing. "Same time Saturday?" she said. He smiled. "Same time." He drove her home. At her house, she got out of the truck and stood on the curb and looked at him through the open window, and her face was different from every other time he dropped her off. Not guarded, not armored, just open and tired and new. "Good night," she said. "Good night." She went inside. He drove home. And the week that followed was the longest and the shortest week of both their lives, because Saturday was coming and everything was different, and neither of them knew exactly how, only that it was. Saturday came. He knocked. She opened the door before his hand fell, and the look on her face when she saw him was the look she'd been holding back for months. Glad. Simply, uncomplicatedly glad. He came in. She made coffee. They sat at the kitchen table in the chairs that had become theirs, and the conversation was different now. Not safer, not easier, but wider. The careful borders they'd both maintained, the topics they'd circled without entering, were gone. They talked the way people talk when they've decided to stop editing, and the morning stretched into afternoon, and he didn't leave early, and she didn't retreat to the studio. And when he finally stood to go, she walked him to the door and said, "Next Saturday?" Next Saturday, and the Saturday after that, and the one after that. The Saturdays continued, but the architecture of them changed. He stopped bringing projects. He brought himself. He brought coffee and sometimes a book, and once a bag of tangerines from the farmer's market because she'd mentioned she liked them. She let him into the studio while she worked. She let him sit on the spare stool and read while the wheel hummed. She let him be in her space without needing him to justify it with a task. They didn't define anything, they didn't label it, but the armor was down. The winter market was where the town first saw it confirmed. It was a smaller event than the craft fair, a cluster of booths along the south end of Main Street, strung with white lights and flanked by barrel fires for warmth. December had arrived without ceremony, and Sweetgum wore it the way Sweetgum wore everything. Simply, with just enough decoration to show it cared. Ebony's booth was near the coffee shop, 3 figurines left from her inventory, and 4 new pieces she'd finished in the last week. The cold kept her hands in her pockets between customers, and the crowd was thinner, bundled in coats and scarves, moving quickly between booths. Jabril came by at 11. He didn't approach from across the street or appear with a project or a reason. He just walked up to the booth, set a cup of coffee on the table, and stood next to her, close, his shoulder near hers, his presence as natural and unremarkable as the barrel fire warming the air beside them. "Morning," he said. "Morning." They didn't perform anything. They didn't announce anything. He helped her adjust a figurine that the wind had shifted, and she handed him back his coffee, and they stood together behind her table and watched the market the way 2 people watch the world when they've stopped pretending they're not together. Across the square, Rochelle was standing near the diner's outdoor station. She saw them. Ebony saw her see them. And for once, Rochelle didn't nudge anyone, didn't whisper, didn't do anything except smile, small and real, the smile of a woman who had been watching a story unfold from a distance and was glad it was getting to the good part. Saturday, the studio. He arrived at 10 with coffee and a book, a paperback, dog-eared, something about coaching philosophy that he'd probably read 3 times already. He sat on the spare stool with his back against the wall and his ankles crossed and opened the book, and she sat at the wheel and worked, and neither of them spoke for an hour. The silence was extraordinary. Not the cold silence of the pullback weeks, not the careful silence of the early Saturdays when every pause was loaded with unasked questions. This was the silence of 2 people who had decided they didn't need to fill the air to justify being in the same room. He read. She worked. The wheel hummed. Pages turned. Clay took shape under her hands. The studio smelled like wet earth and coffee and the faint trace of whatever soap he used, something clean and warm that had started to feel like part of the room. She was working on a commission, a mother and daughter at a piano, the daughter's small hands on the keys and the mother's hands over hers, guiding. It was precise, technical work, the kind that required her full attention. And she gave it willingly because giving her attention to Clay was easy. Giving her attention to the man on the stool behind her, the man who'd stood on a trail by the lake and told her she was the most beautiful thing in a town full of beautiful things, was harder. Not because she didn't believe him, because she was starting to. She finished the piano hands and covered the piece. She cleaned her tools. She sat on her stool and looked at the shelves, and then because the silence had become the kind of place where truth could live without being forced, she said, his name was Derek. Jabril looked up from his book. He didn't close it. He just lifted his eyes and gave her his attention, the full, steady version, the way he gave it to everything. The man in Macon, before I moved here. She was looking at the shelves, not at him. It was easier to say this to the figurines than to his face. We were together for a while. He was kind. He brought me flowers on my birthday. He told me I looked nice when I dressed up, and he said it the same way he said it to everyone, evenly, pleasantly, like he was complimenting a new paint color on the wall. She paused. The studio was quiet. He never looked at me like I'd knocked the wind out of him. I'd walk into a room and his face wouldn't change. I'd get dressed for dinner and he'd say, "You look nice," and mean it the way you mean, "That's a clean shirt." He was a good man. He just never saw me. She ran her thumb over a dried ridge of clay on the work table. I started sculpting because I needed to prove something. Not to him, to myself. That bodies like mine could be beautiful. That someone could look at a woman built like me and see something worth looking at. I couldn't find that in any mirror or any man's face, so I made it with my hands. She looked at him then. He was sitting with the book open on his knee, his body still, his eyes on her. Not the polite attention of someone waiting for their turn to speak. The full weight attention of a man who was hearing something he'd been waiting to hear and understood what it cost to say. "That's why the figurines matter," she said. "They're not just art, they're evidence. Evidence that I can see beauty in this body, even if I can only do it in clay." The room held its breath. He set the book down on the work table, carefully, the way he did everything. "Her name was Renee," he said. Ebony didn't move. She told me I felt everything too loudly, that my honesty was exhausting, that she needed someone with more edge, more challenge, and I was too available, too open, too much. He was looking at his hands, the same hands that had fixed her railing and installed her smoke detectors and held hers on the porch step. After Renee, I stopped saying what I felt. I showed up with tools instead. I fixed things because fixing things was safe. Nobody tells you you're too much when you're holding a drill. He looked up. His eyes met hers across the studio, and she saw him fully for the first time. Not the steady, competent man who showed up every Saturday, but the man underneath, the one who was terrified that the best part of himself was the part people couldn't stand. "You're not too much," she said. "You're not invisible," he said. They looked at each other across the work table, the clay dust between them, the figurines on the shelves watching like witnesses. Two people who had just handed each other the most breakable thing they owned and were waiting to see if the other person would hold it or drop it. She stood up. She didn't plan it. Her body moved before her mind could intervene, the same way her hands moved when the clay told her what it wanted to be. She crossed the space between her stool and his, 2 steps, and she was standing in front of him, and he was looking up at her, and she could see his pulse in his throat. She put her hand on his face. Her fingers were dusty with clay, and his jaw was warm under her palm, and she felt the last piece of armor she'd been holding fall away like something she'd been gripping too long and had finally forgotten to hold. He stood, slowly. His hand came up and covered hers against his cheek. They were close enough to breathe the same air, and the studio was very small and very warm, and the light through the window was the gray, soft light of December, and neither of them was hiding anything. He kissed her, or she kissed him. It was both, the way the best ones are, 2 people arriving at the same place at the same time. His mouth was warm and gentle and certain, and her hand was still on his face, and the kiss was not urgent or desperate or any of the things she'd imagined it might be. It was quiet. It was sure. It was the kiss of 2 people who had waited long enough to know exactly what they were choosing. When they pulled apart, his forehead rested against hers. She could feel him breathing. She could feel clay dust transferring from her fingers to his skin and didn't care. "I've wanted to do that since the day you made me coffee," he said. "Which time?" "The first time. Every time." She laughed, a small sound, surprised out of her, and he smiled at the sound of it, and they stood there in the studio with their foreheads touching and the figurines watching, and neither of them said anything else for a while because there was nothing left that needed words. The afternoon softened around them. They drifted from the studio to the kitchen without deciding to, the way they drifted into everything now, by gravity rather than plan. They were making dinner together. She'd pulled ingredients from the refrigerator, vegetables and rice, and a bottle of sauce she'd been meaning to use. And he'd rolled up his sleeves and started chopping without being told what to do, the same way he started fixing things, by paying attention to what was needed and doing it. They moved around each other in the small kitchen with the ease of people who'd been sharing the space for months. He washed, she seasoned, she stirred, he set the table. The kitchen that had always been an afterthought, a room she passed through on her way to the studio, was warm with steam and the sound of oil in a pan and the particular alchemy of 2 people cooking a meal they would eat together. She needed the large serving dish, the one she'd stacked on the top shelf when she moved in, because she never used it, because she never had anyone to serve. She dragged a chair from the table and positioned it in front of the cabinet. "Hold on," he said. "I can get it." She was already stepping up, already solving the problem the way she always solved it, by herself, without asking for help, without making anyone deal with the logistics of her body in a space not designed for it. He put his hands on her waist. Not tentatively, not with the careful, measured grip of a man testing whether he could manage it. His hands settled on her waist the way his hand had settled over hers on the porch step, with certainty. He lifted her off the chair and into his arms in one smooth motion. Not a grunt, not a brace, not that split-second micro-adjustment she'd learned to read in other men's bodies. The one where they recalculated the physics, and she saw the recalculation on their faces and died a little every time. None of that. Just his arms, steady and sure, holding her against his chest like this was exactly what arms were for. She went rigid. The old script fired the way old scripts do. Automatic, faster than thought. You're too heavy for this. He's gonna strain. Make a joke. Get down. Save him the trouble. Put me down, she said. I'm too heavy. He didn't put her down. He looked at her face. Not at his arms, not at the mechanics of holding her, not at the problem of her weight, at her face, at her eyes, at the woman in his arms who had spent her whole life bracing for the flinch and finding it every time. Light as a feather, he said, and then quieter, like a fact he'd been carrying for months and was only now setting down. And the perfect fit. He held her for a beat longer than the task required. She felt the steadiness of his arms, the absence of strain, the absence of effort, the absence of the things she'd been bracing for her entire life. Her body in his arms was not a problem to be solved. It was not a weight to be calculated. It was not a logistics question about leverage and capacity and whether he could manage it without showing the cost. It was just her, held, the way she held her figurines when she lifted them from the kiln. Something worth being careful with. He set her down, gently. His hand stayed on her waist for a moment after her feet found the floor, steadying her. And then he let go and reached up and got the serving dish from the top shelf and set it on the counter like nothing had happened. She stood in the kitchen with her hands shaking and her eyes stinging and the sound of her own breathing loud in her ears. The flinch hadn't come. She'd braced for it the way she always braced for it, the involuntary clench that preceded every time a man's arms went around her, the preemptive apology her body made before anyone asked for one, and it hadn't come. His arms had held her without apology and without strain, and the absence of the thing she'd spent her whole life expecting cracked open something in her chest that all his words, even the ones on the trail, couldn't reach.
Chapter 19. She went to his game on Friday, not tucked into the bleachers with Mrs. Jenkins and Dorothy, anonymous in the crowd. She sat in the front row, behind the bench, close enough to hear him call plays, close enough that when he turned to check the sideline, she could see the focus on his face and the moment it softened when his eyes found her. She was learning the game. She'd never admit how much. She knew what a blitz looked like now, and a play-action fake, and the difference between zone and man coverage, knowledge accumulated through weeks of watching a sport she'd claimed not to understand because understanding it meant admitting why she was there. After the game, he found her at the edge of the field. The team was celebrating, the crowd spilling down from the bleachers. He was sweating and wired and grinning, and he walked straight to her through the noise and put his arm around her shoulders in front of everyone. Casual and sure, like he'd been doing it for years. "Good game," she said. "Better now." Devontae jogged past and pointed at them. "Finally," he shouted, and kept running before Jabril could respond. They walked to the parking lot together, his arms still around her, and the town watched and the town saw and the town, for once, said nothing that needed saying. Saturday, he picked her up at 6. He'd asked her on Wednesday, standing in her kitchen after helping her pack a commission. "Let me take you to dinner. A real dinner. Not coffee on the porch." She'd said yes before the old script could fire, before she could calculate the size of restaurant chairs or wonder if the booths would be too narrow or do any of the quiet mathematics that had governed every public meal she'd ever eaten. She said yes because he'd asked, and because saying yes to Jabril had become the thing she did now instead of the thing she was afraid of. He showed up in a button-down and good shoes, which was different enough from his coaching polo that she noticed and kept noticing. The shirt was fitted not tight, but the fabric followed his shoulders and chest in a way that made her aware of what was underneath it. She'd seen his arms. She'd felt his arms. But she'd never seen him dressed for her before. And the intention of it, the effort, the fact that he'd chosen this shirt because he wanted her to look at him, made her skin warm before she'd even gotten in the truck. She wore a wrap dress, dark green, the one she'd bought online and almost returned because the fabric clung in ways she usually avoided. She kept it. She wore it. She stood in the mirror and looked at herself and thought, Not for the first time since the trail. Let him see. When he saw her at the door, his eyes moved over her slowly, not evaluating, not performing, just taking her in. His gaze traveled from the neckline to the waist, where the fabric wrapped and tied, to the full curve of her hips, where the dress fell, and his expression didn't change because it didn't need to. It was already the expression of a man looking at exactly what he wanted to see. "You look incredible," he said. "You clean up all right yourself." The restaurant was small and warm, candlelit, the kind of place she'd driven past 100 times and never gone into, because going into a restaurant alone felt like a statement she wasn't prepared to make. She wasn't alone tonight. The booth was comfortable. She fit. She didn't do the math. She sat down and opened the menu and didn't think about the width of the seat or the angle of the table or any of the calculations she'd been running automatically in every restaurant she'd ever entered. He ordered wine. She ordered without overthinking it. They ate across from each other in candlelight and talked about the game, about Isaiah's improvement, about a commission she was working on for a woman in Charleston who wanted her parents' wedding recreated in clay. Normal conversation. But underneath the normal, something was running. She watched his hands as he talked, the way his fingers wrapped around the wine glass, the way his forearms looked with his sleeves pushed up, and she thought about those hands on her waist in the kitchen, the steadiness of them, the warmth. She thought about them more than she should have at a dinner table. Halfway through the meal, he reached across the table and took her hand. Not a grand gesture, just his hand finding hers next to the breadbasket, his thumb running over her knuckles in a slow circle that she felt all the way up her arm. He kept talking about the Charleston Commission, like holding her hand and tracing patterns on her skin were both ordinary things that happened at the same time. She lost track of what he was saying. She was watching his mouth move and thinking about the kiss in the studio and how this one, if it came, would be different. She let him hold it. She didn't pull away. She didn't check to see if anyone was watching. She just let her hand be held in a restaurant by a man whose thumb was doing things to her nervous system that had nothing to do with dinner. They drove home through the quiet streets, the headlights cutting through December dark, the heater running, the radio low. She was warm and full and calm in a way she wasn't used to. The way you feel when something you've been bracing against turns out to be something you can lean into. "I want to show you something," he said. "What?" "My house." She'd never been to his house. In all the months of Saturdays, all the coffees and porch conversations and studio visits, she'd never seen where he lived. He'd always come to her. Her porch, her kitchen, her studio. His world was the school and the sideline and the firehouse and her house, and the place where he actually lived was somewhere she'd never been invited. "Okay," she said. His house was on the school side of town, a small brick ranch set back from the road, clean and modest, with a front porch that had a rocking chair and nothing else on it. Inside, it looked like a man lived there who kept things organized because organized was how he thought. Bookshelves neat, kitchen counter clear, shoes by the door. Not sparse, just intentional. A few photographs on the wall, his parents, his team, a picture of him and his brother as kids with fishing rods twice their height. And on the shelf by the window, the man on the bench. Her figurine. The one he'd bought at the craft fair, the man with his elbows on his knees, looking at something out of frame. It sat on the shelf in the best light in the room, positioned the way she positioned her own pieces in the studio, with care, with attention, in the spot where it would be seen first by anyone who walked in. "You gave him the best shelf," she said. "He earned it." She stood in his living room and looked at her own work on his shelf, and felt something shift that she hadn't known was still shifting. He'd bought the figurine and brought it home and given it the best light, and it had been sitting here for weeks, in the room where he lived his private life, the room she'd never seen. He'd been looking at her work every day. Not at the studio, not at the booth. Here, in the place where he was most himself. He made tea. Jasmine, the kind she liked, which he kept in his cabinet even though he didn't drink it. He'd bought it for her. He'd bought tea for a woman who might never come to his house, just in case she did. And now she was here, and the tea was ready, and she held the warm cup in both hands and sat on his couch and looked at him across his own living room and thought, this is what it looks like when someone makes room for you before you arrive. They talked. They sat on the couch with their tea, close enough that her knee rested against his thigh, and every time one of them shifted, the contact changed, his thigh pressing warmer against her knee, her shoulder brushing his arm, the small, constant negotiation of two bodies that wanted to be closer than the conversation was letting them be. The conversation drifted the way their conversations always drifted, from surface to center, from what happened today to what mattered underneath. He told her about his brother's visit at Thanksgiving, how his brother had looked at him across the table and said, "You're different." And Jabril had said, "I know." And neither of them had needed to say more. She told him about calling her mother to tell her about the gallery, and her mother's long silence, and then her mother saying, "I always knew you'd do something like this. I just didn't know what to call it." But while they talked, her body was having a separate conversation. She was aware of the heat of him through his shirt, the way his chest moved when he breathed, the way his hand rested on his own thigh inches from her knee. She was aware of the bedroom at the end of the hall, the doorway she could see from the corner of her eye, and the awareness sat low in her stomach like something warm and liquid. The tea cooled. The conversation thinned. He turned to say something, and his face was close, closer than she'd realized, and whatever he was going to say got lost in the space between them, because the space had stopped being a space and had become a charge. He kissed her. She kissed him back. His hand came to her waist, the same place it had been in the kitchen when he'd lifted her, and her body remembered. His fingers settled into the curve of her hip, and the memory of being held flooded back. The steadiness, the absence of strain, the way his arms had said, "You belong here." But this was different from the studio kiss. His mouth was hungrier, and hers answered, and her hands went to the front of his shirt and gripped the fabric and pulled him closer, because closer was the only direction that made sense. His other hand found the back of her neck, his fingers sliding into the edge of her scarf, and she felt his touch on her bare skin, and her breath caught in a way that had nothing to do with fear. His mouth moved from her lips to her jaw, and the sound she made surprised them both. She pulled back, not far, just enough to see his face. His eyes were dark, his breathing uneven, and the wanting on his face was so clear and so specific to her that it made her dizzy. "I need to tell you something," she said. Her hand was still on his chest. She could feel his heart under her palm, fast and steady. He waited. "I'm scared." She said it simply, the way she said things when she was being honest instead of careful. "Not of you, not of this." She pressed her hand harder against his chest, feeling the warmth, the want, the solidity of him. "Of being seen, all the way. Of you seeing me in—" She didn't finish. She didn't need to. "And finding less than what you were hoping for." He understood what she meant. She could see that he understood, the way his eyes moved over her face with the same full attention he gave everything, the same attention that never flinched, never redirected, never did the polite above-the-shoulders thing that told her someone was being kind by not seeing the rest. "I see you," he said. "I've been seeing you since the day you made me coffee in your kitchen with clay on your hands, and there is nothing about what I see that I want to look away from." "Jabril, nothing," he said, "not one thing." She looked at him in the low light of his living room, the man who'd fixed her porch and her gutters and her smoke detectors, and had never once fixed the thing that actually needed fixing, because the thing that needed fixing was inside her and only she could do that. And he'd known the whole time, and he'd just kept showing up with coffee and patience and hands that held her like she was exactly the right weight for his arms. She kissed him. Not the gentle, certain kiss from the studio, a different one, deeper, slower, the kind that said, "I'm choosing this," and meant all of it. His arms came around her, all the way, pulling her close, and she felt the full length of his body against hers, the heat and the hardness and the want, and she waited for the flinch, the micro-adjustment, the recalculation, and it didn't come. It never came with him. His body received hers the way clay receives the shape it's meant to hold, without resistance, without strain, like this was the form it had been waiting for. She stopped waiting for the flinch. She put her hands on his chest, on the buttons of his shirt, and felt his breath change under her fingers. She looked at him, a question and an answer in the same glance. "Stay," he said. Not a question this time. "Yes." He stood and took her hands and pulled her up from the couch, and before she could find her footing, he put his arms around her and lifted her, the way he'd lifted her in the kitchen, except this time there was no serving dish and no pretense. His arms under her thighs, her body against his chest, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and felt the solid warmth of him and the steadiness, the complete absence of effort. And the old script tried to fire and couldn't because his mouth was on her neck, and his arms were sure, and he was carrying her down the hall like she was exactly the weight he'd been built to hold. He carried her to the bedroom and set her down at the edge of the bed, gently, the way he did everything with her, and stood in front of her and looked at her face and waited. She reached for the tie on her wrap dress. Her fingers trembled. This was the part she'd dreaded her whole life. The part where the clothes came off and the body underneath was just the body. No fabric to drape or hide behind. No angles to manage. She pulled the tie and the dress fell open and she sat there in the low light and let him see what she'd spent years covering. He didn't look away. He didn't do the polite above-the-shoulders thing. He looked at all of her, the way he'd looked at the figurines in her studio, with attention and intention and a hunger that had nothing polite about it. His eyes moved over her body slowly, her heavy chest, the curve of her stomach, her full hips and thick thighs, and what she saw on his face was not accommodation. It was not a man making peace with what was in front of him. It was want. Specific, urgent, undisguised want. The kind she'd spent her whole life believing no one would ever feel for a body like hers. "You're beautiful," he said, and his voice was rough in a way she hadn't heard before, rough with the weight of meaning it. He knelt in front of her and put his hands on her waist and pressed his mouth to the soft curve of her belly, and she felt something break open in her chest that she didn't try to close. His hands moved over her skin, unhurried and sure, touching her the way she touched clay, with focus and reverence and the kind of attention that made everything else disappear. Every curve and softness met with his mouth, his hands, the low sound in his throat that told her this was not generosity. This was desire. She was desired. She pulled him up and onto the bed and into her, and the rest of the evening belonged to them. The low light and the quiet house and the warmth of the room where he'd kept her figurine on the best shelf and jasmine tea in the cabinet. Her body under his hands, not a problem, not an apology, not a calculation. Just her. Seen and wanted and held without condition. She cried afterward. Not from sadness, from the absence of the thing she'd braced for her whole life, the flinch that never came, and the presence of something she hadn't known she was allowed to have. He held her. He didn't ask why she was crying, he just held her, his arms around her, her back against his chest, his breath steady in her hair, and the dark room was warm and the house was quiet and she was held. In the morning, she woke in his bed, gray December light through the window, his arm across her waist, heavy and warm. She lay still for a moment, feeling the weight of it, the specific gravity of a man's arm resting on her body like it belonged there. She turned her head. He was awake, watching her, not with the evaluating look of a man seeing a woman in daylight for the first time and reassessing, with the steady, warm look of a man who had seen everything and was seeing it again and liking it just as much. "Morning," he said. "Morning. How do you take your coffee?" "You already know how I take my coffee." "I know. I wanted to hear you say it." She smiled. He smiled back, and the morning opened up around them, slow and warm, the way mornings do when you wake up in a place you didn't expect to be and realize it feels like somewhere you could stay. On the shelf by the window, the man on the bench sat with his elbows on his knees, looking at something out of frame, and whatever he'd been thinking about so hard, the expression on his clay face looked a lot like peace.
Chapter 20. She sat at the diner counter on a Saturday morning and ate breakfast, not at 7 when the room was empty. At 9, when the booths were filling and Amy was calling orders through the window and the coffee shop crowd had migrated over for eggs. Malachi set her plate down without asking, the usual, and she ate it at the counter in full view of whoever cared to look. And nobody looked because nobody cared, because a woman eating breakfast at a diner was not an event. It had taken her a long time to learn that. Jabril was beside her, working through a stack of pancakes and reading the sports section with the half attention of a man who already knew all the scores. His knee rested against hers under the counter. Amy had seen them come in together, had registered it with a look so brief and so satisfied that it barely qualified as a look, and had said nothing except, "Morning, you two," which was everything. They were a thing Sweetgum knew about, not because anyone had announced it, not because there'd been a revelation or a scene. It had just become true the way most things in small towns become true. People saw, people understood, people moved on. Mrs. Zhang asked after both of them when they passed the restaurant. Opal had started keeping 2 coffees behind the counter when she saw his truck on Birch Street. Sandra had stopped pretending she wasn't watching from across the street and now just waved from her porch with the open delight of a woman whose neighbor's love life had finally gotten interesting. "I'm going to reply to the gallery today," Ebony said. Jabril looked up from the sports section. His face did the thing it did when he was feeling something large and trying to keep it at a reasonable size. "Yeah? I've been putting it off long enough. They've emailed 3 times. If I wait any longer, they're going to assume I'm not interested." "Are you interested?" "I'm terrified." "That's not the same thing." "No," she said, "it's not." He folded the paper and set it aside and gave her his full attention, the way he gave everything his full attention. "What are you going to tell them?" "That I'd like to discuss the show, that I have pieces ready and I can have more by spring, that I'm available to visit the space whenever they want." That sounds like a woman who's interested. That sounds like a woman who's trying to be brave before she talks herself out of it. He reached over and took her hand on the counter, right there, next to the coffee cups and the napkin dispenser, in front of Malachi and Amy and anyone else who happened to be looking. "You're not being brave. You're being honest. Your work belongs in a gallery, and you know it, and the only reason you haven't said yes already is that saying yes means believing you deserve it." She looked at their hands on the counter. His fingers wrapped around hers, steady and warm, the way they'd been steady and warm on the trail and on the porch and in his bedroom in the dark. "Mrs. Jenkins asked me that," she said, "whether I was ready for the gallery or ready to believe I deserved it." "What did you tell her?" "Nothing. I didn't have an answer." "Do you have one now?" She looked at him. The man who'd shown up with batteries and stayed for months. The man who'd fixed her house piece by piece and waited for her to fix the thing inside herself that no one else could reach. The man who'd stood on a trail in November and told her she was beautiful and meant it with every part of himself. "I think I'm getting there," she said. He squeezed her hand. "That's enough." She went home after breakfast and sat at her kitchen table and opened her laptop and typed the email. 3 paragraphs, professional and clear, thanking them for their interest, confirming her availability, asking about timeline and logistics. Her hands were steady on the keys. Her voice in the email sounded like a woman who did this kind of thing regularly, which she did not, but the pretending felt less like pretending and more like practice. She read it twice, changed one word, and hit send. Then she sat there and waited for the panic to arrive, and it didn't come, and the absence of it felt like the absence of the flinch, like something she'd been bracing for that turned out to be optional. The studio was warm. She'd fired the kiln that morning, and the residual heat made the room feel close and alive, the way it felt during her best working hours, when the clay was responsive, and her hands knew what to do before her mind did. She pulled the cloth off the porch steps couple. They sat on the work table the way they'd been sitting for months, the man leaning toward the woman's hand open on the step between them. The gap. The bodies finished, full and real, his angled toward hers like gravity, hers grounded and solid, a woman built like ebony, taking up exactly the space she took up. The face was still blank. The suggestion of features, rough and uncommitted, the face she'd tried and failed to finish a dozen times. Grateful, surprised, happy, afraid. Every expression she'd attempted had been wrong, because every expression had been about reacting to being loved instead of simply being in it. She picked up her finest tool and leaned close. She wasn't thinking about Jabril. She wasn't thinking about the gallery or the trail or the morning she'd woken in his bed with his arm across her waist. She wasn't thinking about the kitchen where he'd lifted her, or the studio where he'd kissed her, or the counter where he'd held her hand in front of everyone. She was thinking about the woman, not herself, not a version of herself or a projection of herself, just the woman on the step, the one who'd been sitting there for months with no face, waiting for Ebony to decide what she was allowed to feel. The tool moved, the clay gave way, and the expression that emerged was the one she'd been chasing since the beginning, the one she couldn't sculpt until she'd lived it. Settled, not grateful, because being loved was not a gift she should be thankful for. Not surprised, because it was not an accident or a miracle or something that happened to other women and had somehow wandered into her life by mistake. Not happy in the shallow, performed way that looked right from a distance and meant nothing up close. Settled, at rest. The face of a woman who had stopped asking permission to be loved and had simply let it in, whose body was leaned into by a man who thought she was gravity, and who had finally, after everything, stopped being surprised by that and started being home in it. Ebony sat back and looked at the face. It was right. She knew it the way she always knew, not because she decided it, but because the clay told her. The woman on the step was finished. Her expression was quiet and certain and at peace, and she looked like a woman who had stopped running the arithmetic and had let the answer be what it was. She looked like someone Ebony was learning to recognize. She set the tool down and pressed her hands flat on the work table and breathed. The studio door was open. The afternoon light came through it in a long, warm rectangle, and in the rectangle, a shadow shifted. She looked up. Jabril was standing in the doorway. He'd come across the yard from the house without her hearing, or maybe she'd heard and hadn't registered it because she'd been inside the work the way she got when the clay was telling her the truth. He was leaning against the doorframe, his shoulder against the wood, his arms at his sides. He was looking at the figurine. She watched him look. She watched his eyes move from the man leaning forward to the woman with the open hand to the face she'd just finished. And she watched his expression do the thing it had done in the studio the first time he'd seen her shelves. Go quiet, go still, go somewhere deep and private that she could see but couldn't follow. He crossed the room. He stood behind her and looked at the figurine over her shoulder, close enough that she could feel his warmth against her back. And they both looked at the two people on the steps who were and weren't them. "That's us," he said. She looked at the woman's face. The settled expression, the peace, the absence of apology or doubt, the body that took up the space it took up. The man leaning in like she was the only direction that mattered. "Yeah," she said. "It is." He put his arms around her from behind, the way the man in her kitchen couple figurine held the woman, and she leaned back against his chest, and they stood there looking at themselves in clay, and the studio was warm, and the light was good, and the figurine was finished. Chapter 21. Patricia Watts opened the front door before they made it up the steps. She was smaller than Ebony had imagined, compact and bright-eyed, with silver threaded through her close-cropped hair and an apron that said "Seasoned with Love" in faded letters across the front. She looked at Ebony the way she probably looked at everything, directly, warmly, with an assessment so quick and thorough that it was over before you knew it was happening. "So you're the one," she said. "Mama," Jabril said. "Hush, I've been waiting to meet this woman since you started making that face every time your phone buzzes." Patricia stepped forward and put her arms around Ebony and hugged her. Not the careful, shoulder-only hug strangers give each other, but a real one. Arms all the way around, firm and unhesitating. the hug of a woman who had decided something about you before you walked in, and the decision was good. Ebony hugged her back. She couldn't remember the last time someone she just met had touched her without the calculation, the careful spatial negotiation that happened when a smaller person hugged a larger one. Patricia didn't negotiate. She just held on, and the holding felt like an answer to a question Ebony hadn't asked yet. Come in. Earl, they're here." Earl appeared from the kitchen, dish towel over his shoulder, the same quiet steadiness his son wore like a second skin. He shook Ebony's hand with both of his and said, "We're glad you're here," and meant it the way Earl meant everything, simply, without decoration, in as few words as the truth required. The house was warm and full of the smell of food that had been cooking all day. The kitchen table was set for 4, mismatched plates and cloth napkins, a centerpiece of grocery store flowers that Patricia had arranged with the precision of a woman who believed presentation mattered even when the audience was family. Ebony sat in the chair Patricia pointed her to, which was next to Jabril's and across from Earl's, and the table felt like a table that had held a family for decades, worn smooth at the edges, solid at the center. Patricia served roast, greens, macaroni and cheese, cornbread, sweet potatoes. She filled Ebony's plate before Ebony could protest, which was Patricia's way of saying she was family now, and family didn't serve themselves. Ebony ate. She ate at a table with a man's parents in a house she'd never been to, with people she'd just met, and the food was good and the conversation was warm, and she didn't think about the plate or the portions or the way her body looked in the chair. She just ate, because Patricia's kitchen was the kind of place where eating was the same as belonging. Earl asked about her figurines. He'd seen the one Jabril kept on his shelf, the man on the bench. "That's a real piece of work," he said, which from Earl was the equivalent of a standing ovation. He asked about her process, how long a piece took, where she learned. He listened the way his son listened, fully, with his whole body pointed at her, and she understood where Jabril had gotten it. Patricia asked about the gallery show. Jabril had told them, of course. Patricia wanted to know the dates, the logistics, how many pieces she was preparing. "We're coming," she said, in a tone that did not invite discussion. "Earl, we're going to Atlanta." "I heard," Earl said, just making sure. After dinner, Patricia walked Ebony to the living room while the men cleaned up. She could hear Jabril and Earl at the sink, the low murmur of their voices, the sound of water running. Patricia sat in the armchair and patted the sofa next to her. "He's different since you," Patricia said. "Lighter, like he set something down he'd been carrying." "He's the one who changed me," Ebony said. "No, baby, he just stood close enough for you to see yourself clearly. The changing was yours." Patricia reached over and squeezed her hand, the same firm, certain squeeze that Mrs. Jenkins gave. The touch of a woman who had lived long enough to know when someone needed to hear the truth. "You're good for my son, and he's good for you. That's rare enough to take seriously." Ebony squeezed back. Through the kitchen doorway, she could see Jabril drying dishes, his sleeves rolled up, laughing at something Earl had said. He looked up and caught her watching and smiled. The private smile, the one that was just for her, and she felt the warmth of it all the way across the room. Her house looked different in January. Not renovated, not remodeled, not fixed in any way that a contractor would recognize, but cared for. She'd hung curtains in the living room, soft fabric in a warm brown that caught the afternoon light. Flowers on the kitchen table, a small glass vase with whatever was blooming at the farmer's market that week. The shelves dusted, the figurines rearranged, the packing materials moved to the studio where they belonged. A rug by the front door. A lamp in the corner she'd found at an estate sale and rewired herself badly, and then Jabril had rewired properly the next Saturday, because some things were still his language. The house had always been the place she slept between studio sessions, the room she passed through. Now it was the room she came home to, and the difference was in the details. The second coffee mug that lived in the cabinet next to hers, the book he'd left on the nightstand, the jacket draped over the kitchen chair that smelled like him and that she hadn't moved. She was standing on the porch when Jabril pulled up. Saturday evening. The light was the last of the day, winter gold going to amber, the street quiet. She'd been out here for a few minutes, leaning on the railing that held her weight without a wobble. The steps were level beneath her feet. The porch light glowed behind her. The smoke detectors inside blinked their steady green. Everything he'd given her, piece by piece, Saturday by Saturday, without being asked. He got out of the truck and crossed the yard. His hands were empty. No tools, no coffee, no hardware store bag. Just himself, walking toward her in the fading light, and something about the way he moved, deliberate and certain, made her stand up straighter. "Hey," she said. "Hey." He came up the steps and stood in front of her. Close. The way he always stood near her now, inside the space most people left empty, the space she used to guard. He was looking at her with an expression she hadn't seen before, focused and intent but also nervous, a quality she'd never associated with Jabril because Jabril didn't do nervous. Jabril did steady. Jabril did sure. "What's wrong?" she said. "Nothing's wrong." He took a breath. "Everything's right. That's why I'm here." He reached into his jacket pocket and brought out a small box. Her heart did something violent and immediate. The box was dark velvet, the kind of box that only held one thing, and he was holding it in front of her on the porch he'd built back from nothing, in the last light of a Saturday, and his hands were steady, even though his eyes were not. "I had a whole speech," he said. "I wrote it down and everything. 3 drafts. I was going to talk about the railing and the smoke detectors and how I showed up that first day and never figured out how to leave. What happened to the speech? I'm looking at you, and I can't remember any of it." He opened the box. The ring inside was simple, a band with a single stone, nothing extravagant, nothing performative. A ring that looked like it had been chosen by a man who paid attention to what she actually wore and liked and was, instead of what a ring was supposed to look like. "I just know what I want to say." He looked at her. She looked at him. The porch held them both. "I want to show up at your door for the rest of my life," he said. "Not because something needs fixing. Because you're where I want to be. I want Saturday mornings and Sunday dinners and every ordinary day in between. I want to sit in your studio while you work and hand you coffee and watch you turn clay into people who are braver than either of us. I want to hold you without you ever wondering if I'm counting the cost, because I'm not. There is no cost. There is just you." He paused. His voice was rougher now, the way it got when he was saying something he meant with his whole body. "To have and to hold, Ebony, that's what I'm asking for. Will you marry me?" She looked at the ring in the box, the simple stone catching the last of the daylight. She looked at his face, the nervous eyes and the steady hands, and the jaw she'd sculpted in clay before she'd admitted to herself why. She looked at the porch, the railing, the steps, the house behind her that had become a home because he'd cared for it before she'd been ready to care for it herself. The arithmetic didn't fire. The old script, the one that calculated and subtracted and rounded down, the one that had governed every mirror and every relationship and every moment of wanting she'd ever felt, was silent. For the first time in her life, the math wasn't running. "Yes," she said. Not quietly, not carefully, not with the measured, protected voice she used when she was managing the size of what she felt. She said it like a woman who had stopped making herself smaller. "Yes." He slid the ring on her finger, and then he was holding her, his arms around her the way they'd been in the kitchen and in his bedroom and on the trail, certain and complete. And she pressed her face into his chest and felt his heartbeat against her cheek and the solid wood of the porch beneath her feet and the evening settling over Sweetgum like a benediction. "Thank you for not giving up," she said into his chest. He tightened his arms. "Thank you for opening the door." She pulled back and looked at him. "Did you talk to my parents?" "Called your father in Macon last Sunday. He asked me if I knew how to fix a leaky faucet. Your mother got on the line, cried, and asked when we were coming for dinner." Ebony laughed, a real laugh, the kind that shook her shoulders and made her eyes sting for entirely different reasons. She could see it perfectly. Jabril on the phone with her father, answering questions about plumbing, earning approval through competence because that was both of their languages. Her mother crying in the background and already planning the menu. "She's going to make you eat 3 helpings of everything," Ebony said. "I'm looking forward to it." They stood on the porch in the last light, holding each other, the railing solid beside them, the house warm behind them, the street going quiet the way Birch Street went quiet in the evenings, slowly and then all at once. Down the sidewalk, Mrs. Jenkins was making her evening walk. Cane in hand, bright scarf against the January chill, moving at the pace of a woman who had all the time in the world. She saw them on the porch, wrapped up in each other, and she slowed. She didn't stop, she didn't call out. She raised her cane in a small salute, a gesture that said, "I knew, I always knew." And she smiled the smile she'd been holding since the first day she'd looked at Ebony's figurines and said, "Your women are always the bravest thing in the room." She walked on. Her cane tapped the pavement, her scarf caught the last of the light. Ebony looked down at the ring on her finger. Simple and real, like everything he'd ever given her. "To have and to hold," she said. He kissed her forehead. "To have and to hold." Epilogue. Rochelle organized the caravan the way Rochelle organized everything, with authority, a clipboard, and the unshakable belief that if she didn't do it, nobody would do it right. "We're leaving at 2, she announced at the diner the week before, standing at the counter with her reading glasses on and a printed map of the route to Atlanta, which nobody needed because everyone had GPS, but which Rochelle had made because Rochelle made maps. "I don't want anybody getting lost, and I don't want anybody showing up late. This is Ebony's night, and we are going to be there when the doors open. It's an hour-and-a-half drive," Malachi said, "which is why we're leaving at 2, for a 6 o'clock opening. That's 3.5 hours early. Traffic, Malachi. Atlanta traffic." Nobody argued. You didn't argue with Rochelle about logistics. You just showed up when she told you to and trusted that the plan was sound, which it always was. The Saturday of the show, Main Street looked like an evacuation. Cars lined up outside the diner, trunks open, people loading coolers and garment bags and folding chairs that nobody had asked them to bring, but that they were bringing anyway, because Sweetgum didn't go to events without provisions. Amy had packed sandwiches for the drive. Mrs. Zhang brought thermoses of tea. Opal had closed the shop early and was standing by her car in a dress Ebony had never seen her wear, something bright and floral that said, "This is an occasion, and I am dressed for it." Mrs. Jenkins was in the passenger seat of Dorothy's sedan, her cane propped against the dashboard, her brightest scarf wrapped twice around her neck. "I've been waiting for this since the day I walked into that studio," she told Ebony through the open window. "Don't you dare be nervous." "I'm terrified." "Good, that means it matters." She patted Ebony's hand on the window frame. "Now go ride with your man. We'll be right behind you." Jabril's truck was at the front of the line. Ebony climbed in, and Patricia waved from Earl's car 2 vehicles back. Sandra ran across the street at the last second and knocked on Ebony's window. "I almost forgot." She handed in a card. "From the whole street, we're so proud of you, honey." Ebony held the card and looked at the line of cars and the people inside them, her neighbors and her customers and her friends, and the town that had watched her hide in a studio for years and had let her hide until she was ready to come out. And she pressed the card against her chest and said, "Thank you," and meant it for more than the card. The gallery was a clean white space with tall windows and polished concrete floors, and the kind of lighting that made everything inside it look important. Ebony had visited twice during the planning, and still, walking in on opening night, she couldn't quite believe it was real. Her figurines filled the room. 3 walls of shelves and pedestals, each piece lit individually. New work made for the show, and pieces she'd pulled from the studio shelves, the ones she'd been keeping for herself without knowing she was saving them for this. A teenage girl mid-cartwheel, braids flying. A couple in a kitchen, his arms around her waist from behind. A woman at a sink, looking through a window, caught in a private thought. A woman in a sundress with her hand on her hat in the wind, wide hips, thrown back head, smiling like the world was something she'd decided to enjoy. Dozens of them, clay people living their clay lives, black life in miniature. And in the gallery window, on a pedestal built for it, the porch steps couple. The man leaning toward the woman's hand open on the step between them. The face Ebony had tried a dozen times to get right, looking out at whoever stood in front of her with an expression that was not grateful and not surprised and not afraid. Settled. At rest. The Sweetgum caravan arrived at 5:58. They filed in like they owned the place. Rochelle in front, Mrs. Zhang in a silk jacket, Amy and Malachi side by side, Opal scanning the room with a professional eye, Dorothy narrating the artwork to whoever would listen, Andre wearing a tie. Devante and Isaiah came in their letter jackets, and Devante said, "Coach, your girlfriend made all of these?" And Isaiah said, "Fiancé, idiot." And Devante said, "Even better." Patricia hugged Ebony before she'd gotten 3 steps inside. Earl stood in front of the cartwheel girl and said, "She's going to land that." Ebony's parents came from Macon. Her mother held her face in both hands and said, "Baby, look at what you did." Her father walked the room slowly, stopping at each piece. At the porch steps couple, he stood for a long time. He looked at Ebony. He looked at Jabril. "You got the lean right," he said. "That's exactly how a man looks when he's sure." He shook Jabril's hand and held it. Her sister drove from Charlotte and spent the evening telling anyone who would listen that she'd always known Ebony would do something extraordinary, which was a generous revision of history that Ebony decided to accept. The gallery filled. Strangers came. They moved through the room, doing the thing that always happened when people encountered Ebony's work. They recognized someone. A woman stopped beside Ebony and Jabril at the gallery window. She was looking at the porch steps couple. "These are beautiful," the woman said. "Who are they?" Ebony looked at Jabril. He was looking at the figurine, at the man leaning in, at the woman whose face had taken months to finish. She looked at the woman. "They're us," she said. The woman smiled. Jabril squeezed her hand. The gallery hummed around them, full of people and clay and light. The drive home was quiet. Jabril drove, one hand on the wheel, one hand holding hers across the console. The highway was dark and straight, the lights of Atlanta fading in the rearview mirror. "I'm proud of you," he said. "I'm proud of me too," she said. She closed her eyes and leaned against the window, and the truck hummed toward Sweetgum. And somewhere ahead the road would narrow and the pines would close in and they would be home. They got married in June. Not at a church, though Sweetgum had 3 that would have been happy to host. Not at the community center or the town square or any of the places Rochelle had suggested, each with its own clipboard page of pros, cons, and seating capacity. They got married in the yard between the house and the studio. Jabril had built an arbor. He'd made it himself over 3 weekends, cedar posts and a lattice top, sanded smooth, stained a warm brown that caught the light. He didn't tell her what he was building. She heard the saw in the yard and came out and found him measuring and cutting, sawdust in his hair. And she said, "What is this?" And he said, "A project." And she laughed because they both knew what his projects meant. Mrs. Jenkins had made a quilt for the arbor, a panel of deep golds and rich browns, and the kind of green that the trees on Birch Street turned in late spring, hand-stitched in a pattern she said was called Coming Home. She draped it over the lattice on the morning of the wedding, and the fabric caught the breeze and moved like something breathing. Ebony wore white, not the white of a woman who had spent months agonizing over silhouettes and fabric weight, the white of a woman who had walked into a shop, tried on 4 dresses, and chosen the one that felt like her, a wrap dress, because wrap dresses were her shape, with a neckline that showed her collarbones and a skirt that fell to the grass. She stood in her bathroom mirror and looked at herself the way she'd looked at herself in January, except this time she didn't see a body in a ceasefire. She saw a bride, a woman whose hips held the fabric the way her hips held everything, completely, like they had never once considered being less. The dress fit because the dress was made for a body like hers, and she'd chosen it because she'd stopped believing she needed to apologize for the space she took up. Her mother zipped the back and cried. Her sister took photographs. Mrs. Jenkins came in and looked at her and said nothing for a long time, which was Mrs. Jenkins's version of being too moved to speak. Then she said, "There she is." And Ebony knew she didn't mean the bride. She meant the woman her figurines had always known she was. The ceremony was small and enormous. 40 people in a yard on Birch Street, sitting in folding chairs that Rochelle had sourced and arranged with military precision. Ebony's parents in the front row, her father in a suit he'd pressed himself, her mother holding a handkerchief she'd already used twice, and the ceremony hadn't started. Patricia and Earl beside them, Patricia dabbing her eyes, Earl sitting with the quiet composure of a man who was deeply emotional and would never in his life admit it. Mrs. Jenkins and Dorothy and Opal, Amy and Malachi, Mrs. Zhang, Sandra, who had called the fire department on the day this all started and who was now crying harder than anyone, Andre, in the same tie from the gallery, Devante and Isaiah and the rest of the team in the back row, elbowing each other and grinning. Jabril stood at the arbor in a gray suit. Ebony walked across the yard toward him, and the walk was the length of her whole story. From the house to the studio, the path she'd worn in the grass over years of walking back and forth between the place she slept and the place she made things. Now, the path was lined with chairs and faces and the people who had watched her from a distance until she was ready to be seen up close. And at the end of it was the man who had shown up at her door with batteries and stayed until she believed he would keep staying. His face when he saw her. She would remember that for the rest of her life. Not the polite, even pleasant face that Derek had given her. Not the careful, above-the-shoulders gaze she'd learned to expect. The face of a man seeing the woman he loved walking toward him in white, and every feeling he had was on the surface, unhidden, unedited. The full, uncut version of Jabril Watts that he'd been holding back since Renee told him it was too much. It wasn't too much. It was exactly right. The vows were simple. He'd written his. 3 sentences. I see you, all of you, and I'm not looking away. She'd written hers. 3 sentences. You showed up when I wasn't ready. You stayed when I pushed you away. I'm not pushing anymore. The officiant said the old words, the ones that gave the book its name, and they said them back to each other, to have and to hold from this day forward. And the yard was full of people who loved them, and the arbor was draped in a quilt that meant coming home, and the June light was golden on the cedar posts, and Ebony Cole became Ebony Watts, or Ebony Cole Watts, or whoever she wanted to be, because the math had stopped mattering a long time ago, and the only arithmetic left was this, 1 + 1, and the answer was enough. He kissed her. The yard erupted. Devante was the loudest, which surprised no one. The first Saturday after the honeymoon, the kitchen smelled like coffee, and the particular warmth of a house where someone has been awake long enough to make the first pot and leave the second one warming. Ebony stood at the counter and poured herself a cup, looking out the window at the studio across the yard. The yard looked different now. The arbor was still there, strung with lights. Jabril had added after the wedding because she said she liked how they looked at night. The path between the house and the studio was the same worn line in the grass, walked twice a day, sometimes more, the commute of a woman whose life's work was 30 steps from her kitchen. She took her coffee across the yard and opened the studio door. He was already there. Sitting on the spare stool with his back against the wall and his ankles crossed and a book open on his knee, the same posture he'd had the first Saturday he'd sat in this room. Except now his ring caught the light when he turned a page and his jacket was on the hook by the door and his coffee was on the work table next to her tools. "Morning," he said. "Morning." She sat at the wheel. She centered a block of clay and set her hands on it and felt the cool, responsive weight of it, the way it gave and resisted and told her what it wanted to be if she listened. She pressed her foot to the pedal. The wheel hummed. On the shelves, the figurines watched. New ones now, made for the next show, the second show, the one the gallery had asked for before the first one's reviews were even in. A woman with a toddler on her hip, the child's fist in the mother's hair. An old man on a porch, his hat pulled low. 2 teenagers with their backs against a wall, sharing earbuds, heads tilted toward each other. On the work table beside her, a new piece was taking shape. She'd started it last week and hadn't told Jabril what it was yet, though he'd looked at it every morning with the quiet attention he gave everything and hadn't asked. It was a man and a woman in a kitchen. She was reaching for something on a high shelf. He was behind her with his hands on her waist, lifting her, and both of them were laughing. She worked. He read. The wheel hummed. The studio smelled like wet earth and coffee and jasmine, and the light through the window was the warm, low-angled gold she loved best for sculpting. And the clay was alive under her hands, and the man on the stool behind her turned a page and shifted his weight and stayed. Outside, Birch Street was waking up. Sandra was watering her garden. A car passed. Somewhere down the block, a door opened and closed. The ordinary sounds of a town going about its morning, the sounds that had been the backdrop of Ebony's life for years, but that sounded different now, fuller, like a song she'd been hearing in mono that had suddenly opened into stereo. She shaped the clay. She listened to what it wanted to be. She let her hands find the truth of the piece, the way they always did. And the truth was a woman being lifted by a man who wasn't counting the cost. And the woman was laughing. And the laughter was the kind that takes over your whole body, the kind where you forget what you look like and just feel it, the kind the world deserves to see. This concludes To Have and to Hold, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author, if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.